Hello. Sure. Sure. Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Super, super fine. Now, last class, whatever we have done IND AS 115 and IND AS 12. And before that, whatever chapter we have done, any doubt in MCQs? First, you can ask me all the doubt of MCQs. So, come to first IND AS 12. Some doubt we have in IND AS 12. Question number 4. MCQ question number 4. On 1st April 2018, the company issued a convertible bond that matures in 5 years. So for this you need to have understanding of financial instrument chapter. So I am assuming that you know financial instrument chapter. Okay, sir. The bond can be converted into ordinary shares at any time. Rainbow Limited has calculated that liability and equity component. I hope you know that for compound finance instrument we need to split into equity and liability. They have given the splitting part. Thank you very much. Means they have split it into 80 lakh liability component and 20 lakh equity component. For the equity instrument, giving a total amount of the bond as 1 crore. The interest rate is 8% and the local tax legislation allow a tax deduction for the interest paid in cash. The local tax rate is 30%. Now I will say once again the question is not perfect because can you say we want two rate of interest, one is contractual rate of interest, one is market rate of interest and one is EIR, effective rate of interest. But in this question they have given only one rate of interest 8%. Means once again I will say the doubt is because of the question. The doubt is not because of the concept. So whenever such type of question come, you need to be smart to understand the emotions of the question. You can't say question is wrong. Can you say question is wrong? You don't have a right to write that also. Correct now. So no comment about the question. Respect ICAI. Respect ICAI question and answer it. Applying your common sense. Correct now. So but the liability component is how much? 80 lakh. As per income tax, what will be your liability? Entire 100 lakh. Difference what? 20. What is the tax rate? 30%. 30% 20 lakh. 6 lakh. Option is there. Now this option may be correct, may be wrong as per IC. I don't know. But can you say as per most perfect answer is your what? 6 lakh only and that is given. So 6 lakh will be correct. This answer I have given. Okay. So we have assumed that 8% is the contractual rate of interest also, ER also. That is the best assumption. You can't do anything now. So 8% is contractual rate of interest as well as what? EIR. So can you see if that is the case, the closing balance will be 80 lakh in the books of account and as per income tax, the closing balance will be 100 lakh. The difference will be 20 lakh or not? The difference will be 20 lakh. I hope you have understood. But the 20 lakh into 30% how much? 6 lakh. Understood the doubt over? So I will say question is not perfect. Question is not perfect. And the doubt is coming because of that reason. Okay. So once again, doubt is not because of concept. Then another question has been asked. Question number 9. 9 meow. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Okay, sir. 9. As a part, this question though I have taken in the class only. Chalo, ठीक है. Let us see. As a part of financial due diligence process, the directors of Ayushman Limited carried out a fair value exercise to measure identifiable assets and liability of Basti Limited. The following matters emerged. A property having a carrying value of 50 lakh, depreciable amount 30 million. Means can I say 50 million consists of land how much? 20 and building how much? Building how much? 30. Correct. Now this is understood. This question we do in regular class actually. The similar question we have in regular class book. I hope you might have done, but this question I have taken from GFRS. and we used to do in regular class. Okay, so those who have done from me, I hope you remember this type of question. Had a fair value of 70 million. So fair value is what? 70 million. Out of which depreciable amount is how much? So what is the fair value? 30 lakh. So 70 minus 33. बोलना रे. 70 minus 33. So 37 is for land na? Yes. The estimated future economic life of depreciable amount is 30 years. What is the depreciable useful life? 30 years. The title of the property was still held by Basti Limited at 31st March 2003. This is not at all important. This point is not at all important. Chalega? The plant and equipment having a carrying value of 60 million had an estimated value of 64. So 60 become 64. The estimated useful life is how much? 4 years. Inventory having a carrying value of how much? 30 and had an estimated value of what? 31 million, and the entire inventory had been sold since 1 October 2000. 1st October was the date of acquisition, correct? 1st October was the date of acquisition. It is a question of business combination. It is a question of business combination. The fair value adjustment have not been reflected in the individual financial statement of Basti Limited in accordance with the group policy. In the consolidated financial statement, the fair value adjustment will be regarded as temporary difference for the purpose of computing deferred tax. The rate of tax is 20%. What is the deferred tax amount in the consolidated financial instrument of Ayushman on 31st March 2003? Means they have not asked on the date of acquisition. They have asked on the date of consolidation. This is interesting point. However, similar question we do in what? Our regular class. Of course, I have not taken in revision class. Acha, doubt came. Where doubt is coming, we need to accept it. We need to. Others' doubt are also important. Correct now? Others' doubt are also important. So in this, if you want the clarification about the answer, so we have land, we have building, we have plant and equipment, and we have one inventory. But what is the fair value on the date of acquisition? Can you give me fast? You have not written. Oh, only I will write. What is the fair value? 30. Building, plant and equipment, inventory, 31. But what is the carrying amount? If nothing is given, can I say? Of course, you all know that we need to do fair value adjustment on the date of acquisition. Fair value adjustment on the date of acquisition. The carrying amount is how much? 20, 30, 60, 30. Correct. So this become how much? 17, 3, 4, 1. Can you see this is the fair value gain on the date of acquisition? Correct. Now due to fair value adjustment, there will be some additional depreciation during post acquisition period. There will be some additional expense during post acquisition period. I am assuming that you know consolidation chapter. Otherwise, I will do this question in consolidation. I think similar question I have taken in consolidation also. You want me to take right now? So I hope during post acquisition period, due to fair value adjustment, there will be some additional depreciation. Bolna nahi. Bol do yes, then only I can proceed. If you say no, then I will say come to that chapter. Yes, can I proceed? So minus what? Additional expense. So here no depreciation because land. Here what is the economic, what is the useful life given? 30 years. So from 1st October to 31st March, how many months? 6 months. You do 3 by 30 into what? 6 by 12. How much? 0.005. Then what is 0.5? 0.05. Okay, sir. 0.05. Then 4. What is the economic life? What is the economic life? Oh, 1 minute. One thing wrong. This is 31st March 2003. Oh, sorry. This is 1st October 2001. So how many years? I am in speed. I am also doing mistake. So 31st March 2002, 31st March 2003. It is 1.5 na. So into do 1.5 na. 1.5. Now it is how much? ऐसे मत करो, गलती हो जाएगा. Means first 6 by 12. ऐसे करो. First you do इतना. This is how much? This is how much? 0.10 into 1.5. How much? 0.15. This is 4 by how much? 4 by economic life. 4 by 4. 4 by 4 into it is 1 na. 1 into 1.5. 5. This is how much? 1.5. Okay, sir. And this has been given, it has been sold. It has been sold. So once the inventory is sold, your cost of sales will increase. Your cost of sales will increase. So this will become what? 1. And this will become 0. And this will remain 17. Understood? Correct. So this is the 0. This become 3 minus 0.15. 3 minus 2.85. 2.50. Now on the date of acquisition and on the date of consolidation and during post period, what actually happened? Here there is a fair value gain. How much? For PP how much? Means for land how much? It is 17. Building how much? 3. Then plant and equipment how much? 4. Inventory how much? 1. And what is the additional depreciation? 0. 0.15. 1.51. This is minus now ultimately. Now here this will become temporary difference during the date of acquisition. So fair value whatever increase, that become temporary difference. So what is the total of this? 17 plus 3 plus 25. So can you see this become taxable temporary difference? Why? Because fair value is more than carrying amount, and we have assumed that carrying amount is equal to tax base of previous owner. So this become the temporary difference. However, it is given the question also that fair value adjustment will be regarded as temporary difference. So this will become taxable temporary difference. So on this how much DTL? DTL at what rate? 20% now. So 25 into 20% how much? 5. And can it due to additional expense during post acquisition period, DTL will be reversed. Due to additional depreciation during post acquisition period, DTL will be reversed. So reverse kitna bata? 0.15 plus 1.5 plus 1. This is 2.65. Reverse karo. 0.53. This is minus. So how much DTL? What they have asked? Question mein kya pucha? What they have asked? What is the deferred tax amount? Means deferred tax liability. There will be deferred tax liability. The net amount is coming how much? 4.47. Answer is 4.47. 4.47 deferred tax liability. Dekho. 4.47. Now for 1 mark, you need to be very much speed. Means I have done this much explanation to explain you. However, you can do directly this working note in exam if you are conceptually strong. So I have done this working note to explain you that this type of working note we do in consolidation chapter. Then we create deferred tax liability only by this calculation. So if you are conceptually strong, you can do what very fast. You need to very fast for 1 marks. Nah, understood now this? I think understood. Bolo. Chalo. I think good question. So whenever good question come, write down what? Must revise question before exam. Whenever you have a doubt any question that become good, so that type of question need to be referred before exam also. Chalega? Yes sir. Done. But this type of question we have done in the class also. They have done very simple working note. So this working note also chalega. But if you are conceptually strong, then only this type of working note will prevail. Understood? Chalega. Yes sir. Then next point is what? 4 9 ho gaya 12. 12 mein 12. Star Limited expect that it will earn a minimum of 250 lakh per year for the anticipable future and will subject to 30% tax. A liability of 50 lakh in respect of accrued product warranty cost has been recognized by the Star Limited. Means there was a provision, and provision how much? Carrying amount 50 lakh. For tax purpose, the product warranty cost will be deductible when enterprise claim or incur the cost. So tax base will be what? How much badao? 0. So if the carrying amount is more than tax base, it is taxable or deductible for liability? Who said taxable? Draw that table and then answer. Table bana. Fast. Now say what? Taxable, deductible. This much time you will take. At banale. How many are saying taxable? Now no one will say. How many are saying deductible? Now everyone will say. Correct na? So those who are saying taxable, it means you are doing PAP. After informing you that draw table and do it, and without drawing you are doing it, so it means what is the use of taking class then? Then do by your own only. Come again after 6 months. Simple na? Simple or not? Now what is your answer? Deductible. You got the deductible only na? Chalo. So deductible how much? 50. Whenever this point is given, it means this point is only for deductible. We have future taxable profit. It means DTA can be recognized because we have a sufficient taxable profit in future. Now what they have asked? In accordance with Ind AS 12, income tax, which of the following Star Limited should recognize DTA? So of course DTA of what? 50 into 30%. How much? 15. So a DTA of 15 lakh. Array, this is typo mistake. Chalo, theek hai. This will be 1. This will be 1. Okay, I think doubt came because of this reason. Okay, doubt came because of this reason. Okay, this is liability only na. Carrying amount is more than tax base. Okay, ठीक है. So deductible. So it is DTA. It is typo mistake. चलेगा. Okay, doubt came because of this reason. I think doubt clear now. Now come to 14. To calculate tax base of liability for employee benefit, which of the following formula would be used? Now this depends upon the definition of tax base of asset and liability. So it is a tax base of liability. So what they have given, carrying amount plus. It is plus to not. I think if you remember the definition what I have given, just open the definition. Open the definition. Tax base of liability. Definition I have said na, normally this definition is not required for practical question. But if they ask theoretical question, you need to think about the definition. You remember that point? Definition what is given about tax base of liability? Batao. Carrying amount less amount deductible for that liability. So they have not given that amount, but they have given for revenue. Second definition is what? Second definition is what? So plus to nahi hoga. Plus is not correct na. Plus is not correct. It will be always less. What is second definition? That will not be taxable. Less the amount which will not be taxable means carrying amount minus future non-assessable amount of revenue. So this becomes the correct option. Correct now. This is not correct. This is correct. Understood? So option number 2 is correct. Have you understood this point? So this depends upon definition of the asset and liability. Tax base of an asset liability. This type of question is difficult if you forgot the definition. If you forgot the definition. Chalega? Yes sir. Okay, all the doubt over? Any doubt? You have any doubt? You are the Paramatma. No doubt only. How many have done till now all the MCQs? Because no one has done. Means what is the use? What is the use? I said at least do MCQs. That also you are not doing. That also you are not doing na. At least do MCQ. I said na. Because MCQs clarification required. That also you are not doing. अरे बोल दे yes or no. Accept na. Yes sir, I am not doing. बोलो. Carrying book will not help. Taking revision class will not help. Self-study is the most important mode to pass in exam. If you are not doing self-study, it means no self-assessment. If no self-assessment, then income tax proceeding will come. Income tax proceeding means by AO. Who is AO? ICAI. ICAI will give a notice. Come again. After 6 months. Everything is linked with our classes only. You know all the facts. Self-assessment is required or not? So self-assessment when you do self-study. When you do self-study. Chalega? Chalo, theek hai. Okay, now let us start. Let us start. Because last day only one student has asked all the doubt. He is the same student who is asking all the doubt. Means out of I don't know how many students is watching online. But only one student is asking doubt. Just try to understand what is the percentage. Percentage of self-study. I hope you are understanding. Everyone is same. Everyone have same time. No one is different here. Then also one student is only asking doubt. What is the reason? I don't know what is the reason. He has 50 hours per day. He is writing only what, one subject, FR. What is the reason? I don't know na. Difference arises because of this. You all have the same time, but commitment नहीं आ रहा है. That commitment is not coming. That commitment is not coming. Am I right or not? बोलो yes or no. अच्छा, how many of you done all the, जो बोलेंगे सच के सिवा कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे. हाँ, जो बोलेंगे सच के सिवा कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे. How many you done all the questions of your question bank, whatever book you are following, of first day, day 1? Only one student. देखो, understood what is happening. She has done na. Why you have not done? You are doing some other subject. Who said yes sir? बोलो, who said yes sir? I will ask next question. Who said yes sir? अरे बोलो fast. No one is बोलो. I will ask some question. You said which subject? हाँ, अभी बोला ना. 10 days due only FR. 10 days due only FR. I have already said. FFM में ज़्यादा प्यार है. हाँ, FFM more love. You want to score exemption in that? So why AFM in this 10 days? Already I said this 10 days do only FR. So why AFM? AFM after 10 days you do na? Am I right or not? Why AFM? How AFM came? चलो ठीक है, do AFM. But after AFM do you start FR? Okay. I don't know why you are doing AFM right now. I don't know. I don't find any logic behind that. Are you getting what I am saying? चलो. But others what you are doing? अरे बोलो. You are doing FR, you are not doing anything. I am asking something. You are doing FR, you are not doing anything. So if one student can complete all the questions of first day, so why you are not able to complete? There is a point of question or not? Yes. Achha, how many you have completed day 2 all the questions, chapters? चलो, till now not done. Till now no one has done. But day 1 तो हो गया ना एग्जाम का. So at least do that much. Day 2? इतना fear है to say day 1 is completed. I'm not going to scold you, Ray. Chalo. Now let us come to IND AS 115 because I need to complete my commitment. Correct. Now I can't extend beyond 10 days. Okay. Okay, sir. Now the last class we started IND AS 115, but we are not able to complete it because of some lack of time. So today first I will complete IND AS 115. Then I will go to IND AS 102 and IND AS 116. This will be our target for today. Our target for today will be IND AS 102 and IND AS 116. Correct. Now I think the last topic what we have done was warranty. Any doubt till now for warranty, up to warranty? You can ask me that doubt so that we can proceed. If you don't have any doubt, then we can proceed. No doubt? Can I assume you don't have any doubt? Huh? Okay, sir. Now let us come to licensing. Licensing till now no question have been asked by ICAI study material. Sorry, my mistake. In the ICAI study material they have question, but till now not asked in exam. They have given good question in ICAI study material which I feel should be asked, but till now not asked. Because this topic is thoda sa interesting, so they don't want to ask that topic because they know that they are asking simple question and you are not able to answer that also. So why to ask complicated point? So from my point of view, anytime they can ask this topic also in exam. Till now they not asked. So I think they have given 4, 5 or 5, 6 questions. All questions are important. Are you getting? But once you have understood, you can answer that. So what they are saying? A license means what? When I am saying licensing, so it means the seller entity will give right to use their intellectual property. Right to use their intellectual property. That is licensing. So intellectual property means what? Intangible asset. When we give right to use for intangible asset, that is nothing but licensing. When I say right to use tangible asset, that is nothing but rent. Or given on rent. Understood that? That is the difference between rent and licensing. So license establishes a customer right to the intellectual property of an entity, which can be in the following form. So in this topic we will be studying all these following form. It can be licensing of software and technology. It can be licensing of motion picture, music and other form of media. It can be franchisee given. franchisee for any company, etc. Means, are you getting? So for example, Haldiram has given their franchisee to sell their product. Patent, trademark, and copyright. Patent, trademark, and copyright. That is also come in this topic. Understood? Now, in this what we are discussing that how to recognize revenue for granting the license to customer for right to intellectual property. So, how to recognize revenue in the books of entity, in the books of seller entity. So, they have given there are two situations. Two situations. First, if the promise to grant a license, if the promise to grant a license is not distinct, means it is not a separate performance obligation. If the promise to grant a license is not distinct, means it is not a separate performance obligation. So how will identify it is not a separate performance obligation? Apply step number. Means right now we are not discussing how to identify it is a separate, it is not a separate performance obligation. For that you need to go to what? Step number 2. You need to go to step number 2 na. Are bolna re. So what they are saying, if the promise to grant a license is not distinct from other promised goods or service in the contract, means it is simple treated as a single performance obligation, means entire contract it is a single performance obligation. I am just giving a best example. Suppose a license has been given by vendor when you purchase a laptop. When you purchase a laptop, so a license has been given to use operating system for a particular period or for the entire life. Yes or no? So okay, that operating system is actually integral part of what? Laptop. So because that operating system is an integral part of laptop, therefore it is not a separate performance obligation. It is not a separate performance obligation. So what they have given one clarification that examples of license, they have given two clarification. Examples of license that are not distinct from the other goods or services promised in the contract, means when these will not be distinct. When it will be not distinct, it will be same performance obligation. So they have given two scenario. In this, it will not be a separate performance obligation. First is license that form part of a component of tangible goods and service that is integral to the functionality of goods. That is integral to the functionality of goods. If you remember under IND AS 38 also we have done similar point ki whenever intangible component is integral part of tangible component. You remember that point? We have done that point also. Whenever intangible component is the integral part of tangible component, but you will apply IND AS 38, IND AS 16, you will apply IND AS 16, IND AS 38 separately. IND AS 16, very good. Means you remember that point. So in that we applied tangible component only, means tangible asset wala IND AS, that is IND AS 16. So here also they are saying there is no need to separate. It will be a same single performance obligation. Means once you have sold laptop with operating system, it will be one performance obligation. It will not be a two performance obligation. Understood is fine. Second example they have given a license that the customer can benefit. A license that the customer can benefit. Correct. From only in conjunction with related services, only with the related services. I will give you the best example. Suppose you purchase my Google Drive classes, so I have given also license to use that my recorded classes for a particular period. But can I say you can use the license only with my recorded classes? Can you use with any other purpose? No. So it means it is also integral part of my product. It is also integral part of my product. So in that case, whatever license I have provided to use the software to play my recorded classes, it is not a separate performance obligation, and therefore once we sold our product with the license, it will be only single performance obligation. So I have given the example. I hope you have understood. So this might be important. They will give you a case study. If in that case study either this condition satisfied or this condition satisfied, therefore it is a single performance obligation. If it is single performance obligation, there is no need to separate. There is no need to separate. So if the license is not distinct, entity shall apply step number 5 to recognize revenue as and when the performance obligation is satisfied, depending upon over the period of time or at a point in time. To apply step number 5 after that, that is step number 5 means it can be over the period of time or it can be at a particular point of time. That depends upon the criteria given under step number 5. Understood? Chalo. This is not so much important. I will say this is more important from exam point of view. This point number B, if they will ask a question from my point of view, they will ask point number B. So what they are saying, the promise to grant a license is distinct from other promise or good services in the contract. So in this case, the license whatever you have provided, that is a separate performance obligation. So if this is the case, now two situations will arise. If we have understood it is a separate performance obligation depending upon step number depending upon step number 2, or I will say if these two conditions does not prevail, so it will be always a separate performance obligation from examination point of view. Understood what I am saying? Correct. So if it is a separate performance obligation, now one doubt will come whether the revenue should be recognized over the period of time or at a point in time. Whether revenue should be recognized over the period of time or at a point in time. So what IND AS 115 says that in simple word I am saying ki if it is right to access the intellectual property, right to access intellectual property, then it is over the period of time. And if it is right to use the entity's intellectual property, then it is at a point in time. So how can we understand it is right to access and right to use? Sir, how can we understand whether it is a right to access or right to use? So what is the keyword? I am just identifying the keyword, right to access, right to use. These are the keyword. You need to identify this. You need to write down this in exam. If you are not writing this, they are not going to give marks in exam. So first you need to identify whether it is a right to access the intellectual property or right to use intellectual property. So how can we understand right to access, right to use? So what they said, if the intellectual property to which the customer has a right changes throughout the license period, if we will change throughout the license period, it means can I say in that case the customer receive and consume the benefit as and when entity perform, means it will change na. So it means entities activities will change the license. It means we receive and consume the benefit as and when entity perform. It means criteria A is satisfied. It is over the period of time or at a point in time? Over the period of time. So what they are saying, if this is the yes, it means in this case, correct now. In this case, क्या लिखा है यार? One second. A customer, I need to use read full. A customer cannot direct the use and obtain substantially all the remaining benefit from a license at a point in time. Also, it is written negative thing. They will not receive all the benefit at a point in time. It means they will receive the entire benefit over the period of time. It means in this case we recognize revenue over the period of time. So entire performance obligation satisfied over the period of time, and therefore revenue should be recognized over the period of time. Understood? Correct. So what is the key point? First you need to find out right to access or right to use. So when it will be right to access, if the intellectual property to which the license has been granted changes throughout the period, then it is over the period of time. Otherwise it will be what? At a point in time. I'll just give an example. Suppose I purchase software for my recorded classes. Now software for recorded classes, now they give me updates. They are updating the software, but we don't require that updation. Updation means they are just giving me update every month, but I don't update because I am not technological person. If I will update, it will entirely change na. The entire format will change. I don't require that. It means can I say that update is not necessary for using that license for me? It means can I say I receive the entire benefit at a point in time? It means the control was transferred at a point in time. For me it is right to access or right to use? Right to use. Therefore for me it is means for the seller entity, because they have sold me that software, it will be over the period of time or at a point of time, and revenue should be recognized at that particular point of time. But suppose that update is necessary for recording. Without that update I can't record only. Means every time update is necessary and I need to update it and then I need to use it. It means the software is going to change during the license period. It means I am receiving and consuming the benefit as and when entity perform. It become over the period of time, and now the seller entity will recognize the revenue over the period of time. I have given a simple example. Understood this point? Correct. I hope you have understood. What is the keyword? Keyword is what? Batao? Intellectual property to which the customer has right changes throughout the entire period. Yes, then it will be right to access and revenue will be recognized over the period of time. If no, then it is right to use and then the revenue should be recognized at a point in time. Understood? If you have understood the keyword, any question you can do. Any question you can do. The question is not important. What is important? Content. And normally we focus on question. Don't focus on question. Focus on content. If you know the content, you can answer anything now. If you know the content, you can answer any case study. Any case study. Chalega. Now, in this case, one more point is given. What they say that if these three following conditions are satisfied, it will be always right to access. if these three conditions are satisfied, because now one doubt will come, so how can we understand it changes throughout the period? So they have given three conditions. If these three conditions satisfied, it means it will change throughout the entire period. So these three conditions is also important from examination point of view, because one question they have given on this, on that question these three conditions will be applied. So when it will be right to access the intellectual property, when all the three conditions are satisfied. What is the first condition? The entity is required to undertake activities that significantly affect the license intellectual property. Means seller entity will perform some activity which will affect the license, the license intellectual property. Means some activity will be performed by whom? Seller entity. And that activities are not a part of separate performance obligation. Means that activity is not a part of performance obligation. It is over and above performance obligation. So that activity is not a part of separate performance obligation. The entity's activity is not a part of performance obligation under the contract. And the activities, means due to such activities, the license exposes the customer to any effect of the entity's activities. Means because of that activities, the customer will be exposed either in a positive way or in a negative way. Means either it will increase the profit or decrease the profit. So it will affect the customer business. I'll give you one simple example. Whatever the question has been given ICAI study material. Suppose suppose the entity is what? One of the IPL team, Chennai Super King. So I purchase the right to use the logo, trademark, etc. of that Chennai Super King in my product. Means I am using the intellectual property of Chennai Super King in my product for 5 years. Understood now? Now can I say in this case, Chennai Super King need to play the IPL game or not? Means that is the activity they need to perform, because that is implied. Because if I am purchased that license and if they are not playing, so what is the use of that logo and etc. If they say no, I will not play now for the 5 years. So it means there is a deemed activity that they need to perform what? They need to play some matches, all the matches in the IPL. They are winning or losing, that is not a point. But they need to play the IPL game. Now due to that activities, either they will win or they will lose. If they will lose badly, so that will affect in a negative way now. If they win the entire matches and they win the title also, that will affect in a positive way. Means that exposes me for the remaining period, and that is not a part of separate performance obligation for them. Means that activity is not a part of separate performance obligation. If these three conditions satisfied, it means that is right to access. This is not right to use. It means it changes throughout the period of license. So I think you have understood. If any one or all the three conditions are not satisfied, then it means it is a right to use, and then it will be at a point in time. So you need to just memorize these three conditions. Therefore I say this IND AS 115 is thoda sa difficult, even though you are writing answer, but if you are not writing properly, they will not give marks. Chalega, done. Then repurchase agreement. Once again, only one small question has been given. Till now no question have been asked. You can see the difficult or interesting point they are not asking in exam. This is a very interesting topic, but till now not asked in exam. Means they are asking lollipop question, that also we are not able to answer. Believe me, that also we are not able to answer in exam because of writing content. Correct. These are important questions, good point, but till now not asked in exam. So I will say it can be also asked. I don't know, but with MCQs the pakka it can be asked. Repurchase agreement. Repurchase agreement means what? Ki any agreement with some call option, put option or forward contract. Means suppose we have sold some item with an option to purchase again. Are you getting? So it means now the question is that whether control has been transferred. If you have sold some product with an agreement that you can purchase at any point of time after that sale, so it means control is not transferred. You have a right to what? Repurchase. If you have right to repurchase, then control is not transferred. So one doubt will come whether the control has been transferred or not. So this topic has been divided into two parts. Correct. For I need to assume that you know about call option and put option. So this has been divided up in two parts. Whenever there is a repurchase agreement, so it can be either call option or forward contract, or it can be put option. Can you see in call option there is a right to buy? There is a right to buy. In forward contract, there is a right to buy as well as an obligation to buy. Right to buy as well as an obligation to buy. And in put option there is an obligation to buy. There is an obligation to buy, means put option will be held by customer. Put option will hold by customer. So they have a right to sell. So customer has a right to sell. So we have a obligation to buy. Means the seller entity will always buy na. Seller entity will always buy. They will not sell again na. So can I say in call option they have a right to? Bolo na. In call option seller entity has a right to buy. In put option they have a obligation to buy. But in forward contract they have a right as well as obligation to buy. Can you say this will be exercised only when favorable? Okay, this will be always exercised whether it is favorable or unfavorable. I am assuming that you know all these points from AFM as well as one of the chapter we do financial instrument. There also FR teacher will discuss this thing. So I am assuming that you know this point. Correct? Correct. And can you say this will be exercised only when it is favorable for whom? For customer. Favorable for customer. So of course they will exercise. So we have an obligation to buy. We have an obligation to buy. Understood? So can you see in this case you can see, because this is based on the favorable condition of entity, and in this case so there is always it will be repurchased whether it is favorable or unfavorable. So can you see in this case so control is not transferred. So control is not transferred. So what IND AS 115 says that repurchase agreement with call option and forward contract, control is not transferred. Therefore, do not recognize any revenue on the date of sale. On the date of sale. Then what to do? Then what to do? Correct. So what they say, this has been divided into two parts. If first part, second part. Well, if first part means what they are saying? If original sale price is suppose 100 sale price, and repurchase price is suppose 80. Correct. It means if the entity can or must repurchase the asset for an amount less than what original selling price, means original sale price is what more than repurchase price. Both will be given the question. Correct. Then voila, this is a case of lease, means you have given the asset lease for a particular period. It means it is not a sale transaction, it is not a purchase transaction, it is a lease transaction, and to do accounting as per IND AS 116, and this will be an operating lease, and therefore the difference between these two will be considered lease income over the period of contract. So the contract will be then accounted as a lease as per IND AS 116, because you are receiving what higher amount. So net amount 20 you retain for giving the asset for a particular period. So this will be accounted as lease transaction, and the difference between these two will be accounted as lease income over the period of contract on SLM basis, or any other appropriate method as given under IND AS 116. If you know the accounting treatment of operating lease, we'll do today also. IND AS 116 will do today. Chalega? Yes sir. So difference between original sale price and repurchase price will be recognized as a lease income over the period of lease. But if the contract remain unexercised, means suppose ki the seller entity has not exercised their call option, then revenue will be recognized at repurchase price. Understood? So if the option lapse unexercised, the control of goods will be transferred and revenue will be recognized at repurchase price. Understood? Correct. Second case is what? Ki original sale price is 100 and repurchase price is 120. It means, can I say it is one type of financing transaction? Means you need a loan, and because of that reason you have given your asset to other party, and for the loan you are paying some higher amount after the expiry of that repurchase agreement. Understood what I am saying? So the difference whatever you are paying, that will be interest expense over the period of contract. Understood this point? Correct. So the contract will be accounted as a financing arrangement. And the difference, the entities shall recognize difference between sale price and repurchase price as an interest over the period of repurchase term by applying IND AS 109. by applying IND AS 109 means you need to calculate EIR and calculate interest expense by applying what? EIR. Calculate interest expense by applying EIR. Understood? However, if the contract remain unexercised, then revenue will be recognized at which price? Repurchase price. Correct. If the option lapse unexercised, the entity shall de-recognize the financial liability and recognize the revenue at what? Repurchase price. Understood? Correct. I'll just give you simple example. Suppose you have done one contract to sale on 1/4/2023 at rupees 10 lakh. At rupees 10 lakh. Correct. And you have done one agreement to repurchase, and the repurchase price on 31st March 2025 after 2 years is 12 lakh 10,000. 12 lakh 10,000. Understood? Correct. But what journal entry you will do on 1/4/2023? Fast. Bank account, how much you have received? This will be what? To what? Batao fast. Financial liability means you have understood. For the interest expense of year 1, you need to calculate EIR. EIR will be given the question. But if not given, you can calculate. So that will be 10%. I know it will be 10%. Correct? Understood? It will be 10%. The first year interest expense will be how much? 1 lakh. Second year interest expense 1 lakh 10,000. So your financial liability become how much? 12 lakh 10,000. You can do it. Now on exercise date means on 31st March 2025. If option is exercised, if the call option is exercised, so what journal entry you will do? Batao. Financial liability account debit to bank. So you are supposed to pay na. So 12 lakh 10,000 you will pay. 12 lakh 10,000 you will pay. But if financial, suppose the option is remain unexercised, then what journal entry will do? Financial liability account debit 12 lakh 10,000 to what? Revenue. Revenue at which price? Repurchase price. So this was repurchase price. So revenue has been recognized at which price? Repurchase price. Understood? So this question can be asked as MCQ also. They will say revenue will be recognized at which price. There is no need to calculate. It will be at 12 lakh 10,000. Understood? Correct? Simple. Aage chale. Then now if it is put option, the put option is very easy, because can you see in that case the put option will be exercised depending upon customer intention. Depending upon customer intention. So what IND AS 115 says that we need to find out what is the expectation of customer, means what customer can do on exercise day. So what they are saying, if repurchase, same thing, if repurchase price is less than original selling price, or repurchase price is equal to or more than original selling price. So in this case, does the customer have significant economic incentive to exercise the right? Means whether they can exercise the right. Means there are two situations, whether it is favorable or unfavorable. So if it is favorable, then it will be accounted as lease. Same thing. Then it will be accounted as lease as per IND AS 116. But if it is unfavorable, so they will not exercise it. They will not exercise it. It means now it will be considered as sale with a right to return. Sale with a right to return. It means you need to apply the concept of sale with a right to return. Means you need to recognize revenue only to the extent the goods are expected not to be returned. And for the balance, you need to create one refund liability. You remember that point? The same treatment will be applied. So it will be considered as sale with a right to return. Got this point? Now, if it is this case, if repurchase price is more than or equal to original selling price, then in that case, once again you will find out whether the customer has economic incentive to exercise the right. If favorable means yes, then account it as what? Financing transaction. Otherwise, it will be a sale with a right to return. No question of this nature has been given. Therefore, I will say in exam this is more important than that. So one question has been given regarding this. One question has been given regarding this. Chalega? Yes, sir. Repurchase understood. To all the 10 point over. All the 10 special guidance over. So the 10 special point are important from examination point of view. Revise and go. The content need to be revised. Question kitna kar loge? Correct? I will say focus on content and do good question from examination point of view. Because if you see in this chapter, so they have given more than 100 questions. More than 100 questions. Can you revise all the questions before exam? But you can revise what? The entire content. So I will say whatever good question I just highlight key for this particular question, for this particular do this question. Just identify if you are finding difficulty in that. So that job you need to do. Which question is need to be revised, which question are not supposed to be revised. So I will say that type of question will be, I will say not more than 15 questions, and 15 questions you can revise before exam. Not more than 15 questions. I am giving higher level. So that 15 questions you can revise before exam. Chalega? Yes sir. Now coming to next point, contract cost. Contract cost. So contract cost is also covered in this chapter. If for any performance obligation we need to incur some cost. So how to recognize that cost, that is also given in this chapter. The guidance about the accounting treatment of such cost is also given in this chapter. But for that purpose, IND AS 115 says that contract costs are of two types. One is contract cost to obtain a contract. One is contract cost to fulfill the contract. Contract cost to fulfill the contract. Correct? Means suppose right now we have done one contract. So we have done some promotional expenses to obtain the contract. And then after obtaining the contract, we are incurring electricity expenses, rent expenses, employee expenses. These are the costs to fulfill the contract. Cost to fulfill the contract. Now, whenever there is a contract cost to obtain the contract, what they said, either it will be charged to PL or it will be recognized as a contract cost asset. It will be recognized as a contract cost asset. Means now, cost which is incurred for providing services can be also recognized as an asset. This is totally a new point in your life. In AS we have not yet done about this point. Means what they want to say is, suppose I am doing some batches yahan par. Correct na? My performance obligation period is yahan par. But can you say to obtain this contract I will incur some expense yahan par? So I have incurred some expenses yahan par. Understood na? Now this can be of two types. Either charged to PL or recognized as what? Asset. Recognized as an asset. Understood what I am saying? If recognized as an asset, it will come in the balance sheet. It will come in the balance sheet. Understood? And then it will be charged in the period in which revenue is recognized. It will be charged as an expense in the period in which revenue is recognized. So all assets will be charged to PL. It is as simple as depreciation. It is as simple as depreciation. You purchase some plant and machinery, as and when you use, you derive benefit, and then you charge depreciation to what? Profit and loss account. As per which concept? Matching concept. So we are following matching concept here. But you need to identify which are these costs and which are these costs. For that, what they say, you need to find out whether these are incremental cost. Incremental cost. Incremental cost means the cost which will be incurred only when you obtain the contract. Understood this point? Cost which you have incurred, cost which will be incurred only when you obtain the contract, that become what? Incremental cost. Means any cost which will be incurred even though you have not obtained the contract, that will be what? Not an incremental cost. Means I said promotional expenses, but incremental, not an incremental. Not incremental. So what they said in simple word, if question is silent, any cost which are incremental cost will be capitalized. Will be capitalized as what? Contract cost asset. Any cost which are not incremental will be charged to profit and loss account as an expense immediately. As an expense immediately. If question is silent, understood. But can you say, if these costs which are not incremental, any cost which are not incremental, as per agreement, if it is recoverable from customer, then if it is recoverable from customer, then what they are saying, then it will be also capitalized. It will be also capitalized. But for that, question need to inform that. Normally, question will remain silent. Question will remain silent. In simple, what I want to say, such costs are incurred even if contract is not obtained. Make one correction. Even if contract is not obtained. Are these costs explicitly chargeable to customer? If yes, then recognize as a contract asset. If no, then expense as and when incurred. If question is silent, then follow what? If question is silent, then follow what? Expense. Understood? If these are incremental costs, does the entity expect to recover? Normally it is recoverable only. Normally these costs are recoverable. Understood? So this will be recognized as a contract asset. No, then expense as an incurred. Means if question is silent, then what will follow? Question is silent, then what will follow? This will follow. Understood? Correct. Believe me, I was not expecting any question from this topic in exam. I was not expecting, because this question is so vast. Means that step 1 to step number 5 is so important, so interesting. We don't expect any question from this. Now, last exam they ask question from this. Now, देखो, if you can retain and if you know this point, this will be simple question. But if you forgotten out of the mind, then can you write? You write, but whether it is correct, that is a point of question. Understood? And all the examples were this only. Whatever question they have asked, this similar example they have asked. Understood what I am saying? Believe me, I was not expecting. Means I have never said it is important in exam, because I know simple only. But they ask this question. Means what is not expected, that is expected in ICAI exam. Unexpected are more expected. So if you are saying unexpected, that is more expected. Believe me, I will say my story. Here I have left only one concept in the entire life of my CA study. That is in CA final audit. There is one concept, due diligence concept. समझ में नहीं आ रहा था. Due diligence, because I have not taken any coaching classes and I was not having any practical exposure about due diligence. And past year they have never asked. So what I will do? नहीं समझ छोड़ना यार. And they asked 10 marks question of that in my exam. बता पाप किया. But I left only one topic. Entire nothing I have left. Only one topic that was asked in exam. What is unexpected? That is more expected. So if you are leaving that topic, that is going to come. Don't leave. And that is only going to come in your exam. And it might happen in your past attempt also. You are thinking, अरे, and that question came. ऐसा हुआ आपके साथ? चलो ठीक है. I have done some pap because of that reason happened with me. चलो cost. Now can you explain? Commission paid only upon successfully signing the contract. बताओ. Capitalize or expense? It is given, sir. Travel expense for salesperson pitching a new client contract. It will be incurred even though contract is not obtained. Legal fee for drafting the terms of arrangement for parties to approve and sign. बताओ. Doubt आ गया ना? Doubt? Just try to understand. It means some explanation required. If you do rectification, you will be confused in exam hall. So just try to understand. Normally when we do any contract, means when we do negotiation, so before negotiation, can I say we'll write down one agreement? Abhi right now I will not disclose anything, but abhi right now one negotiation is going with some academy with me. Till now not finalized. So they have sent me a draft agreement. So I am reading it. I may cancel it. नहीं करना जा. It means that they have incurred some legal expenses, and that will be incurred even though contract is not obtained. So when you do negotiation, so of course during that negotiation you will draft some agreement and you have to pay some legal expenses to your legal advisor. So even though contract is not obtained, you need to pay that expenses, and therefore it is a expense. Understood? Salary for sales people working exclusively on obtaining new client. बताओ. Expense. Bonus based on sales target. Bonus based on sales target. डाउट है इसमें? अच्छा इसमें डाउट है. Salary, this is a fixed salary ना. Even though contract is not obtained, we need to pay fixed salary, so this will be an expense. Bonus based on sales target. Bonus, अरे you are silent. You need to answer it. रे. Bonus based on sales target. Capitalize. Now capitalize only, but there are two type of bonus. I will explain. One is bonus based on getting the contract. One is bonus based on profit. Means overall, if the sales increase, will give the what? Bonus. So can I say that too you are receiving without that too you need to pay even though contract is not obtained, because that bonus is based on profit or whatever sales. Correct now? So there is a doubt. However, when the explanation is given in ICAI guidance, so they have given both the point. But in ICAI study material, they have given what? Capitalized. So I have given as per what? ICAI solution. If you ask me practically, I will say wait, give me entire facts. Give me all the facts. It is if the bonus is based on profit, then it is not capitalized, then expensive. So I think in exam also, whatever exam question they ask this only. So we said capitalized. We said capitalized. So as per ICAI solution, it is capitalized. Therefore I am writing capitalized. Chalega. Okay, sir. Then contract, cost to fulfill the contract. Cost to fulfill the contract means there is a cost to fulfill the performance obligation. Means this cost is incurred during the performance obligation period. Correct. Now what they are saying, these are two type of costs. Either such costs are already covered in separate Ind AS. For example, inventory cost Ind AS 2. Correct now. Right now I am using my tangible asset, computer, etc. So Ind AS 16. I am using software also, it is covered under Ind AS 38. Well, this will be covered in respective Ind AS. So whatever is covered in respective Ind AS will be covered in respective Ind AS. For that Ind AS 115 will not be applicable. But can I say I am incurring some electricity expense, rent expense, employee expenses? For that there is no Ind AS, so we need to come what? In this chapter. We need to come in this chapter. Understand what I am saying? So are the costs incurred to fulfill in the scope of other Ind AS? Yes, then accounted as per respective Ind AS. If no, in simple word, from examination point of view, in simple word, are the costs expected to be recovered? Recovered from customer? Yes, normally this will be recoverable cost until unless they are admin extra, admin cost, general overhead cost. Correct now. So if they are recoverable cost, then capitalize as a contract asset. But if they are not recoverable, it will be charged to profit or loss account as an expense. Now what is recoverable, what is not recoverable? The examples are given. What is recoverable and not recoverable from examination point of view? So you know, direct labor, direct material, allocable costs, costs that are explicitly chargeable to customer, other costs that the entity incur only because it enter into contract, means direct cost only. Not chargeable, just read it, you will be able to understand. Abnormal loss not chargeable. Correct now. Admin and general overhead not chargeable. Understood? So this you can just memorize from examination point of view. Chalega? Yes sir. Then amortization and impairment, this once again I don't know whether this type of question they will ask or not. Can I say when there is a contract cost asset, you need to amortize it? So we'll amortize as per matching concept as and when revenue is recognized. So can I say if it is over the period of time, then doubt will come. If it is at a point in time, then when the revenue recognized, entire cost will be charged to profit and loss account. So doubt will come when? Over the period of time. We have done one question. Last day we have done one question. We have calculated percentage of work performed and we deducted actual cost incurred. So once the revenue recognized, the actual cost incurred will be charged to profit and loss account. Means once the revenue recognized, based on the progress of measuring revenue, it will be charged to profit and loss account. Means I will say as per matching concept. As per matching concept. Now whether impairment required? Well, yes, impairment also required. Means if they are asking this type of question, they want to kill you. Simple. Correct now? They want to kill you because no question once again. Now impairment, what they say, simple, but if it is related to other Ind AS, inventory, PP, intangible asset, go to what? Ind AS 36 or whatever respective Ind AS we have. But if it is a contract cost asset which is not covered under other Ind AS, then impairment will be as per Ind AS 115. Understood now? Then impairment of that contract cost asset will be as per Ind AS 115. So they have given one formula for impairment. Means impairment will be a carrying amount minus recoverable amount. Carrying amount minus recoverable amount. So what is recoverable amount, that we need to understand for this particular type of asset. Understood? So what they are saying, in this case recoverable amount will be the what? Key. Remaining amount of consideration. Remaining amount of consideration means consideration to be received. Consideration to be received. Less expected cost to complete the contract. That will be recoverable amount. So recoverable amount means I am just giving one formula. Key. Consideration, remaining consideration less expected cost to complete. This will be the recoverable amount, and if it is less than carrying amount, the difference will be what? Impairment loss. Difference will be impairment loss. Correct? Understood? With no question in ICAI study material, I don't know whether it is important or not important. Chalega. With this cost also done. Now one special point about service concession arrangement. Service concession arrangement, they have given one question in ICAI study material, and there is totally bakwas question, maha bakwas question. Maha bakwas question. Means I never expect that type of question they will ask in exam. I used to say in class that is maha bakwas question, but do it. I used to say bakwas question, but do it. And same to same question was asked in exam. Same to same question was it. Means no level only. They can ask anything, whatever is given in ICAI study material. So don't leave anything. Even though I am saying maha bakwas question, so therefore after that I said I will never say maha bakwas question in class. Because when I say Mahabakwas question, what student will feel? It will not come. Yes or no? Correct. But in that question I have written MRQ. You must revise before exam, because that type of question you can answer only once you have done before exam. Same to same question was asked. Only one question was there that is already asked. Same question can be repeated because the performance of the student was not good. Understood? So only one question. Let's see what is this concept. Service concession arrangement. Do you know about service concession arrangement? Correct. In this what happened? There is one party government. This is known as grantor. This is known as grantor. There will be one entity, private entity. This will be known as operator. Operator. Correct. And they will receive one contract to develop या construct infrastructure facility or any other facility to be used by public at large. To be used by public at large. It can be playground. It can be park. It can be metro project. It can be road. It can be highways. It can be flyover. Whatever. Any project. Construct plus operate and maintain. Plus operate and maintain for a specified period of time. For a specified period of time. Either it can be contract construction or reconstruction, redevelopment. Either it can be for development or redevelopment. Understood? Development or redevelopment. But they need to operate and maintain for some period of time. Suppose the construction period is 2 years. And they need to operate and maintain that same infrastructure facility for remaining 8 years. Means the entire life is what? 10 years. The project is for how many years? 10 years. Now in this case, how to recognize revenue in the books of operator? We are discussing from operator point of view. Operator point of view that we are discussing. Chalega. So this is also known as built on transfer. BOT. You know BOT? Built on transfer contract. Correct? Or rehabilitate on transfer contract. Or it is known as what? It is also known as public to private service concession arrangement also. These are 3 names given. So any name can be used in your exam question. The service concession arrangement involves a private sector entity known as an operator constructing the infrastructure used to provide public service or upgrading it and operating and maintaining that infrastructure for a specified period of time. Correct? Understood? What is the objective to understand accounting treatment in the books of operator? So there are 3 points. First point, the infrastructure means PP, that road, park, etc. will be recognized. Whether it will be recognized as PP in the books of operator? No. It is not a property, plant and equipment of operator, because there is no right to control given to what? There is no right to control given to the operator. So it is not a property, plant and equipment of operator. Therefore this property, plant and equipment will not be recognized in the books of operator. Understood? So treatment of operator right over the infrastructure shall not be recognized as property, plant and equipment in the books of what? Operator. Chalega. Then second point, recognition and measurement of arrangement of consideration. Can the consideration whatever received by operator will be recognized revenue as per IND AS 115? As per IND AS 115. But then what is the requirement of this appendix? Because doubt came. Doubt was what? There are 2 type of arrangement. Either this operator will receive the consideration directly from whom? Grantor. Either this consideration means this operator will receive entire consideration directly from grantor. So can I say then it is a right to receive cash? Right to receive consideration from whom? Grantor. Therefore it become a financial asset in the books of. Are you getting? Okay, this is right to receive consideration from grantor. So it become financial asset in the books of operator. Then they said we'll apply financial asset model. We'll apply which accounting principle? Financial asset model. But sometimes the contract is designed in such a way that this party operator will not receive any amount directly from grantor. They can charge public if public uses that infrastructure. Means can I say grantor provide a right to collect? They provide what? Right to charge what? Charge public. Right to charge public means a right has been given. That right will become an intangible asset for whom? Operator. So it is known as intangible asset model. Intangible asset model. So what will be the accounting treatment in financial asset model? What will be the accounting treatment in intangible asset model? That we need to understand. That we need to understand. Understood this much? Correct. So what they want to say? Correct. Key construction means we are discussing about construction or upgrade services. This point whatever I have discussed, this is for which services? Construction services. Means how to recognize revenue from construction services. So there are two models, financial asset model or intangible asset model. Financial asset model or intangible asset model. So financial asset model means what? The consideration may be a right to a financial asset, means right to receive consideration from grantor, or an intangible asset, that is right to receive consideration from the user of infrastructure services. Now first, financial asset model. So what they say in financial asset model, can I say we need to recognize one financial asset account debit, and this financial asset will be what? Present value of contractual cash inflow discounted at what? Market rate of interest. To what? Revenue. To revenue. Then we need to also recognize interest income on this over the period till it is actually received, and that will be what? Sorry, wrong entry. Financial asset account debit to financial asset account debit to interest income over the period of contractual agreement, and then this plus this will become total amount collected from grantor, and then once collected the entry is cash account debit to financial asset. Simple general entry. But can I say it is a long term arrangement? Means of course if they will ask a question, they will not ask for 1 year, they need to ask for 10 years. Therefore we think that whether that type of question they will ask in exam, because 10 years it is a longer period. So of course they can give for 5 year, 4 year like this. Till now that type of question they have not created in ICAI study material. They have given one class question that now you can understand. Just read that question. ठीक है ना? Are you getting what I am saying? So this journal entry will prevail over the period of arrangement. Correct. This much you understood. Now, chalo, baad mein batata hu. This too you have understood. Correct. Now this financial asset, whatever you have recognized, and in this IND AS 109 will be applicable. In this IND AS 109 will be applicable. Now, as per IND AS 109, it can be measured either at amortized cost or FBTOCI or FBTPL. But normally, if question is silent, it will be always what? At amortized cost. At amortized cost, it will be always amortized cost only. It means for amortized cost, we want EIR, and EIR will be given. The question if not given, then we know how to calculate EIR. 100% they will give EIR. Correct. So based on that EIR, we need to calculate what? Interest income. Chalega. Now, if it is intangible asset model, so it means we need to recognize one intangible asset. So what journal entry will do? Journal entry for the construction service, intangible asset account debit to revenue. Are you agreeing? Now the question is that which amount? So what IND AS means, this guidance says, this appendix says you need to apply IND AS 38 for this. Now IND AS 38 says that whenever you acquire intangible assets for non-monetary consideration, there is non-monetary consideration, because can you say you have provided some services and you are receiving some right. So you receive some right based on some non-monetary consideration. So but what is the cost price of intangible asset? It is fair value of asset given. So asset given means construction service, fair value of service provided, or what? Fair value of intangible asset received, whichever is clearly evident. So you need to apply IND AS 38 regarding this. So this will be, this journal entry is based on this formula. Can you say either of these will be given the question? Normally they will give fair value of construction service. They will give you fair value of construction service. They will give you, this is the fair value of the construction service. So what journal entry? Suppose they have given 100 lakh. So this become 100 lakh. This will become 100 lakh. So this journal entry will do for the revenue for construction services. Intangible asset account debit to revenue with the fair value of construction services or fair value of intangible asset, whichever is given in the question. If both given, then no. If both given, then what? First preference what? Understood? Correct. Apply that concept only. Okay. Yes, sir. Now, okay, this intangible asset need to be amortized over the period of contract. So we'll pass one journal entry, amortization expense to intangible asset over the period of contract till you use that intangible asset, right? So for the next 8 years we can use it. As per my example, for the next 8 years we can use it. It will be amortized in how many years? 8 years it can be amortized. Correct. This much you understood. So I hope you have understood about the construction services. You have understood about the construction services. Now come to operation services. What they say? Operation services revenue recognized as per IND AS 115 means, can you say as and when the amount collected and the services means apply IND AS 115. So whatever revenue you are, whatever consideration you are receiving for operation services, apply Ind AS 115 for that. For that, some information will be given that you apply. So as per Ind AS 115, correct. Now then, 2 points more given about the contractual obligation to restore the infrastructure to a specified level of serviceability. Suppose there is an obligation to restore the infrastructure after some point of time. So what Ind AS, this appendix says that if it is a separate performance obligation, then there is no need to recognize any liability as per Ind AS 37. But if it is not a separate performance obligation, then Ind AS 37 will be applicable and to recognize a provision for what? Restoration. Provision for restoration. Understood? That is given कि the contractual obligation to maintain or restore infrastructure, if not a separate performance obligation, shall be recognized as major in accordance with Ind AS 37. Then about borrowing cost. Suppose you have taken loan for construction services, etc. So what they are saying, if it is financial asset model, then financial asset is not a qualifying asset. Then borrowing cost will be charged to profit and loss account. But if it is intangible asset model, intangible asset will become what? A qualifying asset. Then borrowing cost will be capitalized during construction period. During construction period and during operation period, it will be charged to profit and loss account as an expense. This type of question can be asked in MCQs. Chalega. Done. So I think that one question is given. I don't have that question right now, and I hope now you will be able to understand. I think that you have done also by your own. Am I right or not? I have that question. Check करने दो. I don't have. Okay. Chalo, do it that question. So with this, Ind AS 115 is completed. Now I have already said there are 4 accounting standard. AS 22. Last class we have done Ind AS 12. The difference may be important. You want me to do that difference also? Already I have explained na. That you can पढ़ा दूँ? चलो ठीक है. And this AS 7 and AS 9. This is also important. Therefore I have given difference also to you because this is also amendment in the syllabus. Previously this was not specifically included in the syllabus. Now it is specifically included in the syllabus. So ठीक है पढ़ लो. Coverage Ind AS 115, AS 7, AS 9. So can you say this coverage is, of course, this is what it will cover all types of performance obligation. Means this cover all types of revenue except there are some revenue which are covered under other Ind AS. But here the coverage was not what wide. It used to cover only what? AS 7 used to cover only revenue from construction contract, and AS 9 used to deal only with what? Sale of goods or rendering of services or interest, royalty and dividend. So here the coverage was more than this. One difference. Second, measurement of revenue. Okay, they have clearly mentioned about transaction price. So based on transaction price means they have given detailed guidance about transaction price. In that we have discussed variable consideration, significant financing component, non-cash consideration, and all the points we have discussed. But here, okay, no such guidance was given about a transaction price. Therefore we used to recognize revenue as per invoice, on the basis of invoice. Means whether you have done any estimation of variable consideration, never we have done. In accounting standard that point was not given. Non-cash consideration that we don't know only. Correct now. So what they are giving, as per AS 9, revenue is the gross inflow of cash, receivable or any other consideration arising in the course of ordinary activities. Revenue is measured by the charges made to the customer, means invoice price. Charges made to the customer means what? Based on invoice na. So revenue is measured by the charges made to the customer or client for the goods supplied or service rendered to them, and by charges and reward arising from the use of resources. Use of resources means interest, dividend or royalty income. However, as per AS 7, they have given revenue recognition based on the percentage of completion method. Based on the percentage of completion method, if you remember, revenue from construction contract is measured at consideration received or receivable, and that to be recognized as revenue as the construction progress if certain conditions are satisfied. Means based on percentage of completion method. So for this you need to have thorough understanding about AS 7 and AS 9. However, this though here it is totally based on transaction price, means step number 3. Step number 3. Then recognition of revenue, can you see they have given 5-step model. They have given 5-step model for all the revenue recognition, but here they used to say the revenue will be recognized only when certain conditions are satisfied, and basically it was based on risk and reward condition, for the sale of goods. So for different revenue they have given different conditions. So that just read it, you'll be able to understand. The multiple element, can you see Ind AS 115 discuss about the multiple performance obligation, but AS7, AS9 was totally silent about multiple performance obligation. Then capitalization of cost, they also discuss about contract cost. AS7, AS9 was totally silent. I will say AS7 thoda sa had given about cost, but AS9 was totally silent about cost. Then guidance on combining contract and variable consideration and contingent consideration. Ind AS 15 has given detailed guidelines, but AS7, AS9 has not given detailed guidelines. However, AS7 has given thoda sa point about combining and segmenting of contract, but they have given only some conditions. Correct. Then adjustment for time value of money. Ind AS 15 details discuss about significant financing component, but AS7, AS9 is totally silent about time value of money. Correct. Guidance on service concession arrangement we have done right now. They have given guidance on that also, but it is totally silent about service concession arrangement. Disclosure requirement, of course this will be detailed, this will be what, very less disclosure requirement. This becomes the difference between Ind AS 115 and AS 7 and 9. Means what type of question they will give. Suppose they will give one question about significant financing component, and they will ask discuss with the reference of Ind AS 15 and AS7 or AS9. So in AS7 and AS9 will recognize revenue at discounted or undiscounted amount. Undiscounted, that you can do now. So this type of question can be asked. Chalega? Okay? Yes, sir. So with this, this chapter done. Now let us come to the new chapter for today, share based payment. Share based payment. Now one doubt came ki, sir, can you give examples for the difference between sale based or usage based royalty or licensing of intellectual property and licensing? Just try to understand. Then whenever you have given licensing and that is based on sale or usage based, then that point will be applicable. Understood? We have done 2 points for licensing. One is sale based or usage based. So whenever you have given some license and the revenue is based on sale or usage based, then the revenue recognized as and when performance obligation satisfied or sale or usage occur, whichever is later. But if there is no sale based or usage based agreement, then it will be based on what, performance obligation to be satisfied, which can be over the period of time or at a point in time. So don't combine these two topics. Think that if there is a licensing agreement with sale based or usage based, then that para will be applicable. Otherwise, apply the last point whatever we have done about licensing. Chalega? Doubt over? And also for the consideration payable to a customer and customer option. Consideration payable to a customer and customer option for additional goods. I have done this in the life. Then, sir, how we know customer has economic favorable interest in case of sale less than original price? Just try to understand, that will be given the question. If question is silent, assume both case. I said whenever you doubt about a question whether it is favorable or unfavorable from customer point of view, then give both the answer. I have already said. So whenever you have a doubt about a question, give both the answer. And if question has given that there is an economic incentive of exercising the option, then give the answer based on that. Correct now? So that will depend upon the information given the question. You can't apply your common sense that. Whenever doubt, give both the option. Chalega? Understood? Okay, sir. Chalo. Done. Come to share based payment, Ind AS 102. Now, Ind AS 102, I will say is not difficult, but this is a chapter which is totally based on calculation, and information given the question. Means from my point of view, student either do not understand the information, because conceptually to all are okay. Am I right or not? Concept to not required in this chapter. You all know, because you are doing from CA Inter this chapter. The concept, there is no doubt. Either you will not be able to understand the information, or even though you understand information, you will do some calculation mistake. So you need to work on that. Correct. Last time same thing happened. One question was asked. Most of the students have done calculation mistake. What they have done, we also don't know. They have done some calculation mistake. It means conceptually they are also okay, but in exam पता नहीं क्या होता है. And that mistake will happen because of lack of concentration. But now let us revise the entire topic. So share based payment arrangement means you all know about SBP arrangement or SBP transaction. I am not discussing that part. But can you say whatever SBP transactions are of two types? Either it is employee share based payment, or it is non-employee share based payment, or it can be one more time, that is group based share based payment plan group. So this topic and this topic are not so much important from exam point of view, but they can ask a question, so we'll discuss at the end. However, the entire 90% of this chapter cover what? Employee share based payment. We'll discuss non-employee and group, we'll discuss, but at the end. Correct. Now coming to employee, there can be three type of transaction. One is equity settled, one is cash settled, one is equity with what? Cash alternative. Equity with cash alternative. Understood? When I am saying equity settled, normally it is known as ESOP. When I am saying cash settled, so normally it is known as SAR. Understood? So these are the topic which we are going to understand. Correct? So if the question is coming from equity, then what point you need to keep in your mind? When the question is coming for SAR, what point you need to keep in your mind? That you need to understand. And when the question is about both, what point you need to keep in your mind? That you need to understand from examination point of view. Now, what is the meaning of SBP transaction? SBP arrangement. It is an agreement between entity and another party. So this another party can be employee or non-employee. When I am saying non-employee means supplier of goods. Means if you are purchasing PP in exchange of equity shares. So Ind AS 16 is not applicable. Ind AS 102 will be applicable. If you are purchasing inventory in exchange of equity shares, Ind AS 2 is not applicable. Ind AS 102 is applicable. Whenever payment is done based on equity, always Ind AS 102. Correct? Which entitle another party either to receive cash, which is based on the price of equity shares, or equity shares of other entity, provided some specific vesting conditions are met. Understood? Correct. Means coming to the topic, if I am saying ESOP, let me give you ESOP. So can you say in ESOP normally what happens? There will be one grant day. This will be grant day, and there will be one vesting day, and there will be one exercise day. So this is known as vesting period. This is known as exercise period. Correct? Understood. Now on grant day, we need to find out fair value of option. Now when I say fair value of option, what is the difference between fair value of option and fair value of shares? Is they are same or different? Fair value of option and fair value of equity shares are same or different? So what do you mean by fair value of option? Option means what? Option means right. So it is a fair value of right. Understood. And what right has been given to the employee? That they can subscribe, they can purchase the equity share of the company provided some conditions are satisfied during vesting period. So this condition, there may be some conditions which need to be fulfilled. This condition can be of two types. One is known as service condition, one is known as performance condition. One is known as service condition, one is known as performance condition. These performance condition are of two types. One is market related performance condition, one is non-market related performance condition. Correct? It means this condition if satisfied, then can I say an employee is eligible to exercise their right? Employee is eligible to exercise their right during which period? Exercise period. Once the exercise day is completed, means exercise period is completed, then it will remain unexercised and automatically the option will be withdrawn. Option will be lapsed. This is the entire concept. Means can I say during this period, during vesting period, options were vested or unvested? During this period, options were vested or unvested? It was unvested. It was unvested. And during this period, it were vested option. It were vested option. Vested means what? Now employee can exercise their right. Unvested means employee cannot exercise their right. That means unvested. Understood this point? Correct. Now, fair value option means what? This is calculated as per what? Fair value option. What is fair value option? What is the fair value option? I am saying how it is calculated. I am asking that. One by one. Don't fight. You say. Fair value of means you will first find out fair value of shares. Then minus. How you will find out fair value of shares? Because you said fair value, you have not said market price. You are changing. You are changing it now. With MCQs now this become all difficult. हाँ question बड़ा मजा आता है ना. Conceptual question stuck. Yes or no? It means for MCQ you need to have conceptual knowledge. The first case, anyone can explain how to find out fair value of option? अरे क्या गजब है यार. You don't start teaching हाँ. ठीक है ना? Don't start teaching. And if you want to teach, don't teach what? FR. ठीक है ना? And if you want to teach, don't teach in this area. ठीक है? Okay. चलो. Fair value option. So can you see it is calculated as per your AFM syllabus. Means कि fair value option is not based on IND AS 113. It is based on IND AS 102 only. And IND AS 102 says that there are two option pricing model. One is binomial pricing theorem and one is black and Scholes model. ऐसा कुछ है ना? So it is based on these two formula, these two method. Now this will be detailed discussed by your AFM faculty. Therefore in exam, FR exam, they will always give you fair value of option. They will never ask you to calculate fair value because in accounts, in FR, we are accountant, not valuer. So value they will never ask. They will not ask you to calculate you fair value of option. Understand what I am saying? So for this fair value, refer which faculty? AFM. But is based on which model? So MCQ can be asked na. MCQ can be asked na. Ki which model, how to calculate that type of question can be asked. So I am teaching you that also. Understand what I am saying? So of course, how to calculate refer AFM faculty, but it is based on IND AS 102 or IND AS 113? 102. Based on which two model? Binomial pricing model or black and Scholes model. So I hope you know that, you know how to calculate. I am not at all interested in discussing that topic. Chalega? Means can you see in FR exam, fair value will be always given the question. But if fair value cannot be measured reliably, then they have given another method which is known as intrinsic value method. Intrinsic value method. Intrinsic value means what? Market price of equity shares minus what? Exercise price. So market price of equity shares will be known on the grant day. Minus what? Exercise price, that will become intrinsic value. But if fair value of option is not given, then only go for what? Intrinsic value. Means if the question has not given fair value of option, will you calculate it? Because we don't know these two model in our FR class. Correct. So it means then go for what? Intrinsic value method. But till now they have not asked that type of question. They always give what? Fair value of option. However, in CA Inter you used to use what? Intrinsic value or fair value? Intrinsic value. Intrinsic value. Achha, CA Inter used to do that chapter ESOP by which accounting standard? Very good. There is no accounting standard, that we used to do as per guidance note. As per guidance note. Very good. Excellent. I like this type of student who say them rightly. Means this what when you are giving answer like this now, the confidence came. Arey, aja, company mein aja. So interview this type of answer required. And them immediate. Even though you are wrong with confidence. So we know this. This is only answer. Confidence bolo. So that confidence is required in interview. Are you getting smile? Wrong answer with a smile. Wrong answer with smile. But wow. Then they will say bye bye. This is required. This you need to learn by your own. Learn by your own. Means once you enter the interview room now, they will decide whether you will be asked question or you will be rejected with your walking style only. How you walk, they will count that also. How you are walking, whether that is in confidence or not confident, they are watching that also. The interview is taken by a CA or any other director or whatever who has an experience of what more than 30 to 35 years. So they are not, believe me, once you pass CA now, knowledge is, you have knowledge. They know you have knowledge. Kut ke bhara hua hai. So whether they will ask, they only ask technical question to see your confidence. Can a CA can do any work even though they don't know that or not? Means suppose you ask me to file suppose any new audit, suppose corporate governance. Correct now? You do corporate governance? So I don't know anything about that. I've forgotten everything. But if you ask me to audit, you give me money, I'll do that or not? I'll study and do. That much capability I have or not? Achha, I can teach law or not? Give me money, I will teach. I can teach tax or not? Give me money, I will teach. I can teach Sanskrit also. Only what is required? Money. Believe me, I can teach. I will read, study, and 1 month I will prepare, I will be starting teaching. But I want money. Means CA can do anything. Everyone knows. So it means interview, they will not see your knowledge because you are knowledgeable. Therefore you become CA na. They will see what? Confidence. Understood? So if you are giving wrong answer, give it what? Confidence. Why I am saying that you will pakka pass in this attempt, huh? The next point is what? Interview. With full confidence, give wrong answer. Understood? And if you don't know, sir, I don't know. Ask me second question. Because they also know that we don't know all the question because we have 50% na? Correct or not? We scored how much? 50%. We are not perfect. We are not perfect. They also know that point. We have scored 50%, but we can do anything. Whatever they will ask, we can do it. They only want confidence. If you don't know answer, sir, I don't know this answer, please ask me next question. If you say that na, means they will understand, bhai, kuch to kar lega ye. Understood? So that is required. Chalo. So this knowledge, what I am saying, this knowledge is only useful when you have communication skills. When you have communication skills. So work on that skills also. Your entire remuneration is based on communication skills, not on your knowledge. Are you getting what I am saying? Your entire remuneration is based on communication skills, not on your knowledge. You know why MBAs are paid higher than CAs? Because they don't have knowledge. They have what? Presentation and communication skills. We have knowledge, but we don't have presentation and communication skills. So we are weak in that point. अच्छा बताओ जो दिखता है वही बिकता है ना? And whatever is looking good, that only you will purchase. Yes or no? So whatever is presentation is important, communication skill is important, knowledge will come in second point. So work on that because this exam you are going to pass. Next target is what? Interview. Okay. Chalo. Now coming to this, I was saying about what this you understood. Now my one last question, then I can start taking the concept of this chapter. Suppose this is the fair value of option given on grant date 20. So technically speaking, fair value of option is nothing but it is the present value of expected, technically speaking, not based on that model. Technically speaking means this model is based on this technical words. This fair value option is the present value of expected intrinsic value on what? Exercise day. Are you getting what I mean? Technically speaking, I don't know what this model says, but it is also based on this only. But how to calculate estimated market price? How to estimate that? That is based on volatility, etc. That is given in this model. So I don't want to discuss that. Chalega? So technically speaking, can I say fair value option is present value of expected intrinsic value on exercise day, but intrinsic value is the actual intrinsic value on grant day. Have you understood? Intrinsic value is the actual intrinsic value on grant day based on market price and exercise, means actual market price minus exercise price. Have you understood this thing? Now my question to you all is, suppose this is the 3-year vesting period, correct? Now fair value option will be 20 यहाँ पर, it may be 25 यहाँ पर, because expectation may change, your expected intrinsic value might change, correct? It may become 30 यहाँ पर, it may become 39 यहाँ पर, and on exercise day it might become 40, and this is the actual intrinsic value. This is the actual intrinsic value, but these are what expected na. This is the expected intrinsic value. Are you able to understand? My question to you all, if for ESOP, which value is relevant? Batao. At year end 1, year end 2, year end 3, during vesting period you recognize the expense na. So it is based on what? At year end when you are recognizing expense, it is based on 20 or 25. Here? Here? अरे भाई सुनो, all information are given in the question, हाँ? सुनो what I am asking. अच्छा बताओ, EB expense you will calculate on grant day at year end. Now think and say, okay, 1 second. This is the fair value of option 20, 25, 30, 39. At the end of the year, this information are given in the question. Information given in the question, huh? Are you able to understand? So my question is that EB expense for the given option is based on at year end 1, because you are calculating at year end 1, it is based on 20 or 25? 20? Pakka? Chalo, if you give me reason why, I'll give you one chocolate. 100% correct? Means I was just seeing your confidence. I am just seeing your confidence, whether you are changing your answer or not. 20 is 100% correct. So I am happy with examination point of view. You can do in exam 100% correct. But why? Can you give me the reason? One chocolate. One chocolate to you. Equity, there is no reassessment. Equity, there is no reassessment. So for equity, we never do reassessment. So in ESOP, what journal entry we are doing? EB expense, account debit to SBP reserve, and SBP reserve is equity or liability? It is equity, therefore no remeasurement, But if it is SAR, SAR means what? Cash settled. So same information will be given, correct now? Same they will give 20, 25, 30, 39, 40. But at year end 1, you will take 20 to 25. And at year end 2? And here? So here reassessment you are doing. Why? SBP liability. And any increase or decrease will be transferred to PL or retained earning. PL, very good, confidence. PL, it will be transferred to PL. This is the basic difference between what? ESOP and SAR. Entire calculation remains same, entire working note remains same, journal entry is more or less same. Only difference with is that there will use SBP reserve, here will use what? SBP liability, but entire concept remain same. Chalega? Okay sir. So basic thing you have understood. Now we can start the chapter. What is not covered by IND AS 102? What is not covered? First, it will not cover any agreement related to business combination. The business combination also PC is based in equity shares, but that is not covered in this chapter, is specifically excluded because for that Ind AS 103 will be applicable. Then it will not cover any agreement between entity and other person in the capacity of shareholders. In the capacity of shareholders, for example, any bonus shares issued, any rights issued, so that is in the capacity of employee, in the capacity of owner. So if you are giving bonus shares to employee because they were holding some shares, so that is covered in this chapter, not covered, not covered. For that Ind AS 32 will be applied. Understood? Then this financial instrument to buy, it will also not cover any accounting treatment for financial instrument to buy, say buy or sell non-financial asset which can be settled on net basis. Do you know about this topic? Financial instrument to buy or sell non-financial asset. So this I will only do, but in which chapter? Financial instrument. So why it is not covered, you will understand where? In financial instrument chapter. If you know, then okay. If you don't know, then I will discuss there. Okay. Then already I discussed these 3 points will be covered: equity settle, cash settle, SBP with cash alternative. First, let us come to equity settle SBP. Better I will take what? One question. But I have that question. I will see. Chalo. One question. The following particulars in respect of stock option granted by company are available. Grant date 1st April 2006. Number of employee covered 525. Number of option granted per employee 100. Vesting condition continuous employment for 3 years. Nominal value per share 100. Exercise price per share 125. Market price per share on grant date is 149. Vesting date 31st March 2009. Exercise date 31st March 2010. Fair value option on grant date is given. Thank you very much. So we want fair value option granted for equity settle, that they have given only. Chalega. Then they give position as on 31st March 2007. Estimated annual rate of departure 2%. Number of employees left 15. Position on 31st March 2008. Estimated annual rate of departure 3%. Number of employees left 10. Position as on 31st March 2009. Number of employees left how much? Number of employees left 8. Number of employees left 8. Overcharged. Number of employees left 8. Number of employees entitled to exercise the option is 492. Position as on 31st March 2010. Number of employees exercising the option 480. Number of employees not exercising the option 12. So this is a simple question given. So with one question I will just revise the calculation part. So what they have given? There are 3 vesting period and 1 exercise period. The first contract date is 1/4/2006. This is 07, this is 31st March 2007. This is 8, this is 9 and this is 10. But how many employees are covered? 500. How many options are given per employee? 100. Then what is the exercise price? 125. What is the market price of shares? 149. What is the fair value of option? 30. Once fair value option is given, intrinsic value is not relevant. Intrinsic value is not relevant. Understood? Now they have given that during the year how many employees actually left? How many employees actually left? 15. And they are estimating that in next year how many employees will leave? 2%. Then again how much left? 10. And how many employees will leave in next year? 3%. Then what is the actual employee left? 8. What is the total employee? 492. This employee vested the option, fulfill the condition. Out of that, how many employee will exercise? 480. So how many is nalayak employee? 12. Understood? This is the question. So always in exam, if you draw this timeline, now it will be easy to calculate. Otherwise, what if I see the question and one wrong information taken? Calculation wrong. And if calculation wrong, journal entry is wrong. Journal entry is wrong, 0 marks. Understood? If the journal entry is correct with wrong amount, Jana entry is correct with wrong amount, they will give marks. No marks, huh? 0 marks. Okay? Yes, sir. Now this is the question, how to do working? How to do working? So here we'll make one working note. Then first we'll find out cumulative expense, then expense. So year 1. But how many employee? So it's 500 minus what? 15. Into what? Means कि 2% will leave यहाँ पर and 2% will leave यहाँ पर. Correct? So it is our expected number of employees which are going to vest the option of vesting date. So we are calculating estimated number of employees who are expected to vest the option of vesting date. Correct? So this is the annual departure rate of this year and this year. So guys, when you are standing यहाँ पर, you don't know this information. You don't know this information now. So when you are standing यहाँ पर, don't take 10 and 8 because this is the information which you will receive in the next year. In the next year. Understood? Correct. So you'll do what? 98%. But the first give me number of employees. Normally student do mistake यहाँ पर कि they do entire calculation together. First give me number of employees. 466. Rounding up done. पहले accurate बताओ. 465. So always do what? Plus 1. Even though it is 465, 1, 2, then also plus 1. Correct now. So you will do 466. It is 466 now. Correct now. $525 है. So why have I written 500? You have said or I have written? You have said correctly. Oh no, I don't know भाई कहाँ से आया ये. चलो ठीक है, okay. Because I don't have question book यहाँ पर, so I am just listening whatever you are saying. ठीक है ना. चलो बताओ. 525 minus 15 into 98% into 98%. How much? 490 कर दें. 490. So first calculate number employee. Then 490 into what? Number option into what? Fair value into what? 1 by 3. So it will be recognized on SLM basis. SLM basis. 4,90,000. So this is the expense of 1 year only. So this become expense of first year. चलेगा. Second year. बताओ. Now I'll do 525 minus 15 minus 10 into 97%. First, can you give me the number of employee? 485 into 100 into 30 into what? 2 by 3. कितना आया? How much? 9,70,000 minus this 4,80,000. Sir, why you are doing so, sir? We know everything, sir. Okay. I will teach you because I will assume that you don't know, na? I know this all calculation, you know. Okay, na? Then last to actual only. Actual will take na 3 by 3. How much? 14 lakh. 14 lakh. 76,000. 5 lakh. 6,000. Super easy. Understood? Super easy. Case one mistake in this. Now whatever journal entry you are doing, they will deduct marks. So I will say once again cross check in exam. This calculation. Give some more importance this calculation. Then come to journal entry. Journal entry do fast. Are you getting what I am saying? Because your entire solution is based on this working. Understood? This working to you have understood. Let us come to journal entry. But on grant day was journal entry. No journal entry. At year end 1, EB expense account debit to SBB reserve amount, you know. Second year, EB expense to SBB reserve. Third year, EB expense to SBB reserve. Now coming to exercise period. First you receive exercise money. So how much exercise money you receiving? For how many employees? 480. It will be 480 into 100 into 125. So what journal entry? Bank account debit to SBP reserve. Bank account debit to SBP reserve. Then you will allot equity shares. So what journal entry? SBP reserve to equity share capital to securities premium. equity share capital will come with what? Nominal value. Any balancing figure will go to what? Premium. Nominal value is also given 100 rupees. It is given in the question 100 rupees. If not given, assume some face value and do the journal entry. Or what I have seen, what institute is given, they are adding equity share capital plus securities premium together. They are adding 2 equity share capital plus securities premium. But write down this consists of both amount. This consists of both amount. Chalega? Yes, sir. I think no discussion required for ESOP. Correct. But just try to understand. There is one point for calculation which I want to discuss. I discuss in my regular class, and I used to say that this type of question has not given in ICAI study material, but can be asked in exam, because this question I have taken from old scheme when we used to do CA final, means when there was accounting standard in the syllabus. Correct now. And I used to say maybe asked, and last attempt they have asked. Last attempt they have asked. Understood what I am saying? Last attempt the similar question they have asked. Means they have also taken question from there only, na? They have some limited resource. That is old syllabus, new syllabus. Means I have the question from 1981. That resource, that much resource I have. But I can't give you all the questions now, because you will die. Means I have the resource of ICAI study from 1981. Understood what I am saying? That much research I have done. But I can't give you all the questions. From that I am just taking some good question where if they ask, you will be troubled. So I have taken that question, and that question was asked in the last exam. So what was the question? Suppose they have given in this way. Correct? 525 employee. Correct? And they have given 15, 10 and 8 actual employee. अरे ठीक है, वो तो back calculation you can do ना. Okay, that to back calculation you can do ना. This too was in that exam, this can be calculated. In this no one has done wrong. Believe me, in this no one has done wrong. Back calculation everyone done. What wrong they have done, that I am explaining. सुनता ही नहीं है. This was the question. Now they have given during the year, means they have not given at the end of the year. Understood? Means in the question this estimation was done what? At year end. But when you are doing estimation at year end, it means you are doing for what? Next 2 years. But when you are doing estimation, when this departure rate was estimated during the year, are you able to understand? It means this information is also not known. Am I right or not? This information is not known, na? So it was given 2%. I don't remember the exact, but they have given in this way during the year. This is, let us suppose, 3%, and this too will become 492. And similar question was given. 4, kitna? 80 and 12. I have just converted previous question in this question. Now one doubt will come. Are you able to understand? Correct. Now you only say, if this type of question given, so this 2% is estimated for the balance 2 year, all the 3 years. Understand what I am saying? Are you able to understand what I am saying? This 2% is estimated for balance 2 period or for the entire year, entire vesting period. Entire vesting period, because this is during the year, na? If you read the question carefully, it was given during the year. During the year. Are you getting what I am saying? But the question was silent about this is for the remaining 2 years or for the entire vesting period. Suppose they have given, suppose in that question it was not given. Suppose they have given this is for the entire vesting period. Then to no doubt only. Then can you do this is 2%, this is 2%. You do this is 2%, this is 2%, this is 2%, and these information are not relevant. Actual information become what? Not relevant. Bolo yes or no? Are you getting what I am saying? Are you able to understand? Correct. So whenever this type of questions come, so we don't know what ICAI is taking assumption. What ICAI is taking assumption, because can I say question is totally silent. They said during the year. I will say best assumption is what? If you ask me, the best assumption is it is for entire vesting period. This is the best assumption. But what ICAI is thinking, that also we don't know, because as per old syllabus, I used to say in class that as per old scheme solution, they in one question they have given this, in one question they have given this. So I will say give always alternative solution, or whatever assumption you are taking, that you write down. That you write down. Means marks will be based on the assumption taken, because we don't know what solution they have done. So if you assume this, कि this is for the entire vesting period, then your answer will what batao? It will be 525 into what? 98% into 98% into 98%. जो भी है, now you can do it. Understood? Are you able to understand? Then year 2, बताओ, it is given that 3% was revised to 2%. Now इसमें भी doubt आएगा कि 3% has been revised for 2%, means if 3% means 2% was revised to 3%. Now this 3% is for the entire vesting period. It is for the second year, means all doubt. So it is totally based on assumption. So we'll assume that whatever annual departure rate is given, that is for the entire vesting period. This is the one assumption. You know, write down this assumption. See, whatever annual departure rate is given, that is for the entire vesting period, and because of that reason this information become not relevant. So second year also will do 525 into what? 97%, 97%, 97%. This is one assumption. Okay, year 3 it will be 492 actual employee. But in this you can take another assumption also, because question was silent. You need to assume it, write down that whatever annual departure rate is given, that is given for remaining vesting period. If you have taken this assumption, then your answer will what? 525 minus, then it is similar to what? What we have done here. So whatever annual departure rate is given, that is for remaining vesting period, then this answer will prevail. Now I don't know what ICAI is going to give solution. We are waiting for the suggested solution came. So we are waiting for the solution. In my suggested solution, I have given both. Either this can be also correct, this can be also correct. Understood? Based on the assumption taken. Let's see what ICAI is giving the solution. But suppose they mention in the question this is for the entire vesting period. Suppose they have mentioned, because that question can be also asked now in your exam, because that type of question also given in old scheme of syllabus. Suppose they say 2% of entire vesting period, then the no doubt only. Then the assumption is not required only. Then can you take minus 15 and into 98 into 98? No, you can't take. Then the 98%, 98%, 98%. It is quite possible that type of question can be asked in your exam. So read the question carefully, see what they have given about this. If the estimation was done at the end of the year, then no doubt. But if the estimation has been done during the year, doubt will come or not. So in your exam question, that was a question of SAR, and they have given estimation during the year. They said during 2004, 2005, like this. Understood? So be careful about that type of question. I have done my job by explaining the working part. Let's see what ICAI is giving solution for this exam, whatever exam, last exam done. Okay, sir? Have you understood this point? Can I proceed? So you have understood the calculation part. Once calculation is done, then this question is very easy. This type of questions are easy. So I think you have understood what? ESOP. ESOP, so you have understood? Now SAR, if you have understood ESOP, so SAR is also very easy. If you have understood ESOP, then SAR is also easy. So let me come to SAR. Come to cash settle. It is same to same whatever we have done for ESOP, only two difference. One difference what? Instead of SBB reserve, will open which account? SBB liability account, and will do reassessment of fair value of option at the end of each year during vesting period as well as during exercise period. Any difference will be transferred to profit and loss account. I will take one good question which is not yet asked in exam. Very good question. I like this question personally. Very good question. Till now not asked in exam. Means those who are not conceptually good, they may do mistake in exam also, even though they have done this question many times. Correct? Chalo. I think I have done my job. Now you will say, entity which follow is financial year as per calendar year grant 1000 share appreciation right to each of his 40 management employee as on 1st Jan 2005. The SAR, this is SAR, SAR. The SAR provide the employee with the right to receive at the date when the right are exercised, the cash equal to the appreciation in the entity share price since the grant date. All of the right vest on 31st December 2006. So vesting period is how many years? 2 years, from 1st Jan to 31st December. And they can be exercised during 7-8. So exercise period is 2 years. Management estimate that at a grant date, the fair value of SAR is 11. So they have given fair value on grant date. And it estimated overall 10%. Overall, now they have used the word overall. This is not annual departure rate. Overall, 10% employee will leave during the 2-year period. So overall, what is the departure rate? So this is 10% of 1 year or both year? Both year. The fair value of SAR at each year end are shown below. So they have given fair value at the end of each year. 10% employee left before the end of 2006. So actual employee also left how much? 10%. Means estimation and actual are same. On 31st December 2007, when the intrinsic value of SAR was 10, 6 employees exercised their option and the remaining 30 employees exercised their option at the end of 2008 when the intrinsic value of SAR was equal to the fair value of option. How much expense and liability will be recognized at the end of each year? Past journal entry. I think this question you have done. You have also done this type of question. Similar question you have done? Yes or no? Done or not done? Done. Then also I like to explain some point which I think is important from my point of view. This is what? Vesting period, exercise period. But how many employee? 40. Option per employee? What is the fair value of option on grant date? 11. Now on grant date, what was the annual departure rate of the 2 years? 10%. Then actual departure rate was how much? 10%. Understood? Correct. Then they have given fair value. Fair value here how much? Here how much? Here how much? Here how much? Batao. 12, 18, 8, 13, 12. Then they have intrinsic value. But the intrinsic value they have given year and year. How much? 10, 12. Understood? This is the question. I think all the information done. All the information written now? Now, we'll come to what? Working note. Calculation of EB expense. First year. So this is what? 4 year. 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct? But the working note. For the first year, how many employee? They have taken this estimation at the beginning of the year, means on grant date. But if nothing is given, we will assume same only now. But we want estimation at year end. We want estimation at year end. It is quite possible the estimation might change at year end. Are you getting what I am saying? If nothing is given, we will assume 10% only. Chalega. So 40 minus 10% means how much? 36 into 1000 into 12 into 1 by 2. 1 by 2 because vesting period is 2 years. But how much? 2 lakh 16. 2 lakh 16,000. Expense 2 lakh 16,000. And they have also asked liability. The liability will be also asked. So this is expense, this is liability. Chalega? Second year, batao. Second year, actual employee will take an actual employee is also 36. Into what? 1000. Into what? 8. Into what? 2 by 2. How much? 2 lakh? You are giving total, na? Then this. Then this. Correct. Now coming this way to vesting period, this will come in exercise period. Correct. Now whether during exercise period we will do reassessment. We'll do reassessment. Yes, it is liability. Liability require reassessment during vesting as well as exercise period. Batao. Now they will take 36 only. But out of 36 employee, how many employee exercise? 6 employee exercise and 30 employee remain unexercised. So this 30 employee will exercise यहाँ पर. Correct? बताओ. For 30 employee, you will take 1000 into what? Means now doubt will come whether we'll take fair value or intrinsic value. We'll take fair value or intrinsic value? Fair value. So let us take fair value 13. And for 6 employee, we'll take what? For 6 employee, we'll take what? Intrinsic value. Very good. Means you know the fact. Means intrinsic value is used for payment. For liability, we'll do reassessment of what? Fair value. Understood? Because this is expected fair value. And this liability will be expected to pay in second year. So this is the expected intrinsic value of this year, na? So liability will be at this, payment will be based on this. Very good. Yes, sir. So how much now it is coming? 4,50,000. So your expense will be how much? 1,62,000. But liability will be this much only. Liability is how much? 3,90,000. Last year, now that you have understood, last year you can say it is 30 into 1,000. Can you say on the contractual end both intrinsic value and fair value will be same? So if suppose they have not given intrinsic value, it means it is equal to what? Fair value. So on the date of last date of contract, fair value and intrinsic value will be always same. So into what? 12. This is coming how much? 3 lakh. 3,60,000. So you will compare with this, and there is a reversal. Reversal kitna hua? 30,000. This will be means 30,000 reduction in liability. Sorry, reduction in expense. Correct na? So this will be minus 30,000, and this all will be transferred to what? EL. All will be transferred to EL. Done. So with this question, one SAR question also I have taken, an explanation also done about a fair value, intrinsic value. Means can you say fair value used for finding out the reassessment of liability? Intrinsic value used for the payment of the liability. For payment of the liability. Chalega? Yes, sir. Done. Done this point. Now let us come to the one more topic. Share based payment with cash alternative. Share based payment with cash alternative. Correct. This is also popular in exam. They have already asked, I think, many times this question. Share based payment with cash alternative means an option has been given. Either you take what? Equity shares, or you take cash. Now this option can be either with employee or with entity. So ICAI, I will say they have given question based on this, but they have not given any question based on what? If they have not given any question based on what? When the settlement choice is with whom? And this there is no question. So normally this question we are not expecting in exam. In exam they will ask the settlement choice is with whom? Employee. Understood? Correct. So in this case, कोई question है क्या? Because in this better explanation come from what? Question. Yeah, we have one question. Let me take that question only. So from that question I will try to explain. So what they are saying? Tata Industry has issued a share-based option to one of its key management personnel, which can be exercised either in cash or equity, and has the following features. Cash settled shares 74,000, service condition 3 year, option number 2 equity settled shares 90,000, condition service 3, restriction to sale 2 years. Means, can you see, if you opt equity shares, so there is some restriction to sale. Whenever you have a restriction to sale, so it means, can you say, that will be available in the market with some restriction. So if that equity shares will come in the market, the fair value of shares will be higher than market price or lower than market price? Lower than market price. Correct? It means, can you say, if we opted for cash payment, then that is without restriction. If we go for equity settlement, that is with restriction. So always the fair value option with restriction will be lower than the fair value option without restriction. This point you all know. Now they have given fair value. Equity price with the restriction of sale is 115. Means this is the fair value of what? Equity settlement. And they have given fair value on grant date, and they have not written a restriction. So this is the fair value of what? Cash settlement. Then they have given fair value of this all 3 years at the end of each year. But of this they will give for cash settlement or equity settlement. But suppose they have given both, then suppose they have given for equity settlement also they have given. So you need to ignore this now. Ignore this. Correct? Because equity is not reassessed. So if question is silent, always this will be for what? Cash settlement only. You can see the question is actually silent. They have given only fair value. They have not mentioned with restriction or without restriction. So it is assumed that this is for what? Without restriction. Understood? So this is the question. So in this what we'll do? What our IND AS 102 says, you first find out fair value of liability component. Fair value of liability component. That will be the number of option granted. What is the number of option granted? The number of shares? 74,000. 74,000. Into what? What is the fair value on grant date? 135 is equal to what? 99 lakh 90,000. Correct. Then find out fair value of equity component. So fair value equity component how much? 90,000 into 115 is equal to 1 crore 3,50,000. So what they want to say, whenever there is an option with cash settlement, so always we recognize maximum liability and minimum equity. Maximum liability and minimum equity due to conservatism principle. Because can you say it is better to recognize liability or better to recognize equity? Are you able to understand what I am saying? But the better to recognize liability or better to recognize equity? You are saying from the point to entity or user? अरे नलायक, entity better to recognize equity means you don't know the concept. बोल रहा देखो सब रट्टाफिकेशन है. हाँ, you know the solution but you don't know the concept. मतलब we are preparing financial statement for entity or user? भाई, then you need to give me poison. Entity or user? User. So whatever accounting treatment is given, that is for entity or user? This accounting treatment is from the point of entity or user? User. So I am asking maximum liability, minimum equity from entity's point of view, user point of view. अरे भाई, entity will always try to disclose more equity कि more liability? More equity na, but they are saying more liability because we are conservative. If liability become equity चलता है, but if equity become liability then dangerous na. I am saying equity and liability painful na. अरे बोलना रे, but liability equity dancing. बोलना yes or no? There is no obligation to pay na. So it is better to show liability or equity? More liability from whose point of view? User point of view. Therefore IND AS 102 says more liability, maximum liability, minimum equity. Correct? So बताओ, so how much liability? How much liability? How much liability? This is for cash settlement na. So what is the maximum liability? बताओ, what is the maximum equity? So what is the minimum equity? The difference between these two. Difference between these two. Understood? So what is the difference? 3,60,000. This become SBR. SBR means SBP reserve. SBP reserve. हाँ. SBPL. SBPR. चलेगा? Understood? Correct. I'm just giving the concept what I know where you don't know. That I am discussing. I know you are good in calculations. So already I said this chapter is totally based on calculations. If you are not good in calculation, गया खत्म. This chapter is खत्म. But थोड़ा concept also required ना. That I know what you don't know. So on that I am putting my stress. I am putting my stress. So if you know, don't feel bad, हाँ. If you know, don't feel bad. सर क्या सोचते सर हमें सब आता है, ठीक है ना? If you know, it is a revision ना. अरे बोलना ना, I am here for revising only. चलो. So this become what 3,60,000. So what IND AS 102 says that this will be accounted as per SAR. This will be accounted as per ESOP. ESOP. So can you say this fair value of option require reassessment, but it does not require no reassessment? Means can you say fair value of equity per option is how much? 3,60,000 divided by what? If I ask you fair value equity per option, then what? 3,60,000 divided by what? 90,000. Very good. 90,000. Excellent. How much? 4. So whether you can do reassessment for these? No. No reassessment. No reassessment. I am just explaining one point. If ICAI change the question, all the student will die. Because till now they are giving this type of question. But they may change the question now. So if you have done only this question, student will die. So I am explaining if they change the question, how to react in exam hall. How to react in exam hall. Chalega. Now we are here to find out EB expense. So let us say EB expense year 1. So okay, year 1 we want liability common and equity common in both. Liability common. But how many options? 74,000. Means can I say in this question it has been assumed that no employee is going to leave the company. But in your exam question they may give number of employee who are expected to leave. So that will be changes in the question now. Till now that type of question has not been given in ICAI study material, but they can change or not. So in this question we are assuming that no employee is going to leave. Jadoo hai, so this is jadoo. In 3 years they will retain in the employment. This is jadoo na. We employee will always leave. Employee किसी का नहीं होता है. अरे बोल रहे, am I right or not? Even though you are giving bonus, they will leave after taking bonus. Even though you are giving ESOP, after ESOP they will leave. क्या लगता है? They will retain in the company. They will think about growth ना. They will think about growth. So employee, I will say 10% employee become only what? Employee of that company. 90% will leave because we want what? No. More money. We want more money. So employee किसी का नहीं होता है. Are you getting? Don't feel bad because I am just teaching you. I am teaching you. But we see are not employee. Huh? We see तो are made for some better things. Yes or no? बोलो. We are made for some better things. बोलना yes or no? Even though you are doing, suppose you are working in EY etc. Think about partner. Your ultimate objective is to become what? Partner. Therefore you are there, huh? अरे बोलना रे. Means when I was in Deloitte, I'll just say one story. So when I was in Deloitte, believe me, 9 months I was frustrated. इतना काम 13 hour 14 hour इतना तो we don't used to study only. Correct ना? 13 hour 14 hour I used to work and that too जितना सा पैसा 13 hours. So there was one of my senior who was working there for last 7 to 8 years. I asked him, sir only sir बोलना पड़ता है. Correct, because senior na. Sir, why you are here? So much experience, this so much money. Go. Well, nah, I have an objective to become partner of UI. Okay, then retain. No question now. Because he want to become partner. Therefore working day and night for that company. But if you have no intention to become partner in that company, why you are working for them? Work for yourself now. Am I right or not? So if I am saying if you work for 7 to 8 hours for yourself, you will be earning more than that. You will be earning more than that. That is true, I am saying. 100% true. But you should take some action for that. Action is required. But we normally don't act, we react. We don't act, we react. Anything will come, we react. Yes or no? COVID-19 came, everyone reacted. No one has taken it as a positive way. COVID-19 was actually an opportunity to explore. Yes or no? Those who have explored, they become what? Some other place. Those who have not explored, they are there only. Or they have left everything. So this is what? Something is happening for betterment. Something is happening for betterment. Understood? So normally I normally don't take in other way. Don't take in other way, huh? Normally I say to my regular class student, because in that class I can say revision class में अच्छा नहीं लगता, but don't take in other way. Don't take in other way, huh? So if you are not passed in any attempt, take it as a positive way. Take it in a positive way. And if you are there to write all the paper, means God wants you to score rank. Means God wants something better from you. And therefore they said, not this attempt, Ray. You are not fully prepared. Score rank, Ray. You are made for what? Rank. How many are writing both groups? And I think multiple of first attempt. So God want what? God want what? Rank. Betterment. Understood? Think about that. Then only energy will come. Then only energy will come. Believe me, I write at time I pass and I miss rank. I was actually preparing for rank. I missed it. Why I passed? That question came to me because I was preparing for what? मीन्स गॉड वॉज नॉट विथ मी, ही हैज नॉट गिवन मी सेकेंड चांस ना, सेकेंड चांस तो पक्का लेके आता, ओनली 7 to 8 मार्क्स डिफरेंस था। आर यू गेटिंग व्हाट आई एम सेइंग? तो सेकेंड चांस में पक्का आता, बट गॉड वॉज नॉट विथ मी, नॉट गिवन मी दैट चांस। अभी बोलने में अच्छा लगता है करेक्ट, जस्ट ट्राई टू बट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, बट believe me, when I came to this class, what actually I changed my profession na. Actually, I don't want to become teacher, but when I came to this profession, normally students, sir, which rank you take? Arey, no rank. Means every teacher, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, Chiranjeev, no rank, no publicity na, no promotion. बता rank होता तो promote करता ना, बोलो yes or no? तो I missed it ना, I missed it, बोलना yes or no? Because जो दिखता है दिखता है, ये दिख ही रहा नहीं है। नॉलेज इज कम, बट देखो पब्लिसिटी, मार्केटिंग, आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग व्हाट एवर आई एम सेइंग, मार्केटिंग इज गोइंग ऑन मार्केटिंग, बट व्हाट इज देयर, मार्केटिंग इज देयर, ओके, so I always regret that I don't have rank. God was not with me that time. So this is for your betterment, understood? Those who are writing both group and all subjects, only for them, ठीक है ना? And those who are exempted with paper 6, उसने तो कुछ पुण्य किया है, that person has done some पुण्य। Everything is happening for your betterment, everything is happening for betterment, understood? Correct ना? I will say you one more story. What happened कि I was in one of the academy initially, I left that academy and then I started my one academy, entire thing lost, means from top to bottom I came, means all my investment gone waste। there was some partnership में dispute हो गया, I started my institute, whatever investment I have done that become zero, dispute हुआ ना, so we started one academy, dispute हुआ तो separated gone। 3 months I was thinking what to do, are you getting? 3 months I was thinking what to do, मैंने बोला यार क्या हो रहा है, understood? Then I reinvented myself, that time I was teaching CA Inter and CA Foundation more, I reinvented, I said I was made for CA final and I was not teaching CA final, I reinvented, and believe me, after that reinvention, whatever I am earning, that is what I will say 15-20 times than more than that. So that happened, so I converted myself na, from CA Foundation, CA Inter faculty to what? CA final faculty. So something happened for betterment, understood now? जो हो रहा है अच्छा हो रहा है, but take it as a positive way. I'm not saying that in this attempt you don't clear, that is not at all, but something is happening for your betterment, something is happening for your betterment. Take it as a positive way and then bounce back, you can do anything. Those who have done 3 articleship, they can do anything, are you getting? You can earn anywhere, whatever you want to do पैसा आएगा, but this is only a formality. First finish this formality, you understood? CA final exam, this is formality. Now coming to this, what I am saying, why I am saying this last 2 months is very important life for any CA student. This last 2 months actually decide whether you are going to pass or whether you are going to not pass. Fail तो है ही नहीं, there is no word fail for any CA student, because you will earn money, believe me, you have so much power now after 3 articleship, इतना रगड़ चुके हो, you will earn money, believe me, you will go where you will earn money, but with CA without CA you decide, believe me, you will earn money. I know many chartered accountants who are doing practicing work earning what 10 lakh per month, they are not CA, understood ना? So you will earn, that is 100% return, but with CA without CA that you decide, पैसा आएगा, इतना पढ़ लिए रे, this much knowledge you have, you can't earn, go to the market is waiting for you, lot of work in the market, there is no one to do work, there is no chartered accountant, kitne we can count, and 70% chartered accountant in job, and out of 70%, 20% out of India, and those who are in job, they are not a CA, they don't know anything about CA, and practicing chartered 30%, less than 30%, उसमें भी कितने जो ऊपर, understood? Correct ना रे? Am I right? I am right. So it means only 30% chartered or practicing chartered accountant, full of work opportunity. Become CA, explore that market. And now with GST, India has a lot of opportunities. पैसा दे रहा है, market is ready to give you amount, only you need to work. For that, GST filing, whether CA degree is required, only for audit is required na. Only for one thing, auditing sign, that is required CA na. So you know all the work. You know all the work na. Are bolna re. Only you need to go to the market. Only you need to go to market. But with CA. वो तो कसम खा लो, commitment है with CA, because respect will come from what? CA. Remuneration तो कहीं से भी आता है. Respect will come from CA, and that you will understand only after becoming CA. Understood? So if you want respect, full commitment to that. If you want only remuneration, CA is not required. Achha, if I was not CA and I am teaching you FR properly, you will come or not? You will come or not? You will come. Yes or no? 100% will come. I am not rank holder. You are coming or not? You are coming or not? Coming. चलो rank holder में आ जाओ. Rank holder. So those who want to score rank, just write down somewhere what rank you want to achieve. 1 to 50, which rank you want to achieve. Once you write, then think how much efficiency will increase. Your efficiency will increase from here to here. Write down in the place wherever you are studying. This is target. Rank 1, या rank 20 या rank 23, whatever you want to achieve. Your lucky number write down. But when you see that now, energy will come. अरे पढ़ना है भाई, पढ़ना है. And automatically your efficiency will increase. But write down that. Anyone have written that? Chalo. Those who have not written, feel the difference. Means your 8 hour, if you are studying for 8 hours now, that will automatically become 15 hours. You will not realize. That much power you will receive. Understood? So you need to motivate yourself. Self motivation is the most important motivation. I mean, I am motivating you, but only for one day. Huh? Next day, why? You need to motivate yourself. You need to motivate yourself. Okay. Now coming to liability component. Then after this, we'll take a break. Okay. Liability component, what they are saying. So, बताओ how many options? 74,000. What is the fair value? Reassessment. Reassessment how much? It is 138 na? 138 into 1 by 3 is equal to 34 lakh 4,000. Then for this we'll take 90,000 into what? 4 into what? 1 by 3. Understood why 4? Understood why 4? For this will not do reassessment. But suppose this will change, so this will also change na. So this type of question till now not asked, but can be asked in exam. So normally in ICS 30 minutes they have done divide by 3. But if you divide by 3 in your exam, that will be wrong na. So always calculate this first. This is important. What is the fair value of option per option? 4. This is not given in ICS solution, correct? They have done divide by 3, but that is rectification if you are doing that. So if this will change, this will also change na, correct? So this is 90,000 into 4 divided by 3. How much? So this become expense of first year. Can you see you can do for year 2 and year 3? Now coming to only last settlement journal entry, that is only required discussion. So coming to settlement journal entry. So if employee offer cash settlement, then what journal entry? First journal entry, SBP liability account debit to bank, and any difference means any difference between liability and the payment, because payment can be done during exercise period and intrinsic value might change, so that difference will be transferred to PL. That difference will be transferred to PL. And any SBP reserve will be closed by transfer to retained earning. But if employee opt for what? Equity settlement. So what journal entry? SBP liability account debit, then bank account debit. Bank account means what? With exercise money, correct? This is the carrying amount of liability, and this will be 2 equity share capital and 2 securities payment with nominal value and balancing figure. And any SBP reserve again will be closed by transfer to retained earning. This journal entry I am giving as per ICAI solution. However, one more journal entry can prevail, means can be done, that this SBP reserve will be also transferred to this, and the balancing figure will be transferred to what? Securities payment. That is also correct. But this journal entry I am giving as per ICAI solution. Correct? Okay, sir. So this journal entry very easy. I think done. Okay, sir. Done. Now, so can I say 1 minute? Can I say we have done share based payment? This we have done. This we have done. This we have done. Let me complete one more point. Conditions. Condition. This is maybe important for MCQs. Now, condition already I have said there are 2 type of conditions. No, I have not said there are 2 type of conditions. One is vesting condition and non-vesting condition. The non-vesting condition means any condition after vesting period, during or after exercise period, either during or after. My question to you are whether non-vesting condition is relevant for calculating EB expense. No, therefore we'll ignore non-vesting condition for calculating EB expense. Understood? Now, vesting condition are of 2 types. One is service condition, one is performance condition. Service condition is continuous employment for a minimum period. Correct? Normally, can I say ESOP will always have service condition? Normally, ESOP will have service condition, but it may also come with performance condition. When I say performance condition, it means some service condition plus with some performance target. So service condition will be there also, means you need to retain for 3 years and you need to perform some, you need to achieve some target. The target can be what? Either market related performance condition or non-market related performance condition. Correct? Now, whenever service condition, can service condition is relevant for calculating EB expense? Correct? Can non-market related performance condition means what? When I am saying non-market related performance condition, means target is just like profit target, cost of production reduction target, or earning per share improved target, increasing earning per share. So that become what? Non-market related performance condition. When I say market related performance condition, which is based on the achievement of certain specified market price, means you need to increase the market price. My question to you are whether increase in market price, whether it can be achieved only because of performance of employee. Can I say it is based on some external factor also? Means even though employee is performing, then also market condition may not be satisfied, whether market price might not be achieved, but okay, this is totally based on what? Employee performance. Therefore, what they are saying, this non-market related performance condition will be also considered for calculation of what? EB expense. When I say EB expense, so there are 2 factors. 2 factor means what? Number of options multiplied by fair value. Number of options multiplied by fair value. So, okay, this service condition and non-market related performance condition will affect number of options. This service condition and non-market related performance condition will affect what? Number of options. But can you see this non-vesting condition and market related performance condition should not affect what? Number of options. Should not affect number of options. Correct. But this will be considered for determination of what? Fair value. But fair value will be given the question. If fair value will be given the question, so that is not relevant from examination point of view, because we are here not to calculate fair value of option. So whatever fair value is given the question, that is assumed to be taken after what? Considering non-vesting condition and market related performance condition. Understood? So what is the theory? Means what is the MCQ question? They will ask out of these which will affect number of options. Service condition and non-market related performance condition. Out of this which will affect fair value of option. non-vesting condition and market related performance condition. But out of these, which will affect EB expense? Service condition and market related, no, sorry, non-market related performance condition. And this type of question can be asked in exam. Only one thing I just want to clear, just try to understand. Suppose they have given this type of question, you will find this type of question in ICAI study material, correct? Suppose this is the 3 year, correct? And they have given some market price achievement of 70 rupees. Right now market price 60, correct? Understood? Have understood? And market condition is not satisfied यहाँ पर. Was not satisfied, correct? My question to you all, and the number of option is 10,000, correct? And fair value of option is 20. But how many expense you recognize in first year? Market condition was not satisfied. But 10,000 into what you will do? First, market condition was not satisfied at the end of year 1, at the end of year 2, at the end of year 3. What will you do? What is the EB expense of first year? 10,000 into 20 into second year. 10,000 into 20 into 2 by 3. Third year. 10,000 into 20 into 3 by 3. Market condition was not satisfied. Then also this. Pakka? Chalo, 100% correct. 100% correct. Understood? So this is one question till now not asked in exam, which can be important for MCQ question. They will give one small question. They will ask you what is the EV expense of last year or first year. Like this type of question can be also asked in exam. So don't be confused with this wording. So that will not affect what? Number of options. Very good. Excellent. So that is only given. Done. Now what is left in this chapter? One is modification left. So one question I will do for modification. Then cancellation is left. One question I will do for cancellation. Then this is not. This require only thoda sa discussion. This requires also thoda sa discussion. Then chapter over. So can I complete? We have 15 minutes left for 2. Then we'll take lunch. Can I complete? Chalo, modification में आ जाते हैं. Now coming to modification. Now modification can be of how many types? 3 types. How many types? Either changes in exercise price, or changes in number of options, or changes in vesting period or vesting condition. Changes in vesting period or vesting conditions. Now exercise price might be either increase or reduce. Number of options can be either increase or reduce. Vesting period might be increase or reduce. Batao. Can you say out of this one is favorable to imply and one is unfavorable to imply? Batao. What is favorable? Increase in exercise price. Favorable, unfavorable? Unfavorable. This is increase in vesting period. This is favorable. So what Ind AS 102 says that whenever any modification is unfavorable to employee, means favorable to entity, beneficial to entity, then ignore modification and no adjustment required. Do whatever you are doing for original plan, means follow your original plan accounting and no changes is done, means do accounting as if there is no modification, as if there is no modification. So ignore this, are you getting? Ignore means only accounting treatment is required whenever there is a modification which is not beneficial to entity, correct? Now the question is that why modification was required? Because the modification was required because to motivate employee for the remaining vesting period. It is quite possible that market price of sales start declining. Because if the market price of sales start declining, the employee will be not motivated and they will say we'll leave the company. So what we'll do? We'll do any changes here so that we can retain the employee for the remaining vesting period. Therefore, what Ind AS 102 says that, whatever Ind AS 102 says that, in that case, we need to find out the additional, we need to find out the incremental fair value of option. incremental fair value option, and that incremental fair value option will be recognized as an expense during vesting period from the date of modification. From the date of modification, we will to find out what incremental fair value option, and that will be recognized as a additional expense additional expense from the date of modification during the remaining vesting period. Understood? It means what are two date means what is the date relevant? Means what is the date relevant? Date of modification. So if this is the date of modification, so what is the remaining vesting period? This is the remaining vesting period now. So this may be 6 months, this may be 1 year. So remaining vesting period is 1.5 year. Understood? So from the date of modification, not from year end, from the date of modification. Now how to calculate that incremental fair value option? What is it? Simple formula. We need to find out a fair value of option of modified plan. Fair value option of modified plan. That will be given the question. Compare with the fair value of option on which date? Understood what I am saying? Fair value of option of modified plan on modification date. Compare with fair value of option of original plan on which date? On modification date only. Correct? So this both will be given. This will be incremental fair value of option. This will be incremental fair value of option, and this will be recognized over the remaining vesting period from the date of modification. Correct. This too you have understood. Now only just I am asking, apply your common sense. That type of question is not given in ICAI study material. But suppose they are, suppose this is what? Vesting period. But modification was done during exercise period. Quite possible. Quite possible. And exercise price was what? Reduced. Correct. So of course we will calculate incremental fair value option. Now my question to you is this incremental fair value option. This will be recognized. Suppose there are 3 exercise periods. So this will be recognized as an expense when? Immediately. Very good. Excellent. Excellent. You have applied your common sense or you have done this point before? Common sense, you have done this point. Both. Chalo, okay. So means I am saying that if suppose because this type of question has not been given in ICAI study material, if you know this point, okay. But if you don't know, then apply your common sense, because now it is during exercise period. So exercise period we recognize all the expense immediately. All the expense immediately. Chalega? Yes sir. This type of question has not been asked in exam, so can be asked. Understood? So all thing is given here, but I think you can read. This you can read. I will take only one question for modification. For modification. This question. QA Limited has on 1st April 2015 granted 1000 share option to each of its 2000 employees. The options are due to vest on 31st March 2018, provided the employee remain in employment till 31st March 2018. Okay. On 1st April 2015, the directors of the company estimated that 1800 employees would qualify for the option on 31st March 2018. On which date? On 1st April. This estimate was amended to 1850 employees on 31st March 2016 and further amended to 1840 employees on 31st March 2017. Understood? On 1st April 2015, the fair value option was rupees 1.2. The fair value increased to rupees 1.30 on 31st March 2016, but due to challenging business condition, the fair value declined thereafter. Okay, sir. In September 2016, when the fair value option was 0.90, the director repriced means modified the option, and this caused the fair value to increase to 1.05. Trading conditions improved in the second half of the year, and by 31st March 2017, the fair value option was 1.25. QA Limited decided that additional costs incurred due to repricing of the option on 30th September 2016 should be spread over. That is given. The company has requested to suggest suitable accounting treatment. Why I like this question? Because a lot of fair value is given. Many information is given. First thing, if you read, high chances you are taking wrong amount in the exam due to pressure. So this type of question that can be done only with timeline correctly. If you are reading, it is quite possible you have understood, but you want this information, by mistake you have taken this information. Quite possible or not? Quite possible. And this small mistake student do. You realize this mistake only after result when you ask for what? Answer paper. Means you will not realize during exam, you will not realize after exam also. But when marks is deducted, you will call for what? Answer paper. Then that time you realize, acha, this mistake I have done. Understood what I am saying? So be careful about the information. Can you help me with the timeline? This is 3 year. Initially, how many employee? 2000. What is the option per employee? What is the fair value of option? 1.20. Then estimated number of employee. How many is given on the grant day? Then how much? Then how much? 80/40. Then fair value become how much यहाँ पर? 1.30. Then modification was done on which date? On this date na? On 38 September. What was the fair value on this date? 0.9 na? What is the fair value modified plan? 1.05. Then they have given fair value on this date also. How much they have given? 1.25. This is the entire information given, and then they have asked only to calculate EB expense of this 2 year because the information about this year is not given. If given, then we can do that also. So very simple. Batao. So whenever there is a modification, original plan remains same. Original plan remains same. Only we need to calculate additional incremental fair value option. So what is the additional? This minus this. What is the additional fair value? 0. How much? 15. Is this information relevant? Not relevant. This information relevant? Not relevant. This information relevant? Not relevant. This information. This information. Are you getting what? This information not relevant. Understood? Now this modification, whatever we are discussing, this is for equity settled. For cash settled, because we are doing accounting based on fair value option, that modification rule is not required. Then you take the fair value modified plan and do accounting. So whatever discussion we are doing for equity settled. We are not discussing for what? Cash settled. Because for cash settled, even the modification done, will do accounting based on fair value now. So whatever fair value existing on that date, after modification, that become relevant. So this entire discussion is only for what? Equity settled. Understood this point? Correct. Now batao. Year 1. Year 1. When I am taking original option, what will be the EB expense? It will be how many employee? 1850 into 1000 into 1.20 into 1/3. This you can calculate. Then year 2 you can calculate original option. Original option will be 1850. Original option how much? 1840 into 1000 into what? 1.20 into 2/3. Very good. Plus will do what? Incremental expense. Incremental expense for the same number of employee. Same option, only what will change? Incremental fair value how much? 0.15. For how many period? Okay, this is 1.5 year. So this is 0.5 divided by 1.5. So this become expense of first year. This become expense of second year. Then third year also you can do. So this become modification. I think modification with one question you have understood what to do, what not to do. Then come to the last point of this ESOP, means employee based cancellation. Cancellation is also interesting topic. Only one time exam question they have asked, that too also ICAI study matter question. Only one time they have asked. Cancellation. Now what we are doing cancellation because of entity decision. Cancellation can be of two types. Cancellation because of non-performance of condition. or non-exercise of option, that is already we have done. For that too we'll do reassessment now. So right now we are doing cancellation because of entity decision, means now entity decided to cancel the entire plant. It happens when suppose there are two factory and one factory closed down. So can this employee will be retrenched? So automatically they will not perform for remaining vesting period. So automatically the plan will be cancelled. Now this cancellation can be of two types. Cancellation with settlement, without settlement. Normally it will be without with settlement, because trade union will come and trade union will ask demand what compensation for that. It is quite possible that always cancellation will be always with settlement. So in exam they will ask cancellation with settlement only. Correct? Now we'll take one question to understand the entire concept. I've taken one question only to explain the concept. Anara Fertilizer Limited has issued 2000 share option to its 10 director for an exercise price of INR 100. The directors are required to stay with the company for the next 3 years. Pay value of option estimated is 130. Expected director to vest the option is 8. During the year 2, there was a crisis in the company and the management decided to cancel the scheme immediately, and it was estimated further as below that pay value of option at the time of cancellation is 90. Market price of share at the time of cancellation was 99. There was a compensation which was paid to the director, and since only 9 directors were currently in employment during the date of cancellation of such scheme, hence amount of 95 per option has been given to such 9 directors. How much paid? 95. What was the fair value? 90. Understood. Once again, can I say we are discussing about equity settlement, because can I say if it is cash settlement, so whatever you are paying, that is only what? The payment done for liability. So whatever we are doing, this also we are doing for equity settlement. Doubt will come only for equity settlement. Doubt will not come for cash settlement. Correct. Now what they want to say? There were 3 years. Initially Y0, Y1, Y2, Y3. Initially how many director? 10 director. How many option per employee? 1000. What is the fair value of option? 2000. What is the fair value of option? 130. Now they have estimated that only 8 director will vest the option. Correct? Then during the second year cancellation happened. Now how many employees are there? 9 employees. Now fair value is given how much? 90. And this is fair value of option, and they have given market price of fair value of equity shares also. Now how much they have given? 99. And they have given compensation paid how much? 95. These all informations are given. So what IND AS 102 says that first to do normal accounting for year 1. So at year end 1 will pass one journal entry EB expense to SBP reserve. Correct now? With what amount? 8 employee into what? 2000 into what? 130 into 1 by 3. Yes or no? 6 lakh 93,333. Correct? Yes. Now what they want to say, at year end means during year 2 on the date of cancellation. Date is not given, so I am writing date of cancellation. On the date of cancellation, can I say it can be with or without settlement? That we don't right now. Right now, though we don't know. Therefore, this expense, the entire expense become the minimum expense. Therefore, you should recognize all the expense of future period on the date of cancellation only. On the date of cancellation, on the assumption that you are going to pay it, because it can be with settlement. So you can't cancel it. You can't reverse it. So first, calculate the entire expense based on the original plan. So what you will do? Same journal entry EB expense to SBP reserve. It will be 8. Sorry, now it become 9. So 9 employee into 2000 into 130 minus what? 6,93,333. How much? 16,46,667. Understood? Correct. It means you have recognized EB expense based on the assumption that this is the minimum expense which need to be recognized on the date of cancellation. On the date of cancellation. Correct. Now it can be with settlement, without settlement. Now if it is without settlement, then entire SBP reserve will be closed and transferred to what? Retained earning. But can date of cancellation and date of settlement, practically it will be different. In question it is same, but practically it will be always different. So on the date of cancellation, we don't know whether it will be settled or it will not be settled. So on settlement date, if it is not settled, means if we find that no settlement required, then SBP reserve account will be closed and transferred to retained earning. But if settlement required, so on the date of cancellation, it is as simple as for equity you are paying is buyback of equity, buyback of equity. So it will result in buyback of equity. Means employee has some equity, employer equity holder na. So if you are paying cash for that, so it become buyback of equity. So there is a rule that whenever you do buyback of equity, so any gain or loss will remain in equity. Any gain or loss will remain in equity. So can you say first you should convert SBP reserve to SBP liability. SBP liability na, because now cash payment. My question to you, based on the fair value of option on the date of cancellation, based on compensation paid. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Now equity will become liability. Equity will become liability. So based on the fair value of option on date of cancellation, based on the compensation paid. Have you understood what I am saying? Based on the fair value of, how many are saying based on the fair value of option? How many are saying based on the compensation paid? And those who are not saying, apply your common sense. Have you understood what I am saying? One second, just try to understand whatever I am saying. I am saying that, can you say now, because equity will be settled in cash, because it is with settlement, it means for equity, we are paying some cash, so it will result in buyback of equity. Whenever there is a buyback of equity, so what is the rule that any gain or loss will remain in equity, it will not be transferred to PL. So we need to find out how much gain or loss will remain in equity. We need to find out how much gain or loss will remain in equity. For that reason, I'm asking, whenever you are doing when you are converting equity to liability, what is your entry? SBP reserve to SBP liability. So reserve is how much? What is the total of this? How much? It is 23 lakh. I am saying this amount should be what? This amount should be, I am just asking you to find, it should be 9 into 2000 into 90 or 95. 90 or 95, this is the point. 90 or 95. How many are saying 90? How many are saying 95? How many are saying, sir, anyone? As per your choice. Batao. Abhi I said, abhi right now where the compensation paid, settlement not done. Abhi so we are saying settlement will be done. It is always based on the fair value of option on the date of cancellation. On the date of cancellation. So can liability become equity on the date of cancellation? So will take based on what? Fair value of option on the date of cancellation. Understood? So what is given 90? So this become your liability. So this much you should pay to buy back equity. This much you should pay to buy back equity. Nah. Actual payment is based on negotiation. But this much you should pay to buy back equity. But the difference is what? This is coming how much? 9 into 2000 into 90. 16 lakh. Difference is what? That will remain in retained earning. It cannot be transferred to PL. Because this is due to buyback of equity. It cannot be transferred to PL. In exam, they will ask MCQ question like this. How much is transferred to retained earning and how much is transferred to PL? Are you able to understand? So this amount will be transferred to retained earning. How much it is the amount? 7,20,000. Now you have done payment. So on the date of settlement, you will do SBP liability. How much? 16,20,000. But actual payment is how much? 70 lakh. So whatever extra you are paying, that is gain or loss on settlement. That is gain or loss on settlement due to excess payment of liability. This will be transferred to retained earning or PL. PL. Understood? This was the concept in this. This was the point we discussed in this concept. Understood? Correct. But how much loss now? Loss. Loss how much? The loss will be 90,000. So they will give the same question in MCQ. They will ask how much will be transferred to PL, how much will be transferred to retained earning. So this become one question for MCQ. Have you understood? Correct. I think that is only given here. You can read now. You will be able to understand. In this, I have given one compound journal entry, but better you do what? Separate journal entry. Separate journal entry is better to understand. Better to understand. करेगा. This also done. चलो. I am tired now because I am hungry. ठीक है ना? So only two topic left. There is small topic, only 10-minute job. ठीक है ना? So employee share based payment to the extent of employee, the share based payment to the extent of employee is covered. All the points I have covered. Okay. So we'll meet after 30 minutes. Then we'll first complete these 2 points and then we'll start in days 116. Chalo. Bye bye. Now, can we start once again, everyone? Okay. Now, before break, we have completed all discussion related to employee share-based payment. Okay. There are two topics left. One is non-employee share-based payment. One is group share-based payment plan. Now, as per these two particular topic is concerned, I think now they can be asked in the form of MCQ question. Now, when I am saying non-employee share-based payment, I hope you have understood that whenever we purchase any goods or we receive any services and the payment is done in the form of equity shares, then that will be what? Non-employee share-based payment. But services not from employee, services from other than employee. For example, you receive services from auditor, and to auditor you have paid what? Payment, means whatever payment is done, that is done in the form of your own equity share, then that will be what? Covered under non-employee share-based payment. So in that case, journal entry what? Means journal entry what? Asset or expense, whatever, account debit to SBP reserve or SBP liability, depending upon it is equity settled or cash settled. Only now we need to understand with what amount, whether we should take fair value of asset or we should take fair value of equity instrument issued. Understood? So first preference will be given to what? Fair value of asset or services received. If that is not measured reliably, then we take fair value of equity instrument. Understood? So either of that will be given the question. If both are given, then first preference will be given to what? Fair value of asset received. Only this much is the concept. So what they want to say? If the fair value of goods or services can be measured or determined reliably, recognize that fair value of goods or services, and if it cannot be measured reliably, then recognize that fair value of equity instrument on granted. Understood? Correct? Simple. Okay. Now journal entry, I think you have understood. So I think no discussion required for this topic. This is very simple. Now come to group share based payment plan. So there can be two type of group share based payment plan from examination point of view. Either a parent, means I will say ki if the parent has granted ESOP to the employee of what? Subsidiary company. This is one plan. It can be reverse also. Ki subsidiary company has granted to the employee of parent company. Employee of parent company. So this can be two possible question from exam point of view. But normally I have seen they have given this type of question in ICAI study material. Correct now. So in this case, what will be journal entry in the books of parent company and subsidiary company? So in the books of parent company, in the books of subsidiary company, बताओ who has issued grant, who has issued option? Parent company. So in the books of parent company, SBP reserve or SBP liability will come depending upon the nature of option. So it will be to SBP reserve or liability. And who has received services from employee? Subsidiary company. So EB expense will come in the books of subsidiary company. I hope this to you have understood. Correct now. Now only we need to understand which account is debited and which account is credited in the respective books. If suppose in this case subsidiary company will compensate parent company for this transaction, then to can I say in the books of parent company receivable will come, in the books of subsidiary company payable will come. But normally because they are related party, that compensation might not be paid by subsidiary company to parent company. So in that case we'll account what? Investment in the books of parent company and capital contribution in the books of subsidiary company. So what journal entry will do? Investment account debit, and here to capital contribution from parent company, and that will be transferred to other equity. Understood? Simple. So journal entry become a what? Investment account debit to SBP reserve. Here what? EB expense account debit to capital contribution from parent company. Be careful, in one of the question they have given that some portion was compensated by subsidiary to parent company. In that case, that portion which compensated, that will become receivable and payable in respective books. And if it is settled, then it will be bank account received or paid, whatever. Understood? Yes sir. Now if this is the transaction where subsidiary company has granted option to the employee of parent company, so what journal entry will do? In the books of subsidiary company, can I say what will come? SBP reserve or liability will come. In the books of parent company, what will come? EB expense will come. Now we need to understand which account is debited and which account is credited. So again, it is nothing but one type of parent company should compensate. In this case, parent company should compensate subsidiary company, but no compensation is given. It is as simple as subsidiary company has given deemed distribution to whom? What? To their shareholders, and for parent company it will become dividend income. So it will be dividend. So we will say dividend account debited, and this dividend will be debited to what? Retained earning, and this will become dividend income, and the dividend income will be transferred to PL. So this journal entry will be done. So I think these two questions now become super question from exam, from MCQ's point of view. However, can be asked for 4 marks and 5 marks also in exam. Only need to understand this journal entry. So normally they will ask this journal entry in exam. Chalega. So with this we covered what? All the topic of share based payment. I think done. Revision ho gaya. However, already I know that this chapter does not require revision of concept. Because only in this you need to be careful about what calculation. Careful about calculation. Now coming to one more chapter. Chapter is what? IND AS 116. IND AS 116 also I will say simple to understand. Simple to understand. Once again, examination calculation mistake is more here also. Why calculation mistake? Once again, student do not understand the information given in the question. So what I have understood that in this chapter, student will not have conceptual lacking. Only what? Either they will not understand the information given in the question, or if they have understood, so they will not be able to take correct information, or they will do what? Some calculation mistake. In that two areas you need to work. Because if you are doing some understanding of question mistake, or you are doing some calculation mistake, that is your part, not my part. Yes or no? I can only give what concept. Chalo, let us first cover the concept, then we'll come to that area where you normally do mistake. But I can identify where student do mistake. So with my experience, I know in which point you do mistake. So you need to be careful about that point. You need to be careful about that point. Now about lease. So can you see, if I am saying lease, so what we are going to do in this chapter, if I am saying lease, so we all know that there are two parties. One is lessee and second is what? Lessor. Now for lessee, it can be either a short-term lease or lease of low value asset. Low value asset, or it can be any other lease. Any other lease. So we need to understand what accounting treatment for this. What accounting treatment for this. And for lessor, we need to understand what will be accounting treatment for finance lease and what will be accounting treatment for operating lease. Under finance lease, there are 2 points. If lessor is a manufacturer or dealer, then what will be the accounting treatment? Or if he is a non-manufacturer or dealer, then what will be the accounting treatment? So this is basically the scope of discussion. Scope of discussion. But before that, this chapter will start only when the contract contains a lease. Means the contract does not contain a lease, then this chapter is not applicable. So first we need to understand how to identify whether contract contain a lease or contract does not contain a lease. Understood? Correct. Now in the recent some question of RTP MTP, they have given such question that first you need to identify whether contract contain a lease or not. So that type of question now I am expecting can be asked in exam. Because why I am saying that? Because there are some very limited question given in ICAI study material, and all the varieties of question have been asked in exam. Means if now they will ask, they will create a new question as happened in last attempt. As happened in last attempt. Because all the question have been asked in exam. So now if they will ask, so they will ask a new question only. Are you getting what I am saying? If they ask a new question, it will be thoda sa interesting only. We need to expect that only. Correct now. So first let us understand when a contract contains a lease. So for that we need to understand the meaning of what? Lease. Scope you can read by your own, but scope is not important now. Scope is important from MCQ's point of view. So what they are saying, IND AS 116 is applicable to all lease except following lease. Because this is covered in some other IND AS. This is covered under some other IND AS. For example, lease to explore for use mineral, oil or natural gases or any other non-regenerative resources. We need to refer IND AS 106, but that is outside the scope of our syllabus. Okay. Then lease of biological asset, already I have said that is already covered under IND AS 41. So any lease of biological asset is not covered in this chapter. Then any service concession arrangement, already we have understood for that. IND AS 115 is applicable. IND AS 115 is applicable. Means refer Appendix D to IND AS 115. Then in license of intellectual property granted by lessor. License of intellectual property granted by lessor. Already we have done where? Under IND AS 115 in the books of supplier, in the books of seller. So for this also IND AS 115 is applicable. Now right held by lessee under licensing arrangement means in the books of customer. In the books of customer. Can you say in the books of customer, if you are holding some right, that will become intangible asset, and for that intangible asset IND AS 38 will be applicable. In the books of customer, IND AS 38 will be applicable. Suppose I purchase software. So in your books, what is applicable? IND AS 115. In my books, IND AS 38 will be applicable, even though I have a right to use that license for that software. Understood? Yes, sir. So these are outside the scope of IND AS 116. Correct. Now, what is a lease contract? Of course, lease contract is a contract or a part of contract. Is a contract or a part of contract that convey a right to control the use of an identified asset for a period of time in exchange for consideration. Means to understand meaning, we need to understand 2 points: identified asset and right to control. If you understood right to control and identified asset, then only we can understand what? The meaning of this particular para. Understood? Yes, sir. Now one thing we have understood that either it can be one contract or it can be either it can be single contract or it can be a part of contract. So whenever a contract has 2 components, it might happen there is some lease contract and non-lease component also. Understood now? So if in a contract there are 2 components, lease component and non-lease component. So for lease component to IND AS 116 will be applicable. For non-lease component, respective IND AS will be applicable. So this chapter can be also applicable to a part of contract also. This chapter IND AS 116 can be applicable to part of contract also. But before that, we need to identify whether the contract contain a lease or not. For that purpose, first we need to identify whether contract has an identified asset. Correct. So what do you mean by identified asset? That we need to understand. So what they say ki identified asset are physically distinct asset. Physically distinct asset means they must be independent from other assets. It must be physically distinct. Means suppose if I say building has what? Part 1 means floor 1 and floor 2. Correct. So can I say, of course they are distinct because this is capable of being sold. So it will be considered as distinct only. So can I say physically distinct can be a part of asset. It can be a part of one asset. So it does not mean it should be one's total asset. So one part of this asset can be also what? Physically distinct. So it can be either entire asset or it can be a portion of asset also. It can be an entire asset, it can be a portion of asset also. Sometime what happen? Suppose this is the building and we are using only 90% of this capacity. Means 90% of the capacity has been given to use to other party. Now the question is that whether it will be considered lease contract. One doubt will come. Yes or no? Understand what I am saying? If you remember, we have done under IND AS 40 also this point. Whether owner occupied portion is insignificant or not insignificant related to that part. Are you able to understand? So one doubt will come if 90% has been given. So whether it will be an identified asset or it is not an identified asset, because 10% may not be separable. 10% may not be separable. So what they want to say, a capacity or other portion of the asset that is not physically distinct, means this is not physically distinct. Understood this point? Correct. Is not an identified asset. Normally they are not identified asset unless these 2 conditions satisfied. Means it will be physically distinct if these 2 conditions are satisfied, and therefore that 90% also will be considered as identified asset and the contract will contain what? Lease. The contract will contain lease. So what they want to say, it represents substantially all the capacity of the asset. So from exam point of view, we'll say 90% or more than 90%. From exam point of view, practically it is a matter of judgment. Practically it is a matter of judgment. Correct. It represents substantially all the capacity of the asset, and it provide the customer with right to obtain substantially all the economic benefit from the use of the asset. So can you say in this case, of course 90% is substantial only, and therefore even though a capacity of that asset has been given, this asset will be considered as what? Identified asset, and therefore the contract will contain a lease contract. This much you understood. Now what they want to say, ki the arrangement will contain a lease only if there is an identified asset. Only if there is an identified asset. But they have given one important point about substitution right. So what they want to say, ki if the supplier has a right to substitute that asset, understood? If the supplier, suppose I have taken this camera from supplier to be used for the entire year, and the supplier has a right to substitute this camera with any other camera during this 1 year. So the question is that whether this camera is an identified asset. So what IND AS 116 says that if this right to substitute is substantive, then it is not an identified asset. Means if the right to substitute is not substantive, then it is an identified asset. So what is the keyword? Substantive substitution right. Are you getting what I am saying? The keyword is this. Have you understood this point? So what they want to say, if at inception of contract, this on the date of agreement, a supplier has a substantive right to substitute the asset throughout the period of use, the customer does not have a right to use an identified asset even though the asset is specified in the contract. So now we need to understand when the right to substitute become substantive right. Now if the right to substitute is substantive, then only it is not an identified asset. If the right to substitute is not substantive, then it means it is a identified asset. So when it will become substantive right, that we need to understand. So what IND AS 116 says that if there are two conditions, if both the conditions are satisfied, then right to substitute will be substantive. The first condition is what? The supplier has the practical ability to substitute. They must have the practical ability to substitute. Means if they have a right but they can't substitute it, then there is no economic benefit from substitution, then it is not a substantive right. So there must be practical ability to substitute, and the supplier would benefit economically from exercising the right to substitute. So there are two conditions. First condition is what? Bolo? There must be practical ability to substitute. Second is what? The substitution right must be economically benefit. If these two conditions are satisfied, then the substitution right is substantive, and then it is not a identified asset, and therefore the contract does not contain a lease. Understood this much? Chalo. Then second point is right to control. So what they are saying, a customer will have a right to control if the two conditions are satisfied. How many conditions? Two conditions. First, right to obtain substantially all the economic benefit from the use of the asset throughout the period of use. So customer can obtain substantially all the economic benefit from the use of the identified asset, and the customer has right to direct the use of identified asset. The first condition is very simple because this does not require any clarification. If the customer can obtain substantially all the economic benefit, then right to control will exist. So when I am saying substantially all the economic benefit, so what they said, the economic benefit can be derived either directly or indirectly. It can be either directly or indirectly. Directly means either using it by our own. Indirectly means we can sublease it. So it can be derived either directly or indirectly. So now we need to focus on what? Right to direct the use of identified asset. So we need to understand what do you mean by right to direct the use of identified asset. So one clarification has been given. Right to direct does not mean right to operate. Means even though it can be operated by the supplier, a supplier employee Then also you may have right to direct. So right to direct does not mean right to operate. Right to direct does not mean right to operate. So what do you mean by right to direct? That we need to understand. Correct now. So what they are saying, right to direct means how and for what purpose asset will be used throughout the period of use. Understood? So right to direct means right to direct, right to take decision about what, how and for what purpose the asset will be used throughout the period of use. Means what is the keyword? Keyword is what? How and for what purpose? For what purpose asset will be used. Correct. Now what India 116 says that there can be two situations. If this is already, if this is not predetermined, understood what I am saying? How and for what purpose the asset will be used. For example, I have taken this camera, but in the contract nothing is mentioned कि this camera will be used how and for what purpose this camera will be used. Correct. So either this direction may be given by customer as per the contract, or it may be given by what, supplier. So if the customer has right to direct how and for what purpose the asset will be used, it means customer has a right to direct. It means the contract contain a lease. Understood? But if the supplier has such right, it means customer does not know right to direct and therefore there is no lease. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? Correct. So if this decision how and for what purpose the asset will use is not predetermined in the contract and the right is with whom, customer, it means customer has a right to direct and therefore the contract will contain a lease. But if supplier has such right, it means customer does not have a right to direct and therefore contract does not contain a lease. Are you able to say keyword? But sometimes this is predetermined in the contract. Are you getting what I am saying? Suppose in the contract it is already mentioned the camera will be used only for FR classes. Camera will be used only in FR classes, only taken by Chiranjeev Jain sir and only in the morning 3 hours. Everything is mentioned. So everything is mentioned. Correct now? Now that there is no role of customer, there is no role of supplier. So it is already predetermined. Now the question is that in that case, whether the customer has a right to direct. Whether customer has a right to direct. So what Ind AS 116 is that if two means they are given two conditions. If any one condition is satisfied, means if any one condition is satisfied, then customer has a right to direct. If both the conditions are not satisfied, then it means customer do not have no right to direct. I hope you are understanding. So what are these two conditions we need to understand? What are these two conditions that we need to understand? Understood? So what they are saying? First condition, कि whether customer has a right to operate. Right to operate. Right to operate. Correct. So if the customer has a right to operate in this situation, it means customer has a right to direct. Customer has a right to direct. So customer can operate it. Customer has a right to operate. If that is the case, it means customer has a right to direct. Or customer has designed the asset. Customer has designed the asset. Design the asset. When I say design the asset, does not mean design this camera. That is very impossible. Design the asset means suppose I have taken multiple equipment for recording classes. Correct now. I will not take only camera now. I will take camera, I will take PC, I will take mic, I will take projector, everything I will take for designing my studio. And that studio has been designed by the customer. Means where the camera will fix, where the PC will be installed, etc. Everything. So that studio is designed by whom? Customer. So customer has designed the asset. Then also what? Customer has a right to direct. Otherwise, if both the conditions are not satisfied, it means customer do not have a right to direct and contract will not contain a lease. So this might be important for understanding whether contract contain or contract does not contain a lease. So this become a case study based question. In this you need to only write and writing require what? Keyword. So I am just giving you the keyword. All the keywords are important. Are you getting? If you are writing lease, yes, can't happen. And if you are not writing as per the keyword, they will not give the mark. Understood? Yes, sir. So everything is given now. You can read. So with this flow chart, you will be able to understand now. So whenever a question comes about contract contain lease, first question is what? Is there an identified asset? Is there is any identified asset? If the answer is no, then contract does not contain a lease. If the answer is yes, then ask one more question. Does the customer has right to obtain substantially all the economic benefit from the use of the asset? If the answer is no, then contract does not contain lease. If yes, then ask the question. Does the customer has the right to direct how and for what purpose the asset will use? If the answer is yes, then contract contain a lease. If the answer is no, then ask one more question, whether it is predetermined. If yes, whether the customer operate the asset or design the asset. If any one condition satisfied, then contract contain a lease. If both conditions not satisfied, then contract does not contain lease. So this flow chart will help you to understand any question. Chalega? Understood? Okay. Now what's your doubt? I have not understood. 1 second. You want some example? Which point? Which point? No. Which point? You want example for this, you want example for this, you want example for this, you want example for this. N number of example I can give. अभी कैमरा का दिया ना. Camera I purchase, I taken camera. Means I am not saying you want about this physically distinct example. You want example for this, you want example for this para, you example for this, because every example will change. One example will not fit for everyone. So I will say better go for ICAI. N number of question, there will be small question. Identified asset, you will understand. You have some doubt, you can ask me. Example to N number, you have taken building. You have taken building on lease, building for use. So that will be identified asset only. So I require the facts and circumstances. If I will create, so that will not be an example now. You need to create a facts and circumstances. Correct now. For example, I have said I have taken this camera, and the camera can be substituted by supplier. Correct. And they have a practical ability to substitute it, and they will derive economic benefit from substitution. Then the right becomes substantive. Then this camera is not a identified asset, and therefore the contract does not contain a lease. So you can fit this example anywhere. I have given example of building 90% capacity. So 2 examples already I have given. Correct now. Third example, what you want? You have some example, you say me, I will say whether it is. I can create a number of example. Correct now. बताओ which point के लिए, किस point के लिए create करो? You want example for this or this. This already I have taken. This already I have taken. You want one more example? चलो one more example. कितना बोलते तो कर लेते हैं. Now suppose you purchase. Suppose what happened now? You require, just try to understand. This is what gas pipeline. Correct now. Which has been constructed below the earth. Correct now. From which gas will be transferred from supplier place to what, our place. Correct now. Now this has been used by us, and 90% or more than 90% capacity of this gas is in our factory. Suppose this is 60% only, so whether it will be an identified asset? No. But if 90% capacity is used for us only, then this become a identified asset. Then this contract will contain lease, provided all other conditions are satisfied. This is only one example. Identified asset, provided other condition is also satisfied. Understood now? There can be n number of example, only to fit this keyword. All these are important. Example, I can create n number of example. Only you need to apply this. The application is important. Example तो कितना ही बना लो ना. Correct ना? Understood? Correct. Yes. So I will say whatever example given, apply this. Whatever I have said, this is only important. This whatever I have drawn right now, this is important. So all questions can be done. All questions can be done. Chalega? Yes, sir. Now, come to the next point. This you have understood. Now, I am assuming that you have understood whether the contract contain a lease or does not contain a lease. Now, coming to the next point, separation of lease and non-lease component. So, what they are saying, right now we have understood that a contract may contain both the component, lease component and non-lease component. So, of course, non-lease component will be accounted as per respective Ind AS. Correct now. For example, the supplier is giving some services also along with the asset. So any services whatever you have received in the books of lessee, there will be separate accounting. In the books of lessor, there will be separate accounting, but as per respective Ind AS. As per respective Ind AS. Are you getting what I am saying? So in that case, we need to separate lease component with non-lease component. Very simple point they have given. Ki both the component will be separated based on the standalone selling price of both the component in the ratio of standalone selling price of both the component, which will be given the question. However, standalone selling price will be as same meaning as we have discussed where in Ind AS 1 and 5. So the meaning of standalone selling price remain same as what we discussed under Ind AS 115. So they will give you standalone selling price. They will give you the total consideration. Allocate the total consideration into lease and non-lease component in the ratio of their standalone selling price. This can be one good question from MCQ's point of view. Chalega? Yes, sir. Now, sometime what happen? One contract will contain multiple asset. Now, one doubt will come whether that will be a lease of single asset or multiple asset. When I am saying single asset, so Ind AS 116 will be applied to all the asset. If I am saying multiple asset, so Ind AS 116 will be applied to separate asset individually. Correct now. So whether it is a single contract or multiple asset contract, that depend upon two conditions. What they are saying, the right to use multiple asset is considered as separate lease component. Separate lease component means that will be separate lease component if and only both the conditions are satisfied. It is nothing but the two conditions whatever we have done for performance, distinct performance obligation, capable of being distinct and distinct within the context of contract. Same thing is given, but thoda sa changes. What they are saying, lessee can benefit either from the use of the asset, either on its own or together with the other resources available with the lessee. Same capable of being distinct. Remember, capable of being distinct in Ind AS 115. Bolna yes or no? Correct. Second, the underlying asset is neither highly interrelated nor highly interdependent with the other underlying asset in the contract. It means they are separate. Therefore, Ind AS 116 apply separately. But if these two conditions are not satisfied, then entire multiple asset will be one single contract and apply what? Ind AS 116 to entire contract. Correct. This much you understood. For example, I'll just give an example. Suppose we have taken car with car accessories. Car with car accessories on lease. Quite possible. But whether car accessories is capable of being distinct. Whether it is capable of being distinct. Chalo मान लो, ठीक है. But whether it is highly dependent or interrelated with car. Yes. Therefore, second condition not satisfied. Therefore, both will be combined and will apply Ind AS 116 together. But if you can taken car and truck together from one supplier, car and truck, so okay, they are separate, capable of being distinct, and they are not highly interrelated or interdependent. So this contract and this contract, however, one part of one contract will be two contracts, separate contract. Understood? Yes, sir. Now, just try to understand. Means what we have understood right now. If suppose there is a contract, so we need to first divide in lease and non-lease component. Then under this, we need to also separate if this is multiple asset, so for asset 1 and asset 2, if that two conditions are satisfied. If that two conditions are satisfied, are you getting what I am saying? So this separation is also required. If this lease contract have multiple assets, so we need to separate for separate asset. So for this 116, for this 116 and for this respective Ind AS. Now what Ind AS 116 is that this separation can be done only on the basis of standalone selling prices. Now you only say whether customer knows about standalone selling prices. Who will know? Supplier. Means there is a practical difficulty in separation in the books of lessee. Means lessee, can I say, if lessee will ask what is the standalone selling price from the seller, whether they will say? They will never say. And now they have to separate in which ratio? In the ratio of a standalone selling price, which is practically impossible. Is there some practical difficulty or not? Therefore, in case of lessee, some optional exemption has been given. In the books of only lessee, not lesser. Lesser need to separate in any case. Lesser need to separate in any case, but lessee, if they can't measure what? Standalone selling price. So there is an optional exemption. What exemption? Optional means either may elect not to separate or they may elect to separate if they know what? Standalone selling price. So this optional exemption is given only to lessee, not to lesser. But this exemption is available only to separate what? This, not to this. These two need to separate if that two conditions are satisfied. Means exemption is only for this. Exemption is not available for this. Understood this point? All are important for MCQs now. Got this point? Correct. That is a practical expedient. This is given here. Optional exemption of using practical expedient to not to separate non-lease component. This para is given here. Can you read by your own? Understood? Done. Separation will be not difficult because in exam they will give you standalone selling prices. In the ratio of that standalone selling price, we need to separate. Chalega? Yes sir. Yes sir. Now coming to key concept, means before we start the accounting treatment, we need to understand the definition of each term. So lessee you know, lesser you know. Inception of lease, commencement of lease. So what is the difference between inception of lease and commencement of lease? Inception of lease means date of agreement. Means agreement date is what? Inception of lease. Commencement date means what? The date on which the asset is available to whom? To the lessee. Correct now. It is quite possible agreement date is today, but we receive what? The asset after 2 months. So you only say lease term will start from inception date or from commencement date. Accounting should start from inception date or commencement date. So first you need to identify two dates, inception date and commencement date. Classification of finance lease, no, operating lease means when to classify any lease as operating lease and finance lease in the books of lessor based on what? Inception date. So if they will ask you classification criteria will apply with which date? Inception date. Classification criteria will be applied on which date? Inception date. But accounting will be done from which date? Lease term will begin from which date? Commencement date. Understood? Yes sir. Now one doubt will come, just try to understand. Suppose this is the agreement date, this is the date when the asset is available for use, and lease payment will start from this date. Quite possible as per agreement your lease payment will start from this date. Quite possible means they have given 2 months, they have given rent free period, they have given 2 month rent free period. Quite possible. Agreement में कुछ भी हो सकता है. Yes or no? Correct. Now the question is that lease term will start from A, B or C? B. So lease term will start from B. So even though there is no rental payment, then also lease payment will start from commencement date, not from the lease payment date. Understood? Correct. Very good. Excellent. Done. This you have understood. Underlying asset and ROU asset you understood. Underlying asset we use from lesser point of view. ROU asset we use from lessee point of view. So whenever you are writing in the books of lesser, use the word underlying asset. When you are doing accounting treatment in the books of lessee, use the term ROU asset. I hope this to you know. Now coming to lease term. Lease term, what they say, it is the sum total of 3. Sum total of 3. So it is equal to non-cancelable period plus period covered by an option to extend. Period covered by an option to extend means there is some renewal option. There is some renewal option. So period covered by option to extend if lessee is reasonably certain to exercise that option. Understood? So we'll add only when lessee is reasonably certain to exercise that option. Means this lease term we are doing from lessee point of view ki lesser point of view? Lessee point of view ki lesser point of view? No, both point of view. Both. Means lesser, in the books of lesser, if you are identifying lease term, so you need to think whether lessee is reasonably certain to exercise that option. So that is also based on lessee intention. Correct? Got this point? So period covered by an option to extend if the lessee is reasonably certain to exercise that option. Means let me take one example. Suppose non-cancelable period is 3 years and renewal period is given 5 years. So if they are saying that lessee is reasonably certain to exercise that option, then what will be a lease term? And if they are not reasonably certain, then 3 years. Understood? Then second point, what they are saying, period covered by an option to terminate. Period covered by an option to terminate means there is a termination option given. There is a termination option given. So period covered by an option to terminate if the lessee is reasonably certain not to exercise their option. The lessee will not exercise that option. For example, they have given key 10 year is what? 10 year is what? The entire period, but after 5 years there is a termination option given. So 5 year become what? Non-cancelable period. Whether we should add 5 or we should not add 5, that will depend upon this criteria. Understood? Correct? So can you say lease term may require reassessment? Lease term require reassessment every year because that reasonably certain to exercise that option may change. The circumstances may change. If circumstances change, we need to do reassessment of lease term. Understood? Now how to do that reassessment, that we discuss in some separate topic. Understood this point? Now lease payment. Now let us come to lease payment. Now what IND AS 116 says that lease payment means any contract. Correct? So we are discussing about lease payment and non-lease payment. Correct. Again, this is to separated as per what? Standalone selling prices. This is already separated now. Suppose they have given 1 lakh. So this 1 lakh is already separated as per what? Standalone selling prices. So we are not discussing about this. We are discussing about what? Lease payment. I hope you have understood this point. So right now we are discussing on lease payment, not discussing total payment. Total payment may consist of non-lease component, that is already separated. So now we are discussing about lease payment. Now this lease payment consists of how many elements? 5 elements. First is what? Fixed payment. Second is what? Variable payment. Third is what? Purchase option price. Fourth is what? Penalty payment. 5 is what? Residual value guarantee. GRV, we call it GRV. So these are the component of lease payment. Correct? So fixed payment will also include in substance fixed payment. Fixed payment will also include in substance fixed payment. So what do you mean by in substance fixed payment? In substance fixed payment are those payments which have some variable element but which are unavoidable. Means that need to pay in any situation. So that become in substance fixed payment. For example, suppose I have taken one asset on lease. Now as per the contract it is mentioned that if you don't use it you need to pay 1000, and if you use it you need to pay 2000, but what is unavoidable? 1000. That become in substance fixed payment. So in substance fixed payment is nothing but fixed payment only. In any case you need to pay what? 1000. So that become in substance fixed payment. Now coming to variable payment. Now what IND AS 116 says that variable payment are of two types. One which vary according to index or rate, and one which do not vary due to what? Index or rate. Are you getting what I am saying? So when I am saying which vary according to index or rate, it is nothing but due to inflation. So when I am saying if there is a variable payment which is because of some inflation condition, so that should be a part of what? lease payment it is hota bhi hai. Can I say, if I will say ki there is a long term contract, so today if the lease payment, annual lease payment 1 lakh, so of course after 5 years it should change or not, correct, due to inflation. So that vary according to either some index rate, that index rate may be consumer price index or any other index. It may based on some interest rate which can be either LIBOR or MIBOR, whatever. LIBOR, LIBOR or whatever you say, correct, understood? Yes sir. So if vary according to index or rate, then that is a part of what? But if it is not vary according to index or rate, then it is nothing but some type of contingent rate. We call it what? Contingent rent. We call it contingent rent. So contingent rent are the payment which is based on the performance of the asset, which is based on the performance or usage of the asset. Means normally what I will say, in that case lessor will become greedy and lessor will try to earn from the income of lessee. Lessor will try to earn from the income of lessee. For example, let me take one example. Suppose we have taken this premises on lease and the market rent is 1 lakh. So we are ready to pay 1 lakh. But now they are demanding if for every student you need to pay 100 rupees extra. So it means whatever I am paying, that is based on the performance, our performance, that is over and above what? Market rent of these premises. I hope you are understanding. So they are asking some more payment from our performance because of we are performing good now. So they want to earn from that. So that is nothing but contingent rent, which is depending upon the future sales or future turnover or future profit, whatever. So that become what? Contingent rent. Well, that is not included in lease payment because that is not for the use of the asset. This you are paying because the lessor become greedy. The lessor become greedy. So this will be charged to profit and loss account as an expense when they are incurred. When they are incurred. Understood? Correct. Now this will also include purchase option price if lessee is reasonably certain to exercise that purchase option. If the lessee is reasonably certain to exercise that purchase option. It will also include penalty payment if the lessee is reasonably certain to exercise termination option. So they need to pay penalty for that. So in that case penalty will be also added. Now what about residual value guarantee? Now what do you mean by residual value guarantee? What do you mean by residual value guarantee? I am asking this thing. At the end of Acha. Can I say in this way? Whenever there is no purchase option, then only that guarantee will be given. If purchase option is there, then that guarantee will not be given. So can I say whenever the contract does not have purchase option wala clause, then there might be intention of lessee to purchase the asset at the end of this term. For that reason, they may give some guarantee to the lessor that they want to purchase the asset at the end of lease term. That value become what? Guaranteed residual value on behalf of lessee. On behalf of lessee. Means can I say it is not a part of contract? It is outside the contract. Yes or no? Because in agreement to this will mention, this will mention, this will mention, this will mention, but this will not be mentioned now. So this is the guarantee given by lessee to lessor that they want to purchase at the end of lease term. So that was not mentioned in the agreement. Then also it will be part of what? Lease payment. Then also it will be part of lease payment. But can I say that GRV for lessor might be different? Suppose I am a lessor and you have given a guarantee to me for rupees 10,000. So I may receive that guarantee from some other party also who have given a guarantee of 15,000. But I will sell to you or that person. So can I say GRV of lessee and lessor may be different. For lessee it is what? The amount expected to pay by lessee to lessor at the end of this term. But for lessor it is the amount guaranteed by lessee or on behalf of lessee or by any third party, whichever is higher. Understood this much? I hope you have understood this much. Correct? Understood? So this is given detail. You can read. Now coming to lessee accounting. Now let us come to lessee accounting. Now coming to lessee accounting, already I said lessee accounting. First we need to find out whether it is a short term lease or lease of low value asset. Now short term lease means the lease term is 12 months or less than 12 months from the date of commencement. Correct now? So lease term is what? 12 months or less than 12 months, and that does not include any purchase option clause. That does not have any purchase option clause. It means that can be purchased, so it cannot be short term lease. So what do you mean by short term lease? Batao. Short term lease is the lease at commencement date has a lease term of 12 months or less than 12 months and does not include an option to purchase the underlying asset. This becomes short term lease. What do you mean by lease of low value asset? So this low has not been defined. What is the low value has not been defined under IND AS 116. Okay, it is a matter of judgment. It is a matter of judgment. So from exam point of view, they will inform you whether it is a low value asset, it is not a low value asset. Chalega? So don't worry about exam. From exam point, nothing is given, we'll always assume it is not a low value asset because that low value has not been defined. Suppose they have given one asset of rupees 10,000. Now how can you understand low value? It is not a low value. For me to 10,000 is a big amount. For me, I don't know about you. So for me to 10,000 is big amount na? Are bolna re? So for you it can be small amount. It is a subjective term. It is a subjective term. So don't worry about this. This will be mentioned in the exam question. But whenever this is the case, so what IND AS 116 says that total lease payment. Now whenever I say total lease payment, it means all these. Correct? So whenever I say total lease payment means the sum total of all these. Chalega? Correct. Divided by lease term will be the annual expense. Means that total lease payment will be recognized as an expense over the lease term on SLM basis, or any other appropriate method if that appropriate method is given in the question. Correct now? If nothing is given, you will always apply SLM. But if they have suppose they have given some production estimation, so it means we need to apply production unit method. Understood? So as per the information given in the question, can I say this way? Correct. Means let me ask you one question. Suppose this is year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and the lease payment, it is a low value asset. Okay, 10,000, 5,000, 15,000, 20,000, and then 5,000. Correct. What will be the expense of first year? You will do total. Total is what? How much? 55,000 divided by 5 is equal to, so your expense will be what? 11,000 per year. So year 1, what journal entry you will do? Okay, so we'll show lease expense how much? 11,000, and how much you will pay? 10,000. So difference is how much? So that will be what? 2 what? 2 what? Lease payable. That is lease payable na. 1,000 will be the amount payable. So this will be your liability in the balance sheet. And as the case may be, you can do for second year, third year, fourth year. So the any difference will be either prepayment or lease liability. Prepayment or accrued lease payment. Understood? Chalega? Yes sir. Done. This you understood. This no question has been given in ICAI study matter regarding this. But now with MCQs, all points are important. They may ask you, they will give this, and they will ask you what is the annual expense. So annual expense divide by what? 5 kar do. Okay. Now for other what they have said, we recognize ROU asset and what? Lease liability on which date? On commencement date. So this lease liability will be equal to what? This lease liability will be present value of lease payment. Present value of lease payment on which date? Present value of lease payment on which date? On commencement date. Discounted by using what? Discounted by using what? Discounted by using what? Discounted by using interest rate implicit on lease, or if it cannot be determined, then by using lessee incremental borrowing rate. Understood? Means either of these will be given the question. Whatever given, that rate will be used from examination point of view. But suppose both are given, 10% and 12% both are given, then what you do? Then first preference always the first point whatever I have written, correct, 10%. So this is the more preferable. Understood? Correct. Now this interest rate implicit on lease is actually determined from lesser point of view. So this interest rate implicit on lease is determined from lesser point of view. It is quite possible lessee is not able to determine it. It is quite possible lessee is not able to determine it. In that case, what Ind AS 116 says that if you are not able to determine it, then use what? Lessee incremental borrowing rate. Chalega. Now can you say, of course you can calculate lease liability, very simple. Lease liability, understood. Now ROU asset will be equal to what? Correct. Let me give you one example. Suppose this is inception date, this is commencement date, and this is Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4, Y5. Correct. And 1 lakh is payable at the end of each year. So this become present value यहाँ पर, this become lease liability. Understood this point? Now there may be some payment before commencement date also. So that is already paid before what? Commencement date. So what journal entry you will do? Okay, so what journal entry do? This is prepayment. Prepayment na? Account debit to what? Bank. So prepayment. So that is not a part of lease liability. That is not a part of lease liability. Till now whatever question has been given in ICAI study matter, both data are same. These two data are same. Correct. So be careful when both data are different. Believe me, when the new question comes, in exam we do mistake. Whenever new question come, you know all the points, but whenever new question come, it is quite possible you may take the wrong information. So till now no question of this nature has been given where both data are different. So whenever question is silent, always inception date will become what? Commencement date. Inception date will become commencement date. So they may give two different date also. So be careful about that two date. Chalega. So accounting we are doing from which date? Means we are recognizing lease on this date. Now what is ROU asset? What they are saying? ROU asset will be equal to lease liability plus prepayment. Means whatever prepayment has been done, that will be added to what? ROU asset. Means one more journal entry will do ROU asset account debit to prepayment. ROU asset account debit to prepayment. Chalega? Yes sir. Then minus any lease incentive which has been received before what? Commencement date. Now what do you mean by lease incentive? Lease incentive means any amount which will be reimbursed by whom? Lessor to lessee. So any amount whatever has been reimbursed by lessor to lessee due to whatever reason will be lease incentive. So that you deduct. Correct. Then it will also add all the initial direct expenses. So all the initial direct costs will be added. For example, you have taken machinery on lease and you want to install it. So all the installation expense will be added. Correct. Then you will also add any present value of what? DRSL. You will add what? Present value of DRSL. DRSL you remember? Decommissioning, restoration and similar liability. As per which Ind AS? 37. As per 37. So you will capitalize it here. So this become what? Initial measurement of ROU asset. So I hope you have understood what is the initial measurement of lease liability, initial measurement of ROU asset. Correct. Now coming to the subsequent recognition. Subsequent, so we need to now understand what is the subsequent recognition lease liability. It's simple, based on what? Amortized cost, applying the discount rate. So it will be at amortized cost. So lease liability very simple at amortized cost by applying the respective discount rate. Respective means whatever discount rate you have used यहाँ पर, either by using this rate or this rate. Correct. Now coming to ROU asset, what they are saying? ROU asset This may be either classified as property, plant and equipment, or it can be investment property. Depending on our definition, it can be either classified as what? PP or investment property. So PP we can use cost model or, and here only revaluation model बोला go to Ind AS 16, बोला will not discuss. Who will not discuss? Ind AS 116, बोला Ind AS 116 will not discuss. Okay, go to what? Ind AS 16. So we'll go to Ind AS 16 if you have opted for revaluation model. Now cost model they say no, we'll discuss. So discuss. So for cost model they say cost, initial cost. What is the initial cost? This is the initial cost, huh? Not as per Ind AS 16, as per Ind AS 116, as per Ind AS 116. Then less accumulated depreciation, less accumulated impairment loss, correct? Then also they have said one more point will come, which is a point of discussion of separate topic, but they have written here only the plus minus adjustment to ROU asset due to remeasurement or modification. So there are two topics, remeasurement and modification. So because of that reason this might change, So this become what? Cost model carrying amount. Now the question is depreciation will be as per which Ind AS? Well, depreciation will be as per Ind AS 16 subject to one point. So one point they have only mentioned. Well, apply Ind AS 16 subject to one point. Impairment loss will do as per Ind AS 36 without any subject. Understood this point? Now depreciation they are saying as per Ind AS 16 means apply all the point of Ind AS 16. Only one point they have written. If what they are saying, if ownership is transferred at the end of lease term, then depreciate based on the useful life of asset. But if ownership is not transferred at the end of lease term, then depreciate based on Same question is given in ICAI MCQ. Your answer is not correct. And this MCQs become difficult. In practical question, this is correct. And because they are not asking that type of question. So correct option is useful life or lease term, whichever is lower. Correct. This is dangerous in exam. This is dangerous. Because you will not be able to understand if they have given that option, and normally we divide by lease term. So be careful. And why this is dangerous? Normally we divide by lease term only. But suppose they have written that ownership is going to be transferred at the end of lease term, then you do depreciate based on useful life, not based on lease term. My one question before I start, what do you mean by what is the difference between useful life and economic life? Both are same or different? Useful life and economic life, whether they are same or different? Different. They are different. What is the difference? Ab bolo. You are correct only. Useful life and economic life are different. I am asking what is the difference? Entity expect to use it. Very good. Correct. Means economic life can be 10 years, but entity has estimated that they want to use only for 6 years. Means after that also we can derive some economic benefit or not? Yes or no? Correct. And after this can we derive any economic benefit? Means at the end of economic life we have scrap value, but at the end of useful life we have residual value. Understood? Correct. So it means useful life can be either equal to or less than what? Economic life. Therefore if question is silent and they have given only economic life, what you will assume? Useful life and economic life are same. In this chapter normally they give economic life, but sometimes if they have given all the life, lease term also given, useful life also given, economic life also given. Lot of confusion, lot of confusion. So depreciation is based on useful life or economic life? But believe me, all the questions they have given economic life. So students think that we should depreciate based on what? Economic life. There we are taking one assumption that useful life and economic life are same. So it is based on useful life or economic life. Always depreciation based on useful life, because already said as per India 16. But you can see all the questions they have given economic life. They have given economic life. They have not given useful life. Understood? Done. Let's see accounting done. Can you see if they ask this much, this will be the super easy question. If they ask this much, bole yes or no? Because nothing in this, because now to after every chapter, means after financial instrument chapter and every other chapter, this chapter becomes very simple because it is direct question and nothing to discuss about this, only a recap we have done. And therefore normally they don't ask question on this, therefore they will ask question on remeasurement and modification in the books of Lease. Means they will ask this but with remeasurement and modification, So from this Lease accounting, I will say abhi we have done this much we have done, discussion, यहाँ तक discussion कर लिया, correct? Understood? Means all point I have discussed. इतना लिखा हुआ है ना, everything I have discussed. You can read, you will be able to understand now each and every point. Journal entry, I don't think you require my help. You will be able to understand. Now let us come to remeasurement and modification. These are 2 points where थोड़ा सा conceptual understanding is required. Now, remeasurement, modification, more or less accounting treatment are same. With slight changes. But when I say modification means what? Changes in agreement. Agreement has been changed. Means suppose initially it was given lease term 50 years. Now they have modified it. They changed the agreement and now they are saying 40 years. So it is a modification. Suppose initially lease payment was 1 lakh. Now they are saying after some year they modified the agreement. Now it become 1,50,000. This is modification. So whenever changes in agreement, it is modification. But whenever we do reassessment of lease term or lease payment without any modification in the agreement, that is reassessment. Already we discussed that lease term may be reassessed, and due to variable consideration, variable consideration also require reassessment, and because of that reason can lease liability require reassessment. So that lease liability is reassessed because of modification in the contract or due to reassessment in the terms of the contract. Reassessment of the terms of the contract. Understood what I am saying? Correct. So that is the major difference between remeasurement and modification. So remeasurement means without changes in agreement. Only this is the way to identify whether it is a question of what? Modification or remeasurement. When I am saying modification means with changes in agreement. Correct. Now when I am saying without changes in agreement, how lease liability require reassessment? So lease liability require remeasurement due to changes in lease payment on because of reassessment of lease term. Correct. Because of reassessment of purchase options, means initially Resi was not reasonably certain to exercise purchase options. Then after some point of time they become reasonably certain to exercise the purchase option. So now it will be included in lease payment. Yes or no? So it means lease payment changes. So lease liability will change. Means purchase option was given in the contract, but lessee was not reasonably certain. So it was not a part of lease payment initially, but after 2 years they will no, now so we are certain. So now it will be included in what? Lease payment. So this is because of modification in the agreement or due to reassessment of lease payment. Or it can be due to in substance fixed lease payment or due to variable lease payment due to changes in index or rate? Can I say variable lease payment might change due to changes in index or rate? Correct now. So if the rate changes, your variable payment will change. Or last, due to residual value guarantee. Suppose after 2 years the lessee has given some guarantee. Initially no guarantee was given. After 2 years the guarantee was given. Quite possible. So after 2 years it will be included where? In lease payment. So the question is that how to do accounting? They said very simple. Accounting is very simple. What they are saying? On the date of remeasurement date. On remeasurement date, correct. You need to find out revised lease liability, which will be equal to present value of revised lease payment, revised remaining lease payment. Correct. Are you getting what I am saying? Present value of revised remaining lease payment on which date? On remeasurement date. Discounted by using some rate. Understood? If that rate is known, you can calculate na. I बोलना रे. Correct. So can you first we need to find out what revised lease liability, that is equal to what? Present value of revised remaining lease payment discounted by using some rate. That rate I need to explain. Minus, can you say original lease liability on the date of remeasurement means carrying amount of lease liability. We can better write down carrying amount of lease liability, and this difference will be what? Either increase in liability or decrease in liability. So this is known as adjustment to what? ROU asset. Adjustment to ROU asset, and this will be either added or deducted to what? ROU asset. So that is known as adjustment to ROU asset. If you remember, I have written that only. Adjustment to ROU asset due to remeasurement of modification. Understood? Means can I say with this amount what journal entry will do? If there is an increase in liability, what journal entry? ROU asset account debit to. If there is decrease in liability, then lease liability account debit to, and any excess will be transferred to what? PL. Understood? This is the point. Means can I say if the question is given, so you can easily do it. Once again, calculation based, discounting based. Yes or no? Correct. Only what is this rate? So this rate can be either revised discount rate or original discount rate. Original discount rate. So in this you need to be careful. In this you need to be careful. Are you getting what I am saying? Correct. So for that Ind AS 116 says that whenever there is a reassessment of what? Lease term and reassessment of purchase option, use what? Revised discount rate. Otherwise use what? Original discount rate. Original discount rate. Original discount rate. Only this you need to retain in your mind, because both rate of interest will be given. Revised discount rate will be also given. Original discount rate will be given. Original discount rate means what rate you have used for initial accounting. What rate you have used for initial accounting. Correct. So can you repeat with me? For reassessment of lease term and reassessment of purchase option price, which rate? Otherwise what? Original discount rate. Otherwise original discount rate. Only be careful about that point. You want me to take one question? Huh? For this? Bolo. You are tired. Tired? Huh? You want break? ब्रेक चाहिए? आफ्टर क्वेश्चन कितने अच्छे हैं भाई. ब्रेक तो चाहिए सर, बट आफ्टर. चलो, only one question is there in ICAI study material. That question is also asked in exam, and because one question we have, I am taking that question only. Chalega. In this question, only one thing I need to explain. Means even though you might have understood a question from the solution, but then also some point require clarification. NTW entered in a contract for lease of retail store with entity J on Jan 1, 2017. The initial terms of lease is 5 years with a renewal option of further 3 years. Understood? The annual payment for the initial term and the renewal term are 1 lakh and 1 lakh 10,000 respectively. The annual lease payment will increase based on the annual increase in the CPI at the end of preceding year. For example, the payment due on 1/1/2018 will be based on CPI available at 31st 12 2017. Have you understood this point? Yes sir, no? Correct. Then entity W incremental borrowing rate at the lease inception date and as on 1/1/2020, so of course this is remeasurement date, is 5% and 6% respectively, and CPI at commencement date and as on 1/1/2020 is 120 and 125. At the lease commencement date, NTW did not have significant economic incentive to exercise the renewal option. So it means they don't want to exercise the renewal option initially. In the first quarter of 2020, NTW installed a unique lease improvement in a retail store with an estimated 5-year economic life. Understood? So can you say after the expiry of 3 years, this is after the expiry of 3 years, they have installed a improvement for an economic life of 5 years. Means can you see you can derive the benefit of that new improvement when you can use the asset for the remaining 5 years. It means now can you say with this it is reasonably certain that they will exercise the renewal option. Otherwise they can't derive entire economic benefit of that improvement that is given also. NTW determined that it would only recover the cost of improvement if it exercised the renewal option, creating a significant economic incentive to extend. Is NTW required to remeasure in the first quarter of 2020? Now, question is simple but थोड़ा सा explanation. Initially how many years? 5 plus 3 na? Correct. This non-cancelable period, the renewal period is there na? 3 years. Correct. Now this is Y0. Now on Y0, what is the CPI? Means on 1/1/2017, what is the CPI? 125. 125, 120. 120. Correct. Now on 1/1/2020, what is the CPI? 125. Correct. Now at this point of time, Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4, Y5, Y6, Y7, Y8. First doubt is that whether lease payment are payable at the beginning or at the end of the year. Beginning of the question means that information is given in the question. Correct. From which information you have understood it is payable at the beginning? So can you say from this information we have understood this is payable at the beginning. Correct. So lease payment are payable at the beginning. Now if you have taken at the end, whether they will give marks? No. Okay. Now suppose question is silent, then what you will assume? At the beginning or at the end? At the beginning only. So if question is silent, what assumption you will take? Lease payment are payable at the beginning. You can't assume lease payment are payable at the end. And if you are doing that, then they will say come back again. Chalega? So this assumption can't be changed. This assumption can't be changed. So it means, can this become y0 na? Better write down y0. Correct. So y0 it was how much? 1 lakh. 1 lakh. 1 lakh. 1 lakh. 1 lakh. Then 1 lakh 10,000. 1 lakh 10,000. 1 lakh 10,000. Correct. But this is based on what? This CPI? Yes or no? Correct. This is based on what? This CPI. Which CPI? 120 na? 120. Correct. Yes or no? 120. Now just try to Y1. This is to paid. This is paid. And we need to now once again do reassessment of what? Variable payment as per CPI, which is available at the end of preceding year. If nothing is given, what assumption will take? It is same. But we need to do reassessment again now. Correct? Are you getting what I am saying? It is quite possible they have given 122 yahan par. Then also reassessment required. But they have not given, so we are saying no changes. Similarly, this Y2 is based on what? This CPI. There is no, so this is to paid yahan par. Are you getting what I am saying? Or is it paid at the beginning now? Sorry. Y1 is paid, yeah. Y1 is paid. Correct. So we'll do reassessment of this. Correct. Now, at this point of time, the Y2 has been paid, but now this require what? Reassessment based on what? 125. Correct. And on this date, there is one more reassessment. Reassessment of lease term also. Initially, what was the lease term? 5 years. But here, lease term become what? 5 plus 3, that is 8 years. Because now lessee is reasonably certain to exercise the renewal option. Correct? So it become 8 years. Out of 8 years, how much expired? 3 years. So how much remaining? 5 years. Understood this point? Now the question is that, because there are two reassessment. Reassessment of variable lease payment and reassessment of lease term. Now I am asking you, suppose this is a question of only reassessment of lease term. Only lease term. Will you use revised discount rate or original discount rate? Huh? And if it is a question of only reassessment of variable payment, original discount. In this you need to be careful. Huh? Now they have given both. So batab, what you should use? Original or revised? Doubt will come na. Correct, doubt will come. We should use original or revised. So in that case, of course, we will use what? Revised only. Okay, ultimately, your liability will become based on what? Revised lease liability. But just try to understand. Suppose both reassessment was done at different point of time, then this will become difficult question. Am I right or not? Right now, the simple question. So if there are two different point of time, so two different rate will be used. Two different rate will be used. So because both are at same point of time, so we are giving more importance to what? Revised discount rate. And revised discount rate is how much? 6% na? Initially it was how much? 5%. Now this is simple question once you have understood this. So can you first we'll find out lease liability yahan par. Then ROU asset yahan par. We'll find out carrying amount of lease liability yahan par. We'll find out carrying amount of ROU asset yahan par. Then we'll find out revised lease liability yahan par. Compare with the carrying amount of lease liability yahan par. Correct now. And then difference will be what? Adjustment to ROE asset. This is the question. Means this is one working note. This is second working note. This is third working note. This is fourth working note. This is what? Main solution. Then pass journal entry. Then pass journal entry. This is the question. Correct? What happened? क्या ठीक है? क्या हो गया रे? Okay, चलो. Smile, smile. Okay. Now have you understood this much? Bolo. Yes, sir. So I think this is very simple. One more point. Can you say when you revise it, to what amount it will become? Batao. Can you give me this amount? So this will be what? 1 lakh. 1 lakh into what? 125 divided by 120. This is coming how much? 1 lakh 4,167. And this 1 lakh 10,000 will become how much? 1 lakh 10,000 will become how much? 1 lakh 14,000 583. जो भी है. Understood. Correct. Simple. One second, what I am saying, if same to same question is coming, it is easy. Slight changes in the exam question, it is difficult if you do not retain the concept, because there is only one question of remeasurement and that question is already asked. So this time if they will create a remeasurement question, that will be totally new question. Got this point? So be careful about original and revised discount rate. Understood? Correct. It is quite possible they have given only question based on this na. Then use what? Original discount rate. Chalega. Done. Now we'll take a break of 5 minutes. 10 minutes low. Break of 10 minutes. Okay. Oh. Now, in that case, country B, Chalo. Can we start it once again, everyone? Now, come to the next point, lease modification, the last point for the lessee accounting. Last point for the lessee accounting. So, as per the lease modification, what they want to say? This modification once again can be of two types. One is separate, there is a separate contract, or not a separate contract. Based on the similar condition what we have done in what? In days 1 and 5. If you remember, there must be increase in the scope and the price would also increase with the commensurate standalone selling price of the additional ROUS. A similar point has been given. Means if that two conditions are satisfied, so if that will become a separate lease, and then for modification apply Ind AS 116 separately. So this is not important from practical question point of view, because in that case you need to apply Ind AS 116 from the beginning on modified contract, and original contract will be accounted as it is. Correct. But if it is not a separate lease, so once again adjustment required in original contract. So if either any one of the condition is not satisfied or both the conditions not satisfied, so it will become what? A modification which is not a separate lease. Now this can be of actually 6 types. One is either it can be increase or decrease in price, or it can be increase or decrease in lease term, or it can be increase or decrease in scope. Increase or decrease in scope. Understood? So there can be 6 possibilities. Either increase or decrease in the price, or increase or decrease in the lease term, or increase or decrease in the scope. Scope means either some goods will be added or goods will be surrendered. Means asset will be surrendered. Got this point? Now, whenever there is a decrease in lease term and decrease in scope, what Ind AS 116 says that this is result in partial termination. Partial or full termination? Partial or full termination. So whenever there is a partial or full termination, first we need to find out gain or loss on termination, which will be equal to, we need to first find out what is reduction in liability, lease liability due to such termination. Reduction. We will also find out reduction in ROU asset due to such termination. This will be gain or loss due to termination. Gain or loss due to termination. Are you getting what I am saying? Have you understood this point? Whenever there is a partial termination or full termination, first find out gain or loss on termination. They will never ask full termination, because that will be super easy from exam point of view. Because if it is entirely terminated, so carrying amount of lease liability reduced and carrying amount of ROS reduced, so gain or loss it is already calculated. So that type of question they will never ask. They will only ask what partial termination, so that will become thoras of working is required, and because of that reason they will always ask partial termination in exam. I hope you are understanding. Chalega? Now once you have calculated gain or loss on partial termination, this is the first step. Then come to second step. Second step, what they say, now do modification accounting. Then do what? Modification accounting. Are you getting what I am saying? Modification accounting. In modification accounting, first you need to find out modified lease liability of the contract which is not terminated. The remaining contract which is not terminated. Are you getting what I am saying? We will find out modified lease liability of the contract which is not terminated, and then compare with what? Original lease liability. Correct. This will be what? This will be adjustment to ROU asset. adjustment to ROE asset. This is the second step. This is second step. Understood? Means can I say in this way कि for this particular point means when I am saying when there is an increase in price or decrease in price or increase in lease term or increase in scope, there is no termination. There is no termination. So in that case, first step will not be there. Only we need to apply what? Second step, and second step will be same to same this. Means find out modified lease liability compare with what? Original lease liability on the date of modification. The difference will be adjustment to ROE asset. Okay, so which one is more interesting? This is more interesting. Therefore, higher chances they will ask this type of question. However, in exam, they have already asked this type of question also. So it means any type of question can be asked, but that then the marks will vary. For this, thoda sa lower marks. For this, thoda sa higher marks they will give. Understood? This is the modification. Understood this point? Have you understood? So once again, what I want to say, whenever there is a modification, first find out whether it is a or not a. If both the conditions satisfied, then separately and apply IND AS 116 separately. So what are that two conditions? Let us read now. So what are that two conditions? Key. Lease modification is a separate lease if both the following conditions are satisfied. Similar condition what we have done under IND AS 15. Key modification increases the scope of the lease by adding the ROE asset for one or more underlying asset, by increasing the scope by adding ROE asset for one or more underlying asset, and the consideration for the lease increases by an amount which commensurate with the standalone selling price of the increase in the scope. Similar point we have done under IND AS 15 when we have done the modification. If these two conditions satisfied, it is a separate lease, then apply IND AS 116 separately. But if modification is not a separate lease, means either any one or both conditions are not satisfied, it is a not a separate lease. Then we need to adjust the original contract. We do some adjustment in the original contract. Correct? That is only given in this whatever I have explained. Whatever I explained that is given in this chart. So once again, whenever this type of questions come, so it means there is changes in agreement. There is changes in agreement. So which changes in agreement? Either there will be changes in price or changes in lease term or changes in scope. Whenever there is a decrease in lease term and decrease in scope, it means what? Either it will result in partial or full termination. Normally they will ask partial termination in exam. So we need to find out gain or loss on partial termination. How to find out? First find out reduction in lease liability. Compare with reduction in ROE asset due to that partial termination. The difference will be gain or loss on termination. That gain or loss on termination will be transferred to PL. Then find out the then do a modification accounting. For modification accounting, first find out modified lease liability. Compare with the original lease liability. Any changes, any difference will be adjustment to ROE asset. Whenever there is no partial termination or full termination, means this case, this case, this case, this case, under this case, correct now? Understood? Then only there is a modification accounting. Then first find out modified lease liability. Compare with original lease liability. Difference will be adjustment to ROE asset. Only this is the topic. Only point is that when you are calculating this and when you are calculating this, will use which discount rate? Original discount rate or revised discount rate? First one original, second one revised. Very good, excellent. Chalo, done. My job done. You have already said, ठीक है ना? So for first one original, for second one revised. Means only you can do mistake यहाँ पर in exam. Quite possible. Take a wrong information in hurry. You might do some mistake. So be careful about this point. Be careful about this point. So this is based on original. This is based on revised. Correct? Okay. So we can take question if you want. However, once you have understood, now every question you can do by your own. Okay, sir. Is that question? I would like to take one question which will have both the component. This question is थोड़ा सा interesting. This question is थोड़ा सा interesting. Lessee enter into a 10-year lease for 2000 square meter of office space. The annual lease payment of 1 lakh payable at the end of each year. At the end of each year. Means this is annual lease payment at the end of each year. So it is given in the question. Acha, suppose in the question they have given lease payment are in arrear. It means what? Lease payment are paid in arrear. Beginning ki at the end. Lease payment are paid in arrear. At the end. In advance. Beginning. So this does not mean question is silent. Huh? They have informed you. So in arrear means at the end. In advance means at the beginning. Chalega? So be careful about this. Normally student do mistake here only. In this type of question. If they have taken y0 and y1 means y0 and then y1 for present value factor. So that can be mistake. The interest rate implicit in the lease cannot be determined. Lessee incremental borrowing rate is 6%. At the beginning of year 6, lessee and lessor agree to amend. Agree to amend original lease means modification remeasurement. So always they will say agree to amend. Amend means lease contract is amended. Chalega. Include an additional 1500 square meter of space in the same building starting from the beginning of year 6. This is increase in scope. Okay? And reduce the lease term from 10 year to 8 year. This is what decrease in annual fixed payment for 3500. Initially how much? Now it become 3500. Meter is 1,50,000 payable at the end of each year. From Y6 to Y8, lessee incremental borrowing rate at the beginning of year 6 is 7%. They have given revised. What was the original? 6%. The consideration for the increase in scope of 1500 square meter of space is not commensurate with the standalone selling price for the increase adjusted to reflect the circumstances of the contract. It means what? It is not a separate contract. Consequently, the lessee do not account for the increase in scope that add the right to use an additional 1500 square meter of the space as a separate lease. How should the said modification be accounted for? Only in this one doubt will come. We should go for first point number A, first point number B, or both together. Understood the point? There are two adjustment now. Point number A adjustment, point number B adjustment. So first we'll do point number A adjustment, point number B adjustment. B. Correct. Why? Because first we will do partial termination, then modification. So always first termination, then modification. Correct. So first B, then A. Understood? Correct. So first B, then A. Chalega? Okay. Now in this, can you help me first? I will do the calculation. See, I will read from solution only. Solution bata do. Chalo. I will not go as per ICAI solution. I don't like ICAI solution in this. What is the question number? 37. Chalo. 37. Now, so guys, first we need to find out lease liability on commencement date. And because in this type of question they have not given any other information about other payment, they will lease liability and ROU asset on commencement date will be same. But be careful in your exam, they may give you some other payment. In that case, the ROU asset may be different from lease liability. Be careful. Okay, sir? So what they have given? First, calculation of lease liability and ROU asset on commencement date. So that will lease liability 1 lakh, present value factor 6% for how many year? 10 year. 6% 10 year. Correct. Be careful about this point. Means it is Y0 ki Y1. Be careful. Payable at the end ki payable at the beginning. I will say think twice before writing in this chapter. Think twice. Because most of the students do mistake यहाँ पर in this point only. Payable at the end ki payable at the beginning. Correct. So this, so you can calculate this amount, you can find out this become ROU asset. Then can you will find out carrying amount of lease liability on the date of modification. On the date of modification means beginning of year 6, beginning of year 6 means end of year 5, end of year 5. So calculation of carrying amount lease liability and ROU asset as on the beginning of year 6. So we'll use this format. Format is what? Year opening liability, interest at the rate of 6%, lease payment, and then closing liability. You can find out amortized cost, and this amortized cost can be calculated easily. Is in my regular class also I don't calculate. कौन करेगा? Correct. Understood this point? This so we can do now. We can do. Only one clarification I just give. Whenever it is lease payment at the beginning, then can you use this format? Whenever lease payment is at the beginning, can you use this format? Then be careful. Means you can use this format, but be careful. In this, can you say from opening liability, first reduce what? Lease payment, then deduct what? Sorry, first reduce lease payment, then add what? Interest expense. Means your format will be like this: opening liability, then lease payment minus, then plus what? Interest. This will be closing liability. Be careful. Normally I have seen only student do mistake यहाँ पर in hurry they calculate and they forget what is given. Because can I say 90% question we are solving like this. Only in this chapter, because of that information, the pattern might be this. Got this point? Yeah, means even if I am student, I am writing exam, I can also do this type of mistake. This is also by default mistake hota hai. Correct? Yes, sir. So this you have understood. Then can you will also find out ROU asset at the end of what? Year 5. So we'll charge depreciation for how many years? 5 years. So accumulated depreciation calculated, this become what? Carrying amount. Then can you see we'll do first decrease in lease term. In decrease in lease term, first we'll calculate gain or loss on partial termination. Gain or loss on partial termination. Gain or loss on partial termination means you'll find out reduction in ROU asset and reduction in lease term. Reduction in ROU asset and reduction in lease term. Reduction in ROU asset means what? Can you see this was actually right to use asset for remaining how many years? 5 years. Now it has been changed from 5 years to what? 3 years. So we need to find out it has been reduced by how many years? 2 years. So we'll do 2 by 5. That become reduction in carrying amount of ROU asset. So you can see that only we have done 2 by 5. That become reduction in ROU asset. Correct. Now we'll find out reduction in lease liability. Reduction in lease liability. So this is nothing but present value of what? Remaining lease payment discounted by using what? Original IAI. But for how many years? 5 years. Reduced by how many years? 2 years. So if you find out present value of remaining lease payment for only how many years? 3 years. Discounted by using what? Original IAI. So that difference will be known as what? Reduction in lease liability. So what I have done? What we have done? The present value of revised. First we have find out present value of remaining lease payment for 5 years discounted in 6 months. This is already calculated. Then less present value of revised lease liability for 3 years discounted at which rate of interest? 6% only. So 1 lakh into that discounting factor. This become what? The carrying amount of liability for how many years? 3 years. The difference between these two will be what? Reduction in lease liability for next 2 years. Next 2 years means last 2 years not using. So that will be what? Reduced. That will be reduced. So this become what? Because the ROU asset decrease is less than decrease in what? Reduction of liability. Liability is reduced by more amount now. So it is a gain or loss? Gain. So it will result in gain on partial termination. So your liability reduced by 1,53,000 and your ROU asset decreased by 1,47,000. So they will gain, and the journal entry what will do? Lease liability account debit to ROE asset, the difference will be what? Gain. Then after that we'll do modification accounting. Modification accounting. Now can you say 1 lakh, 1 lakh is now payable for the next 3 years. 1 lakh is payable for the next 3 years, but now we'll use which discount rate? Revised discount rate. You will find out modified lease liability. 1 lakh discounted by using 7% for how many year? 2 year will do. This will become modified lease liability. Now compare with what? Original lease liability, means carrying amount of original lease liability, which will be nothing but this amount. Original lease liability after partial termination. After partial termination. So difference between these two will be what? Adjustment to ROE asset. Adjustment to ROE asset. So you can see there is an what? Decrease in what? Lease liability. There is a decrease in lease liability now. So what journal entry will do? Lease liability account debit to ROE asset. So lease liability account debit to ROE asset, that journal entry we have done. So 2 journal entry we have done for point number B. Now we'll come to point number A. Point number A was increase in the scope. For that only we'll do modification. Only we'll do the modification. Means now there is an increase in the scope. Now 1 lakh now become 1 lakh. How much? 50,000 payable for the next 3 months. Payable, sorry, next 3 years. So now modified lease liability is 1,50,000 payable for the next 3 years, discounted by using revised discount rate. So this become modified lease liability. Compare with what? Original lease liability. Original lease liability will be now which amount? This amount. Original lease liability after termination. So original lease liability will be 2,60,400. So compare with this. Correct. Now this difference will come in what? This will be known as what? Adjustment to ROE asset. Once again, there will be increase in what liability? What journal entry will do? ROE asset account debit to lease liability. Now we can find out the carrying amount of ROE asset after all the adjustment. This will become carrying amount of ROU asset. So there are 3 adjustments. One is reduction due to partial termination. One is adjustment due to what? That modification of point number B. Then adjustment due to modification of point number A. Understood. So this much working you'll do, then you'll get what? 10 to 12 marks. 10 to 12 marks. Now of course one doubt will come, because if you see ICAI solution, so their order of working note and main solution is totally different. Correct now. So how to proceed? I will say in this chapter, I will say go as per what is required first, because you don't know how much space is required for main solution, that you don't know. So you can't leave that much page. So I will say start from the beginning. They will not deduct marks for that, because marks is given on step wise, all working note. So they will give, acha, this working note you have done 1 mark, then 2 marks, then 3 marks, like this. Understood? So there is a step for each working note and each main solution. So they will give marks according to that. So you can follow any presentation, for that no marks will be deducted. Understood? Yes sir. So with this we have understood what? Modification accounting. Now coming to lesser. Now lesser accounting, I will say they have given only one question. That question also have been asked in exam. Only one question have been given. That question have been asked in exam. It is very simple. Let me explain you first. Lesser. Now lesser, what they say? Either it will be finance lease or operating lease. Now finance lease means, operating lease means what? Well, if the risk and reward incidental to ownership has been transferred to what? Lessee, it will become finance lease. Otherwise it is what? Operating lease. So they have given 5 indicators. If any one of the indicator exists, it is a finance lease. So do you know about that indicator? So the first indicator is what? Lessee transfer the ownership of the asset at the end of lease term. First indicator, very simple. Second, lessee has an option to purchase the asset at the end of lease term at a price that is expected to be lower than fair value of the asset at the time the option is exercised, at a time when the option become exercisable. Correct? So it means purchase option price is given, and that purchase option price is less than the fair value of the asset at that time. So of course anyone will exercise. anyone will exercise, means ownership will be transferred. Or lease term cover major part of the economic life of the asset. Lease term cover major part of the economic life of the asset, but major part is not defined. Once again, what is required? Judgment required. But from exam point of view, you can say 75% or more than 75% from exam point of view. Correct? Understood? Then on inception date, the present value of lease payment substantially cover the fair value of asset. So on inception date, the present value of lease payment amount to at least substantially equal to what? Fair value of the asset. Once again, substantially has not been defined. Substantially has not been defined. From exam point of view, what you will take? 90% or more than 90%. Chalega. The last point is what? The asset is of such a specialized nature that only lessee can use it unless the major modification is being made. So if the lessee can use it without major modification, it means the risk and reward of that asset has been transferred to the lessee. So it will be treated as finance lease. Once it becomes finance lease, then what will be the accounting treatment? What will be the accounting treatment in case of operating lease? So operating lease, what they said, similar to short-term lease or lease or low value asset. What we'll do? We'll do total lease payment divided by lease term. This will become lease income. On which basis? On SLM basis, unless some other appropriate method is given in the question. It means total lease payment will be recognized as an income over the lease term on SLM basis unless some other method is more appropriate. Understood? That is given for operating lease. Now coming to finance lease, what they say, if finance lease, for that it can be either manufacturer dealer, means lessor can be manufacturer dealer, or lessor can be non-manufacturer or dealer. When I am saying non-manufacturer dealer means what? He is acting like a financer. He is acting like a financer. So whenever manufacturer dealer, so our journal entry should be what? Because it is now the asset, underlying asset will be inventory. Underlying asset will be inventory. So it is sale of inventory. Sale of inventory means what? Revenue. Therefore revenue should be recognized. So what journal entry will do? Lease receivable account debit to what? Revenue. Correct. But can you see here, when he is acting like a financer, so it is not an inventory, so it's just like a sale of asset, just like of sale of any other asset. What journal entry will do? Lease receivable account debit to asset, and any difference will be gain or loss, which will be transferred to PL, which will be transferred to PL. Correct. Now can you see, because it is a sale of inventory, so as per Ind AS 2, once the revenue is recognized, we should also recognize the expense on such sale. What journal entry will do? Cost of sales account debit to inventory. Cost of sale account debit to inventory. Understood? Now only I need to explain what is this amount, how this amount will be calculated, how this amount will be calculated. So for this, what Ind AS 116 says, this will be equal to present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB. Present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB. Understood? Present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB. Correct? Which is nothing but, we can say present value of lease payment plus present value of GRB, because lease payment include what? GRB. Lease payment include GRB plus what? Present value of UGRB. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? When I say lease payment will include all other payment, means it will include fixed payment, in substance fixed payment, variable payment which vary according to index or rate. It may also include purchase option price also. Understood? It will include all other payment whatever we have discussed initially. Correct. This amount is known as net investment in lease. We call it what? Net investment in lease. Net investment means what I want to see. This amount is known as what? Net investment in lease. Net investment in lease. So what is the formula for net investment in lease? Present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB. Only this much. Present value lease payment plus present value of UGRB. Now the question is that what is the discount rate? So discounted by using interest rate implicit on lease. Interest rate implicit on lease means the second option is not given here. It is only discounted by one rate. What is the rate? Interest rate implicit on lease. Means we can't use lesser incremental borrowing rate. We can't use lesser incremental borrowing rate because this rate is determined from lesser point of view. So lesser always can determine interest rate implicit on lease. So what is this rate that we need to understand? So what IND AS 116 says, this is the rate of interest at which present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB must be equal to what? Must be equal to what? Fair value of the asset plus initial direct cost plus initial direct cost. Understood what I am saying? Correct. So this rate of interest will be equal to what? Present, the rate of interest at which, below, at which present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB must be equal to fair value plus IDC plus IDC. Means, can you see, if this is the case, can you see this will be always equal to fair value plus what? IDC. Fair value plus IDC. But then also don't write down fair value by fair value plus IDC. This is known as what? Net investment. This is known as net investment. Are you getting what I am saying? But can you see this amount will be always inclusive of initial direct cost or not? This will be always inclusive of initial direct cost. This will be always inclusive of initial direct cost. Have you understood this point? Any doubt? Have you understood this? So this is very important. Sometimes they ask you to calculate this. So of course we can calculate this by using IRR concept. By using the IRR concept. Correct? Yes sir. Bolo. Yes sir. Now coming to manufacturer or dealer. To what IND AS 116 says that in this case revenue will be lower of A and B. Revenue will be lower of A and B. It is lower of A and B. It will be either equal to fair value of the asset, fair value of the asset, or present value of lease payment, present value of lease payment discounted by using market rate of interest, discounted by using market rate of interest. Understood? Correct. Means, can I say whenever there is no, just try to understand what I am saying. Key, if I am saying whenever the ownership is going to be transferred at the end of lease term, it will be always equal to fair value. It will be always equal to what? Fair value. But if ownership is not transferred at the end of lease term, so there will be some residual value. There will be some residual value. Then it will be lower than what? Fair value. Then of course the sale price will be lower than what? Fair value. So it can be lower than what? Fair value. Therefore they have given second option also. So it can be either equal to fair value or present value of lease payment discounted by using, but the lease payment means what? Present value of lease payment plus present value of GRB, but not UGRB, but not UGRB. Understood? Correct. This point you have understood. Now what IND AS 116 says, the cost of sales will be equal to, the cost of sales will be equal to carrying amount of inventory, carrying amount of inventory as per IND AS 2, carrying amount of inventory, carrying amount of cost price of inventory minus present value of UGRB, present value of UGRB. Understood what I am saying? Means, can I say, just try to understand, suppose this is 10 lakh, Sunna, I am just giving concept 10 lakh, fair value is 10 lakh, correct, fair value is 10 lakh, and suppose present value of UGRB is 10,000, batao, what will be the present value of lease payment? If the fair value is 10 lakh and present value of UGRB is 10,000, so what will be the present value of lease payment? 9,90,000. Common sense. Common sense now. Because present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB must be always equal to what? Fair value. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? Correct. Means always in exam now, whenever this type of questions come, this you take as a balancing figure, otherwise some approximation difference will come. Means if this is 10 lakh given, you already calculate this as 9 lakh 90,000, so this you take as a balancing figure, otherwise some difference will come. Then मजा नहीं आएगा. Because the lease receivable must be equal to what? 10 lakh. Means when you are passing this journal entry, but as per my journal entry, this lease receivable become 9 lakh 90,000. Revenue is how much? 9 lakh 90,000. Cost of sales how much batao? If suppose this is what the carrying amount is, let us assume 9 lakh 8 lakh. Suppose carrying amount is 8 lakh. What is the cost of sales batao? 7 lakh 90,000. So inventory is how much? Katna lakh? 8 lakh. 8 lakh. The difference will come 10,000. So that will be lease receivable. Account debit how much? 10,000. It means ultimately your lease receivable is how much? 10 lakh. So ultimately your lease receivable is how much? 10 lakh only. Are you able to understand? But what is the difference between this lease receivable and this lease receivable? Can you say this is always inclusive of what? IDC, but this will be exclusive of what? IDC. This is the difference. Difference you understood? Means in case of non-manufacturer dealer, the lease receivable will be inclusive of what? IDC. But in case of manufacturer dealer, it will be exclusive of what? IDC. So in case of manufacturer dealer, what IND AS 116 says that whatever initial direct IDC means what? That you understood now? Chalo. Because I used to say IDC only. So in case of manufacturer dealer, whatever IDC has been incurred by the manufacturer dealer, that will be charged to PL as an expense on commencement date only. That will be recognized as an expense on commencement date. Understood this point? This is the basic difference between this and this. So once again, but in case of manufacturer dealer, IDC will be included, excluded. I said in case of manufacturer dealer. मैंने manufacturer बोला था ना, so you said excluded. In case of manufacturer dealer, IDC will be included, excluded, and charged to on which date? On year end की commencement date. Commencement on commencement date. These all are important for MCQs, huh? Correct. But in case of non-manufactured dealer, lease receivable will be inclusive, exclusive. Inclusive, exclusive. Next question is what? Just think and say. Discount rate in this will be same or different? Same or different? Different now. This is based on what? Interest rate implicit only. This is based on what? Market rate of interest. Got this point? Correct. Now, in one of the question, means only one question. In that question, ICAI has given from manufacturer point of view, and they have given discount rate with the name interest rate implicit on lease. Batao, question is correct or wrong? Understand what I am saying? I can show that question because I have taken that question to inform you that point only. Means if you are more conceptually strong, then you will die. If you are conceptually strong, you will die in exam hall. So sometimes gada hona अच्छी बात है. Gada, you know. Then it is more easy to pass. When you are more conceptually, so you will think more na. You will think more, and question is wrong, you will die. I have said what? Ki this is what? And this is what? So for manufacturer dealer, you want what? But they have given what? Interest rate implicit on lease. And interest rate implicit on lease is calculated by taking IDC into consideration, or by excluding IDC into they do not consider IDC. I mean, this has been calculated by taking IDC into consideration or without considering IDC. IDC they have considered na, but here it is excluding IDC. So one question they have given, which have been asked in exam also. I just inform you this question. Question 61. Same, a company manufacturer, they have given interest rate implicit on lease, and they have given IDC also. Batao, IDC they have given. Now they have given IDC. So my question to you all, this rate of interest has been calculated by considering IDC or without considering IDC? Considering IDC. Now तो फंस गए ना, if you are conceptually strong. So can you use this rate of interest for manufacturer? अरे बोलना. Now if you calculate IRR ना, the same rate will come. Means it has been calculated without considering what? IDC. अरे गधा. They don't know anything. What can I do? It is actually what? Market rate of interest. Means the question is drafted by that person who has no idea about IND AS 116. Taken question, copy paste without changing the question, because as per AS 19 there was no concept of this point. So those who are expert in AS, they are not expert in IND AS na. Are bolna re? Are you getting? So that mistake happened in exam. Now if you are conceptually good, you will die na. Understood? So whenever they have given manufacturer, so consider this is what? Market rate of interest. Or what I will suggest, if you have more doubt, so what I will say, then calculate here discount rate by using one formula. If you want to cross check, because sometimes we are conceptually good now, so we become what? Understood? Let us cross check. If you want to cross check, then cross check in this way. Key discount rate will be equal to the rate of interest at which present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB must be equal to what? Batao? Only fair value. Same rate of interest will come. So it means question will use that rate of interest only, but that is not interest rate implicit only. That is what? Market rate of interest. Are you getting what I am saying? But suppose if you are good in concept, you will die now. See why they have given this? Why they have given this? You will waste some time in exam. So whenever this type of doubt comes, I will say cross check if you want to cross check. But can I say for manufacturer dealer, this IDC will not be included where? This will be charged to PL as an expense on which date? On commencement date. Means if the same question now in exam come for non-manufacturer, which is highly probable, the same question will come for non-manufacturer. My question to you, IDC will be 10.19%, it will be different. It will be 10.19%, it will be different. Huh? Different. It will be different, and then they will give you correct IRR only. It will be different, but nah, because in that case you need to consider what? IDC for calculation of what? Interest rate implicit only. So of course they will correct it and they will give you. Understood? Because if they will change the question, it means they are conceptually good only. Then only they will take that much pressure to what? Change the question. Understood? Chalo. So I have done my job. Now you can do this. This question is not complicated. You can see they have done one compound. This compound journal entry is also dangerous. So actually this journal entry is what? Lease receivable to first revenue. First do with what? One journal entry. Lease receivable to revenue. With what amount? Lower of fair value and present value of lease payment, discounted by using market rate of interest. First this. The second journal entry is cost of sales to inventory. The difference will be lease receivable. So cost of sales account debit, lease receivable account debit to inventory. Inventory will be de-recognized by which amount? Carrying amount. And cost of sales will be carrying amount minus present value of UGRB. Lease receivable will be with what amount? Present value of UGRB. Then one more journal entry about IDC, cost of sales account debit to bank. So IDC is how much? In this question, IDC is how much? 2,500. They have written bank. So they have included that in cost of sales. So they have done one compound journal entry, but this journal entry will not be able to understand only if you are not good conceptually, correct? So I think now you have understood the calculation is very easy. Same to same question will come for 10 marks, 10 may 10 if you are good in calculation. If you are good in calculation. So I hope you have understood. I think nothing much in this because more or less accounting will be simple only. Now for this operating lease I have already explained. Now for this modification is not important, but now with MCQ this modification also become important. Means if you see my last revision class, I said not important fellow. Revision class, not in regular class. Now modification with MCQs, so all points become important. Correct. Now modification in the books of lesser is simple in accounting. It is not so much complicated as we have done for what? Lessee accounting. Therefore in exam, if they ask practical question of 10 to 12 marks, they will ask lessee accounting modification. They will never ask lesser accounting modification. But with MCQs to now become important na. MCQ this also become important. So now there can be two type of modification, either finance lease modification or operating lease modification. Finance lease modification or operating lease modification. Can I say due to modification finance lease may remain finance lease, or due to modification finance lease may become operating lease? If finance lease become finance lease, then very easy, change the lease liability. Change the lease liability. Correct now. Means present value of remaining lease payment calculated on modification date by using revised or original. One second. Finance lease become finance lease. So on the date of modification, you need to find out modified lease liability. Modified lease liability will present value of remaining lease payment. Modified lease payment discounted by using which rate? Revised discount rate. And any difference between modified and original lease liability will be transferred to ROU asset. Lesser. This is lesser will be transferred to what? PL. Will be transferred to PL. Very simple. No explanation required. Correct. But if finance lease become operating lease, correct? Are you getting what I am saying? So can I say in case of finance lease we have a lease liability, but in case of operating lease we want underlying asset? Bole yes or no? So in that case what they want to say, the underlying asset will be recognized at an amount equal to the carrying amount of lease receivable. Means you will pass one journal entry, underlying asset account debit to lease liability with the amount equal to carrying amount of lease liability. Means underlying asset will become equal to what? Carrying amount of lease liability. Do you recognize what? Underlying asset. De-recognize what? Lease liability with the same carrying amount on the date of modification. Very simple. And from that date apply operating lease accounting. From that date apply operating lease accounting. Only one thing I need to explain in this. I hope you have understood. This separate lease or not a separate lease to same condition. If it is separate lease, then apply IND AS 116 separately. That two condition is given. Not a separate. We are discussing actually not a separate lease. Chalega. So if the lease has been classified as operating, if the lease is finance, we are discussing finance lease. If the finance lease has been classified as operating, correct, with the modification at inception date, this I need to explain. With the modification at inception date, means the modified term you need to apply on inception date or modification date. Have you understood what I want to say? Not able to understand. One second. Chalo. Suppose this is the commencement date or inception date. Inception date because classification we do on which date? Inception date. Here the economic life of the asset was 10 years and useful life lease term was 10 years. Understood? Now you have done modification at the end of second year. Now your lease term become suppose 2 years. Understood? You are modified. Why it become? Because some technology changes आया. there were some technology changes. So you want to modify the term. And because of that technology changes, economic life also change. Now economic life become 3 years. Economic life become 3 years. Understood? Now the question is that you will do this by this or this by this to find out whether it is operating lease or finance lease on this date. Have you understood what is the question? Question, have you understood? Means initially it was finance lease. Now whether it become operating lease or finance lease due to modification, you need to do 2 by 3 to 2 by 10. 2 by 10. 2 by 10 means apply modification on which date? On inception date. And 2 by 10 it become what? Operating lease. So now finance lease become what? Operating lease. Understood this point? If you think 2 by 3, it is finance lease only. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Not able to understand. Are you able to follow me or not? सब बोल रहे हैं? Not. फिर से बोलूं? So everyone say ना? Is tired, fully tired na? Fully tired. It is working, not working? Working. How much done? Over? Raise your hand. How much over? Over na? You are the sleeping. I am understood. Means you are sleep. Means you are यहाँ पर and sleeping. So I also. अरे मतलब in front of me are sleeping. बताओ. I am not watching only. Means I am saying I will also feel sleepy ना. So I am not. And जब इधर आते थे, she is smiling. So I am saying इधर. Distraction होता है distraction. तो we need to find out a ways of avoiding what distraction. देखो I can't say anything to him ना. मतलब he has the right to sit in the class ना. अरे बोलना रे. Can I say CA finance student? Can I scold? CA finance student can I scold? No Baba no. Because they are what? Our promoter. They are a promoter. No, you are very good student. ठीक है ना? So I can't say. So I shifted here. Here also shifted here. Means I am trying to concentrate. देखो the way of concentrating. Learn from me. Avoid distraction in your life. Means this you need to understand. This actually I have learned in my student days, which I am carrying. Anyone coming in the room, try to avoid. Don't see only. If you see, start talking. Ignore. जब तक गया नहीं पढ़ता रहो. Because he will waste your what? 1 hour. That you need to understand. All hours count. You say you don't have time, but actually you have lot of time. Achha, how many of you have surrendered your mobile? I said last class na. No. How many surrendered first, then purchase? How many surrender means have given to your father? No one has given until now. All are hostel. How many are from hostel? So you are exception. Those who are not in hostel, how many have surrendered? Not surrendered. Surrendered. Given to whom? It's in your pocket. No, you came without mobile. Dekho, commitment. Commitment is there. Now believe me, dekho, I'm not saying that you will not become, but he will pakka become. That I will say. Pakka next time he will come na. He will come with CA degree. लिख के दूं. You will also become. 100% will become. The guarantee वहाँ पर है. Commitment. Commitment is required. Commitment is. You will also become. हाँ, I'm not saying, but pakka he will become. That commitment is there. That surrendering this mobile is a big commitment. Can you do that? Once again I'm saying, can you do that? So do today. Otherwise exam day will come. You today only. Correct? Every day is count and all minute is counting. Correct? And believe me, this mobile is poison. It can David us also, yaar. Means whenever I go to Instagram, means going to, then we will go somewhere else. Then after 1 hour realize, who is he? How he or she can affect what? Our life. देखो, I am saying who is see me, don't misunderstood me, but try to understand. See how it will impact our life. We will not understand ki why I am watching his or her video. So if it can deviate me, तो पक्का तो it will deviate you. 100% will deviate you. Correct? Because you do not have control over your mind. And that 1 hour you realize, acha, 1 hour, one chapter you would have completed. One chapter you would have completed. That is also important. Chalo, theek hai. But that is your life, you decide. I can't force you na. I can't force you. Your life, you decide. Your career, you decide. Correct? अरे बोलना रे. My life, I will decide, and my career, so I will decide na. Your life, you decide. Your career, you decide. Your parents, you think about their smile. Everything is yours. Correct? Understood? Chalo. Now, once again, last point. Chalo, I am also tired, totally tired. So what is left now? Acha, only sub-lease to very easy. This to I can't teach also right now because this requires concentration. Sale and lease back, so I will do tomorrow. So only one topic is left. Baki, this is to lease classification land is very simple. This COVID-19 related rent concession is now not relevant. You can delete it. It is not relevant. This presentation disclosure you can do by row. So I'll do up to sublease. I'll do up to sublease. Correct. Now coming to this once again. So we are discussing about finance lease modification. Finance lease modification. So once again, finance lease modification can be of two types. If it is not a separate lease, if it is separate lease, then apply IND AS 116 separately. So if it is not a separate lease, then finance lease can be finance lease, or finance lease can be operating lease. If finance lease is a finance lease, then calculate modified lease liability on the modification date by using revised discount rate. Correct? Any difference with the original lease liability बोल दिया. Sorry, lease receivable. My mistake. Calculate what? Calculate modified lease receivable by using what? Modified lease payment by using this revised discount rate. Then modified lease receivable compare with the original lease receivable. Any difference will be transferred to PL. But if it become finance lease, from finance lease it become what? Operating lease. It become operating lease. Then can you say on the date of modification it will de-recognize what? Lease receivable. Recognize what? Underlying asset. What journal entry? Underlying asset account debit to lease receivable. This journal entry will do at what amount? At carrying amount of lease receivable. This must you have understood, but only one point, because this point is important from MCQ's point of view. What they said, if the lease has been classified as operating lease with the modification at inception date, means modified terms you need to apply on which date? On inception date, to identify whether it is an operating lease or finance lease. It means I have just given one example. Suppose economic life is 10 years initially, lease term is 10 years initially, so it was finance lease. Then what happened? Due to technology changes, economic life become what? 3 years, and because of that reason you have modified the lease term, and now lease term become remaining 2 years. So we'll do to identify whether it is an operating lease or finance lease on the date of modification. We'll compare 2 by 3 to 2 by 10. 2 by 10. So modified terms will be applied on inception date. On inception date. Chalega? Yes, sir. Okay. Now this you can read. Already I have said. This also is simple. You already have said. Now operating lease modification. For operating lease modification, what they are saying, if operating lease can become finance lease, operating lease can become operating lease. So whatever it becomes, on the date of modification, just treat it as a new lease and apply IND AS 116. Means on the date of modification, the modified terms will be considered as new lease and apply accordingly on the date of modification. And it's very simple. So what they are saying, account for modification to an operating lease as a new lease from the effective date of modification. It will become new lease from the date of modification. Then apply IND AS 116 on modified terms, whether it is an operating or finance. Got this mind? Yes, sir. Sublease Now when I say sublease, so sublease में what happened? Suppose X has given asset to Y, so this is known as head lease. In this person is a lessor and this person become lessee. So in the books of lessee already we are accounting RU asset and lease liability, correct? Now Y has given to Z, so this become what? Sublease. Sublease, and lessee will become intermediate lessor, and this will again become what? Lessee. So can you see in this book the 116 will be applicable as it is. In this book 116 will be applicable as it is. Only we need to understand कि for sublease what will be the accounting treatment in the books of intermediate lessor. So can you see, because now lessee become lessor, so this sublease can be either finance lease or operating lease, correct? So sublease may be finance lease or operating lease as per the classification criteria on inception date of the sublease, correct? Now if it is a finance lease, so can you say we need to de-recognize the ROE asset, recognize the lease receivable. So we'll pass one journal entry, lease receivable account debit to ROE asset with carrying amount. This will be with net investment. Net investment means what? Present value of lease payment plus present value of UGRB, but in this case UGRB will not come. It will be present value of lease payment discounted by using the rate given in the question. Means rate will be given in the question. Correct. Understood? Correct. Means we can discounted by using interest rate implicit on lease, and if that is not determinable, so what they are saying, use the original discount rate. Use the original discount rate. So normally I will say they will give the discount rate. If not given, they will use original discount rate only. Understood? So in that you will not do mistake, because that will be as per the information given the question. But have you understood this point? Correct. So can you say on this lease receivable we recognize interest income, and there will be one lease liability also. On this lease liability we will also recognize interest expense. So we recognize interest expense on head lease and interest income on sublease. Understood? Correct. There is no proper question given in ICAI study material for this, but they can create a good question. Okay. Then if it is an operating lease, then can I say RU asset will not be de-recognized, lease liability will remain as it is. Now the total lease payment will be accounted over the lease term as a lease income, So for operating lease, the total lease payment will be accounted as lease income over lease term as per IND AS 116, means either on SLM basis or by using any other appropriate method whatever given in the question. And can I say on this RUS it will again calculate depreciation. On lease liability we recognize interest expense for the head lease. This is the concept. Understood? Chalega? Yes sir. This is entirely given. Only one more point which may be important for MCQs. Classification of sublease. Now, of course, can I say in the books of intermediate lease, we need to classify it as finance lease or operating lease based on the classification criteria. But what IND AS 116 is that if it was short-term lease, means head lease was short-term lease, so they have already got some recognition exemption, correct? So if the head lease was short-term lease in the books of lessee, yes, then always classify it as what? Operating lease. But if the head lease was not a short-term lease in the books of lessee means intermediate lessor, then classify using the classification criteria. Classification criteria means that 5 criteria. By reference to ROU asset, not by reference to underlying asset. Have you understood the meaning of this? By reference to ROU asset, not by reference of underlying asset, means what they want to say. Suppose अभी x, y, z. So can you say underlying asset we use from the point of view of x, and ROU asset we use from the point of view y. Now suppose the economic life of the asset was 10 years, but the lease term was 5 years. Understood? Now this has been given again for 5 years. So but we'll classify this lease as a finance lease based on 5 year or 10 year. 5 year means by reference to ROU asset, not by reference to underlying asset. I hope you have understood this point. Correct. These all points may be important for MCQs. This you have understood. The last point, one doubt will come. So you said is the head lease is a short-term lease, but head lease can be lease of what? Low value asset also. That one. So what clarification has been given by Ind AS 116? If the lessee is expected to lease the asset on sublease, then that lease cannot be classified as lease of low value asset. Have you understood this point? Means any intermediate lessor means lessee, yes or no, who subleases or expect to sublease an asset cannot account for the head lease as a lease of low value asset even when the required criteria with respect to lease of low value asset are satisfied. In simple word, if we are going to give any asset on sublease, means if the agreement that clause is there, then that lease cannot be classified as lease of low value asset, and therefore that point is not here. Means it can be only lease of short term lease, it cannot be lease of low value asset. Understood this point? Done. Last point, this you can read. This I will do tomorrow because this is thoda technical, and only one question is there. That question also I want to discuss. Lease classification test for land and building. This also might be important for MCQs. No question in ICAI study material. Land and building. We are doing classification criteria for land and building. Means we are doing from lesser point of view. This topic is from lesser point of view, not from lessee point of view. Now suppose you have given land and building on asset together. Now the question is that how to apply classification criteria, because land element and building element are two different elements, and normally land is given on operating lease because land has indefinite life. So indefinite life, suppose you have given land for 50 years, that will be also operating lease now. Correct? Land lease can be finance lease if the ownership will transfer at the end of lease term. So normally land lease are normally classified as what? Operating lease if ownership is not transferred at the end of lease term. This much you understood. So doubt will come whether we'll consider both together or separate. So what they said, if the fair value of the both element can be identified separately, then we need to separate it and we need to classify each element as finance lease or operating lease separately. Then apply separate, land separate, building separate. But if the fair value of both the element cannot be determined, then we cannot separate it. In that case, if both the element are operating lease, means both land element and building element are operating lease, then classify entire asset as what? Entire lease as what? Operating lease. Then classify entire lease as operating lease. But if both elements are not operating lease, means either of that, one is what? Finance lease. Means what? There can be three situations. This is building, this is land. Either both are finance lease, or this is operating lease, this is finance lease, or this is finance lease and this is operating lease. In both cases, in all the cases, entire lease will be classified as what? Finance lease. Once again, important for MCQ. No question has been given in ICAI time. Practical question not given. But can you say now practical question given, you can do it? Because you can separate in the ratio of what? Fair value. If this is there, to apply separately. If this is not there, to apply what? On this basis and do accounting. But they will not ask practical question, I also know. Done. Chapter done. Presentation and disclosure you can read. Chapter is completed from my point of view. Only one part is left. That is only at sale and leaseback transaction. Thoda sa discussion required in that. I am totally tired. Okay. So today this much only, means this chapter is completed. We are on time only. Our target completed. Now what we'll do tomorrow? Finance instrument. Oh my God. Aa gaya. That is Tufan. Finance instrument. Pakka na? But there is one more chapter I think so. With this. India 37. Chalo. So tomorrow finance instrument and India 37. Finance instrument is a big chapter. Okay. But I will only take examination perspective. Okay. Examination point of view. Okay. Chalo. Thank you very much for today. We'll meet tomorrow. Till then, bye.